G2. Although the light and dark sides defy each other, each contains a piece of the other fundamentally embedded within. Together, the opposing forces exist in a state of balanced equilibrium. Numerous examples of yin and yang exist in nature, such as the brightest light creating the harshest shadows. But perhaps the most fascinating application of yin and yang exists in the realm of fiction, in the relationship between heroes and villains. We all grow up listening to the same kind of story. A valiant hero overcomes the odds to defeat a despicable villain. We learn to view heroes and villains as part of a binary system. We root for the good guys and root against the bad guys. It's a principle that all but defines the essence of storytelling. As children, we view this as an unbreakable law, but as we get older, something very mysterious happens. The line between heroes and villains starts to blur. All of a sudden, heroes start to look a lot more lame, while villains become all the more appealing. If you look up the word villain in the dictionary, nearly every definition you'll find will mention the word evil. But what exactly is evil? Well, in most cultures, the concept of good and evil are tied to our premise of morality. Our morality is often determined by whatever religious or spiritual code we grew up with. Religions across the globe embody evil through the image of the devil. As the face of evil for the world's most popular religion, Satan is likely the most infamous villain in human history.
Most religions portray me as the incarnate of evil, meaning my actions literally define what it is to be immoral. It's tough to get more evil than that. In fact, it's impossible.
Each version of the devil shares similar traits, but none are identical. There is no definitive answer for what constitutes an evil action.
All right, I can see that I will have to teach you how to be villains.
The notion of evil is an abstraction and can be altered depending on the society in place around us. Evil assumes the purpose of a blanket term attributed to people who cause us negative outcomes. Morality is one of the most difficult concepts for the human mind to understand. Everyone has their own set of complex needs and motivations. It's much easier to just look at the source of all your suffering and call it evil. It's much easier to write a story and have the antagonists do bad things because they're evil. Unfortunately, evil villains also tend to be forgettable villains. I mean, does anybody really remember Maleficent? Her name is a literal synonym for evil. The problem with evil characters is that we have a hard time relating to them. Contrary to what the media will tell you, the average person doesn't tend to enjoy doing malicious things. To create a truly memorable villain, you have to connect them with the audience in a meaningful way. One of the most common and effective methods of achieving this is to establish a transformation from friend to fiend.
Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force.
The most well-known example of this transformation is the character of Darth Vader. In A New Hope, Vader is more or less presented as a standard formidable bad guy without much character depth. We're told he was once good, but we don't actually get to see this dimension of Vader until The Empire Strikes Back, where for the first time we catch a glimpse of what he looks like beneath the mask. It's a shot that only lasts a few seconds, but it profoundly influences our perception of Vader's character. The film reveals that he was involved in some kind of horrific incident which left him permanently disfigured and scarred. Scars are a powerful visual and metaphorical tool to humanize a villain. They represent significant trauma and vulnerability, traits unlike anything we've seen in Vader before that point. One of the most iconic scars in fiction belongs to Prince Zuko from Avatar.
I've always had to struggle and fight, and that's made me strong.
The series begins with Zuko as the sole antagonist to the heroes. However, as the story goes on, it reveals the far more brutal framework around him. We eventually learn about his tragic origin and figure out that it was not nature but nurture which made Zuko into the villain he is. He is driven not by an evil plan but by the desire to redeem himself in the eyes of his father and his nation. Zuko is made relatable by being a very imperfect character, symbolized by his most striking physical feature. Despite his immense dedication and willpower, he leaves behind a legacy of failure. There's no doubt that Zuko suffers more than any other character in the series. After a while, you kind of forget he's the bad guy and just want to see him be happy. Ironically, Zuko's villainous path is only forged through his obsession with being a hero for the Fire Nation. At the end of the day, Zuko is only seeking what we all desire, belonging and acceptance from his peers. His scar is a physical token representing the insurmountable division between he and his ideal being. He sacrifices so much trying to overcome it, but the scar, like the past, can never be erased. It is only when Zuko learns to embrace his hardship that he truly becomes the person he was meant to be.
I used to think this scar marked me. The mark of the banished prince, cursed to chase the Avatar forever. But lately, I've realized I'm free to determine my own destiny, even if I'll never be free of my mark.
In the end, he fulfills his destiny as a hero, just not in the same way he envisioned. Zuko is a memorable villain because he is one of the most human villains ever written. But what about a villain that is the opposite of human?
I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
Science fiction is no stranger to featuring antagonists of a more cosmological origin. This Halloween, I talked about John Carpenter's 1982 horror film, The Thing, a story that features a shape-shifting alien which serves as an allegory for mistrust and paranoia. The monster from The Thing is akin to the works of H.P. Lovecraft and the premise of cosmic horror. The idea that human beings are insignificant compared to the unfathomable vastness of the universe. Lovecraftian monsters defy comprehension. They transcend our narrow purview of morality and evil. These antagonists frighten us on a more primal level. They represent a manifestation of mankind's most fundamental adversary, nature. There is no greater threat to human progress than the forces of nature, and no greater threat to nature than human progress. Thanks to our technological advancements, man sits atop the animal kingdom uncontested. Fictional monsters like The Thing remind us of a time when that wasn't the case, a time when we were not predators, but prey. No one on Earth can literally remember being hunted by a saber cat, but the impression lingers as an integral phobia baked into our evolutionary programming. Now that no other animal can challenge us, it's up to our imagination to create something that can. Perhaps our ultimate undoing won't come from nature, but from the very technology we use to conquer it.
I know that you and Frank were planning to disconnect me, and I'm afraid that's something I cannot allow to happen.
2001 was the first prominent film to feature artificial intelligence
W.
as
Laura.
a major antagonist.
How you doing?
The premise of a rogue AI takes the relationship of man versus nature and inverts it. Just as human beings are a product of nature, machines are a product of humanity. Characters like HAL 9000 reverse our perspective of a creation overtaking its creator. Perhaps we, like nature before us, merely exist as the next stepping stone in the progression of intelligent life. And we, like nature, are doomed to be conquered by whatever comes next. At least for now, the technological takeover remains in the realm of fiction. But rogue AI and other intelligent monsters do provide us with a unique conflict. They don't operate within trivial human desire. Godzilla won't stop destroying the city out of any moralistic epiphany. The most terrifying part of antagonists like these is not that we can't understand them, but that they can't understand us. To them, all of our petty rules and emotions are utterly meaningless.
Been mainly like watching movies on Netflix.
Roger to this. Of what use was the rule?
I gotta run here.
Somewhere in the middle of monster and man, you'll find a character like Anton Chigurh. In 2014, a team of Belgian psychiatrists analyzed more than 400 villains across cinema and found Chigurh the single most realistic representation of a psychopath. His total emotional disconnect to murder was similar to many real-life hitmen the researchers interviewed.
Hold on.
Chigurh is a profound...
I'm like in the middle of watching Whiplash. It's like about this guy that's a drummer. What else? There was the second Spider-Man, like the Spider-Verse stuff with like Miles Morales. Like I watched that. I normally wait till shit comes on Netflix. I don't bother going to the theaters these days. What else? I've been watching like a good amount. a good amount of movies these last few days. It's just I can't see what I just watched. I don't see it on a list anywhere here. I watched another one that was like about a documentary of like this WoW player.
Profoundly strange character. His
He's
origin,
like,
background,
bound
and
to, like, a
overall
wheelchair,
motives
but,
are all unknown. He is described
like
as somewhat of a phantom. Many have analyzed the character as a rhetorical link between man and God,
now I'm stuck with
more
my words here.
specifically as an agent of
Basically,
fate.
he was just a very
To
important
Chigurh,
figure to the
human
people
beings
that
are
he
no
played
different
with.
than cattle waiting for slaughter,
And,
a
he
perspective
dies in, like,
partially
his
illustrated through
guildmates
his
go to
means
his
of
funeral and
execution.
everything. Sob story.
To him, human life is completely
I'm gonna
dispensable,
die.
but despite savagely murdering a dozen people in the film, it's difficult to describe Chigurh's motivation as malicious. Is it malicious when a tornado demolishes a Midwestern home? The film portrays Chigurh as an unstoppable force. It is stated that no one who sees him lives, but that's not entirely true. The most intriguing insights into Chigurh's character occur not when he kills, but when he chooses not to kill. Of course, if you asked him, he'd probably tell you that there was never really any choice in the matter. Chigurh's actions are dictated by a strict personal code of conduct that's never fully explained.
Man, I
All
gotta
of his
crank
kills
this
have a
window open.
consistent
It is
logic to
getting warm
them.
in here.
Most of the victims were simply dispatched as a cut and dry means of completing his primary objective. It's only through ambiguous situations when we capture a glimpse into Chigurh's philosophy. In the iconic gas station scene, he contemplates killing the clerk but offers him an out in the form of a coin toss. Pragmatically speaking, the coin toss is a meaningless gesture, but within Chigurh's internal principles, it allows him to act independently of a conscience. The nature of Chigurh's character is deterministic. By acting as the hand of fate, he relinquishes his own agency over situations. He operates automatically, never deviating from the most efficient path towards his eventual outcome. The idea of people feebly trying to exercise control over their destiny confuses and disgusts him. If mercy exists in Chigurh's universe, it can only be found in something as brutally random as a coin toss.
It's been traveling 22 years to get here, and now it's here. And it's either heads or tails.
It's for this reason why some people have defined Chigurh as the embodiment of chaos. The relative unpredictability of the character creates the striking tension for which the film is so celebrated. However, Chigurh is paradoxically the most calculated, meticulous, and orderly character in the story. If we all knew what he knew, all of his actions would make perfect sense. Such is the confounding nature of a psychopath. They exist in the uncanny valley. Although they resemble us on a physical level, we will never understand them on a mental level. They represent a different kind of human being, those who cultivate order out of chaos.
Do you have any idea how crazy you are?
Madness is a truly terrifying concept, one that is ultimately governed by the same principles of a coin toss.
The coin don't have no say. It's just you.
I got here the same way the coin did.
At the end of the day, it's not our futile attempts at bravery, reasoning, or law enforcement which stop Chigurh. His justice can only be served by fate itself.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list.
these ads.
Next, I set a
Stop
priority.
that. I'm gonna have to like swap over to Firefox so I can use at uBlock Origin. They discontinued.
Sometimes it's more than just fate which stands in the way of our ultimate goal.
There are no two words in the English language more harmful than good job.
This is the movie I'm like actually watching. I'm in the middle of watching this one here.
In the pursuit of perfection, we may find ourselves in the essential conflict of student versus master. This conflict is intimately explored in the 2014 film Whiplash. Terrence Fletcher is the consummate stalwart of success. Andrew Neiman is chasing success, but his desire to impress Fletcher transforms his passion into an obsession. Neiman is forced to endure a torturous gauntlet of emotional and physical trauma that have inspired many to label Fletcher as one of cinema's cruelest villains. He is an unrelenting critic, honing in on imperfections that are indistinguishable to the average listener. He demolishes his students' confidence by setting the bar of excellence insurmountably high. Fletcher's methods are borderline sadistic. However, the more abuse he hurls at Neiman, the more Neiman refuses to concede. Despite their bitter adversarial relationship, both characters are ultimately working towards the same goal, overcoming the gap between proficiency and mastery. What separates greatness from mediocrity? Perhaps it is practice, dedication, raw talent, or dumb luck. Well, according to the film, greatness is embedded deep within us, and it's up to antagonists like Fletcher to extract our potential. Throughout the film, Neiman is not just battling Fletcher, he is also battling himself. Fletcher's character is largely a manifestation of our ability to improve as an individual. Even though Neiman wants more than anything to overcome Fletcher, he can't help but find himself forming a mutual respect for the man. As Fletcher hammers him with ruthless perfectionism, Neiman finds himself becoming more ruthless as he closes in on perfection. In the end, he gives up everything, his friends, family, romance, health, and dignity, all to chase the mastery of his craft. Fletcher broke Neiman down into nothing and then resurrected him in his own image. Most of us remember Fletcher as a cruel master who demanded excellence no matter the cost, an archetype not uncommon to many competitive professions. However, the character should also be renowned as a prime example of a villain converging with the hero. To truly defeat Fletcher, Neiman had to become Fletcher.
See? Now you respect me, because I'm a threat.
But what about a case where instead of transforming into the villain, the hero creates the villain? To find this, you have to look no further than the relationship between Syndrome and Mr. Incredible, the story of a hero's biggest fan turning into his biggest nemesis. Unlike the case in Whiplash, Syndrome's obsessive turn is spawned out of neglect from his former idol. The Incredibles is a film which dissects the anatomy of heroes and villains. When you boil it down, how do we really define a heroic action? In his analysis of the film, YouTube reviewer The Real Jims made the intriguing point that in other Pixar films, Buddy would be the protagonist, the scrappy underdog who gets told by the world around him that he's not good enough. Where the character deviates from the archetype is in his misplaced priorities and what it means to be a hero. The Incredibles subverts the ethos of the prototypical Pixar formula by examining how the underdog story could actually corrupt someone who takes it too much to heart. Syndrome gets more caught up in the fanfare of heroics than the true moral significance. His name may very well be a reference to hero syndrome, the term used to describe the phenomenon of firefighters intentionally committing acts of arson. Since the release of the film, this circumstance has become even more apropos through the rise of social media. We now live in a world where anybody can receive public adoration for sanctimonious theatrics.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Just like the case with Syndrome fighting the Omnidroid, many of our most widely worshipped heroes may be entirely contrived. The Incredibles suggest that we choose our heroes carefully, because the most sinister villains may be hiding in plain sight. Sometimes the people we end up hating the most are the ones we fooled ourselves into loving.
In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
We tend to use the terms villain and antagonist interchangeably, but are they really the same thing? In a literary sense, the antagonist is simply the character who impedes the goals of the protagonist, and the protagonist is simply the main character of the story. Contrary to popular belief, villains and protagonists are not mutually exclusive. On rare occasions, you will see a villain so renowned that they require their own story. So what happens when a villain becomes the protagonist? Well, you end up with a character like the Joker.
Hi.
The Joker is quite possibly the most iconic villain in all of popular culture. As the nemesis to Batman, one of the most recognizable superheroes, the Joker exploded in popularity after his legendary portrayal in the 2008 film The Dark Knight. The untimely death of Heath Ledger infused an air of mysticism to the performance and the character. The Dark Knight Joker has been described by many as one of the most likable villains of all time. He is the consummate bad guy, a glorious amalgamation of all the villains I listed so far. He is tragically scarred like Zuko. His motives transcend our comprehension like HAL 9000. He is a measured psychopath like Jagur. Much like Fletcher, his actions corrupt and transform a hero into his own image. And much like Syndrome, he was created out of a disillusionment with his former idol. 11 years after The Dark Knight, we got to see the Joker star in his own standalone movie, but in the months leading up to the film's release, something very odd started happening. The mainstream media began pumping out article after article fearing that the new Joker movie would inspire acts of violence. Director Todd Phillips and lead actor Joaquin Phoenix were repeatedly grilled over their role in creating such an irresponsible glorification of murder. This was a film that came out the same year as John Wick 3, a 143-minute montage of Keanu Reeves gallantly executing more than 160 people, and a film that received no such concerns over violence from the media. So why was Joker so heavily scrutinized? Well, by the time it premiered, it became immediately obvious why out-of-touch media elites weren't exactly thrilled with the film. In an outcome that was precisely in line with the themes of the movie, Joker was scorned by the establishment and beloved by the masses. It's a film that highlights the most salient conflict of our time, man versus society. It's a film that, for many of us, speaks straight from the heart.
If it was me dying on the sidewalk, you'd walk right over me.
Some like to say that Joaquin Phoenix wasn't acting when he delivered this line. It's a reference to the real-life passing of his brother, River, who died of a drug overdose on the sidewalk in front of a Hollywood nightclub. Society's a cruel and unforgiving place. It spits out mentally ill loners like the Joker every single day. The media who chastise this movie for glorifying violence do the very same thing every time one of these people snaps. We all like to fetishize the outcomes of these massacres while completely ignoring the journey. Joker shows us that journey. It puts us inside the mind of the madman and suggests that all of us are accomplices to the bloodshed. John Wick could slaughter 1 million grunts in his wacky assassin world, but nothing he does will ever have the same impact as the Joker firing a single bullet through the skull of Murray Franklin. The Joker terrifies us not because he kills people, but because he makes us enjoy watching him kill people. No other piece of media in recent memory has made more people question their idea of morality. There's a little piece of the Joker in all of us. It's why many find the character so sympathetic and relatable. Was the Joker justified in killing Murray? Everything we've been taught in our entire lives would tell us no, but many of us would be lying if we said that scene wasn't at least a little bit cathartic. Of course, the movie never inspired any real-life violence, but it did make a tremendous impact on popular culture. For many, it perfectly captured the zeitgeist of growing discontent in an increasingly chaotic world. The spirit of the film has only grown in a year that featured mass political unrest and building frustration with social institutions. The Joker is one of the most memorable villains because he is so frighteningly close to reality, and the newest installment of the character only added to the legacy of fiction's most popular villain. Joker is profoundly uncomfortable and eternally controversial. It forces us to confront the ugliest parts of the human condition. At the end of the day, isn't that the ultimate point of a villain?
I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? No, you complete me.
Fiction helps us mentally process conflict in the real world. When growing up, we're taught about good and evil as a way to avoid discussing the true complexities of actual issues. By the time we get older, we begin to realize that the world is not as black and white as we were led to believe. As much as we hate them, villains are a necessary evil. They push us to our absolute limit. They motivate us to aspire for something greater. Without any villains to defeat, the role of a hero is meaningless. Everyone is the protagonist of their own story, and we are free to choose our antagonists based on our own beliefs and attitudes towards the world. From a certain point of view, anybody can be either reveled or reviled. So be careful who you call the bad guy, because one day you might just end up feeling sympathy for the villain.
But also aboard the ship is Commander Nefarious, Captain I'm a Bad Guy, and Admiral Bone to Pick. But they don't mention them.
I have not
Every so
listened
often
to
a story just comes out of left field and it completely surprises me, shocks me, and makes me think, I just have to read this for all of you. This one is weird, wonderful, and it's going to surprise you. Wherever you think this goes from the start is definitely not where it ends up. And that's pretty much all I can tell you without ruining the surprise. You're going to love this one. It's incredibly well written. It's a roller coaster ride, and let me not say anything else. Let's just get on with it. So, here we go tonight, my dear friends, with The Butcher on Barker Street by Impossible Bit 995. Part 1. The call came in a little after 3 in the morning. When I reached over to the nightstand, I accidentally knocked over my alarm clock. It crashed to the ground, shattering into jagged shards of plastic and glass. Not a good way to start the day. I answered the phone. Look, whoever this is, you owe me a new alarm clock. Get over here. I recognized Troy's voice immediately. We have a problem. Please would be appreciated. Stow the snark, James, he said. This is serious. I looked around my empty bedroom. There were piles of clothes strewn about the floor, along with old gin bottles and spent cigarette butts. Last night was a haze of loud music and endless drinking. Well, I couldn't be sure, but my breath said I'd ordered a pizza too. Looking down at the bits of plastic and glass, I said, Fine, but while I got you on the line, let me tell you a little bit about this new alarm clock you're going to buy me. While I got dressed, I went on and on about the clock. Yeah, I wanted one that could connect to the internet, play music and use Bluetooth. Troy was quiet as I rambled. When I was finished, he said, I'm at Brownstone, 32nd, apartment 25. Move your ass, we're burning daylight. Outside the bedroom window, the sky was dark and amassed with clouds. There wasn't daylight yet to burn. The call disconnected, and I pocketed my cell phone. I swiped my jacket from the floor. There was a slight bulge in the breast pocket. My cigarettes are still there then. I grabbed my keys, wallet, and handgun from the dresser. On the way out, I stopped in the bathroom to brush my teeth. But even after relentlessly scrubbing with cheap cinnamon-flavored toothpaste, my breath still smelled like greasy pizza and gin. Some things never come out no matter what you do. Driving to the south side of town, I found the brownstone Troy had told me about and stepped inside. The inner walls were white and barren, save for a few odd holes and yellow cigarette stains. The carpet was fuzzy and mottled by discolored blotches. I'm not one to judge. My place wasn't much better. The rent was a little more expensive because I lived on the east side, but otherwise they were pretty much the same. In the city, in life, you've got to do whatever it takes to get by. Even if it means living in a rat-infested apartment where neighbors blared screamo music and there was asbestos in the walls. Climbing 2 flights of stairs, I knocked twice on the door to the apartment number 25. Footsteps thundered from inside, followed by the rattle of a chain lock being disarmed. The door opened, and Troy peered out at me through a crack in the door. This better be good, I said, rubbing the exhaustion from my eyes. I was having a great dream. Yeah, look, you can tell me about it later, he said, throwing the door open and pulling me inside. He slammed the door shut behind us, locking it again. Word of warning. Situation's a little tricky. In our line of work, when wasn't it tricky? Well, Troy had your typical bouncer look. Broad-shouldered, short blonde hair, lantern jaw, built like a linebacker. He wore dark denim pants and a grimy leather jacket with more years on it than most cars. He was the kind of guy Mr. Rousseau liked to keep for the first half of the day because he was well-read and personable. Intimidating at first glance, but in private company he was quiet and reserved. These were the hours Mr. Rousseau handled the legitimate side of the business. Plus, mornings and early afternoons were the only hours that worked for Troy's schedule since he had a wife and 2 kids. Wait a minute. Troy leaned in close and sniffed. Are you drunk? Not entirely. Oh, what the fuck, James? It's a Thursday. Yeah, and Mr. Rousseau usually has me on at night, so why the hell am I being called in at 3 in the morning? He gestured for me to follow as he started down the hallway. I didn't recognize the apartment. Mr. Russo lived on the north side of town, and Troy had a house on the west side. The south side of the city was reserved for addicts, deadbeats, and broke college kids. There weren't many in Russo's personal circle that fit that bill. We turned at the corner and followed the rest of the hallway to a closed door. Troy hesitated with his hand on the knob, looking over his shoulder at me. There were shadows in his eyes, despair. He sighed and turned the knob, pushing the door open. Instantly, before I'd even entered the bedroom, I could taste the metal and copper in the air, smell the early stages of decay. If something like that doesn't wake you up, nothing will. The bedroom was a dingy space with splintered floorboards and a sagged ceiling. An expat rainstorm would probably knock out a few tiles. The furniture was ancient and dilapidated. In the far corner, an old boxy TV displayed a screen of black and white fuzz, hissing quietly in the background as we examined the scene. What the fuck happened? I asked. Any semblance of drunkenness had abandoned me, replaced by a stone-cold sobriety that made me want to scream or punch something. There was an incident, Troy said haphazardly. Always the professional. It's a bit complicated. That was one way of putting it. On the queen-size bed was a partially naked girl lying limp on the mattress. Sheets and blankets swirled around her, spattered in blood. Her limbs were splayed at odd angles, lifeless. The back of her head was caved open with a jagged rim of exposed skull peering out through her long black hair. I kneeled to inspect the wound, thinking Troy had maybe brought me in for amateur medical attention. I spent the first 18 years of my life working on a farm, caring and tending to animals. Whenever I wasn't slaughtering them, that is. Adjusting the head of a nearby lamp on the nightstand, a bright yellow light shone against the top of the girl's head. Her injury was untreatable in given circumstances. Blunt force trauma with noticeable swelling and severe hemorrhaging. Skin was ruddy red with a slight undertone of blue. Tiny bits of bone, hair and flesh amongst the exposed grey matter of her brain. I almost suggested a hospital in the area, but reality dawned on me. I would have been better off suggesting a morgue. Then, as I was examining the wound, the girl's brain began to shift beneath the undulating pool of blood. For a moment, I thought she might open her eyes and sit up in bed. This expectation died in its cradle as I watched a fly crawl out from the mixture of blood and membrane. Its wings fluttered a few times. Once they were clean, it took off into the air. I quickly turned away, gagging against last night's dinner. Shouldn't have had so much pizza or gin, but, well, I'm a creature of habit. Seriously? I stammered, leaning against the wall, staring down at my shoes, desperately trying not to think about the dead girl. What the fuck happened? I already told you. There was an incident. No shit, there was an incident. It was an accident, James. You don't get an injury like that from an accident unless it involves a head-on collision or a flight of stairs. An accident. Well, that makes it so much better. I glimpsed at the girl again, my heart swelling with a mixture of disgust and pity. Is she, dead? I don't know why I asked. She had the pale complexion of a corpse, the putrid stink of a corpse. Probably had the sour taste of one, too. Roy shrugged. Oh, my gut tells me she's most likely dead. Most likely? No, yeah, she's dead. He considered this for a moment before nodding. Definitely dead. Mr. Russo clubbed her over the head with an ashtray. I exhaled carefully. That ought to do it. I reached inside my jacket pocket and removed a pack of Viceroy cigarettes, lighting one the instant it met my lips. Why'd he do it? I lost his cool for a second. Really? Only for a second? Troy threw his hands up defensively. Look, I was just chilling in the living room, reading a book when I heard her scream. By the time I got in here, well, it was finished. Did he say anything? Wants us to clean it up. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, did he say anything about why he did it? Troy scoffed. Well, yeah, he actually wrote a 10-page essay about it if you're interested in reading it. I considered punching him, but The only reason Troy and I had lasted as partners was because we knew not to take it out on each other. We had an unspoken policy. Just do the job and get out. No questions asked. In situations like that, though, it was hard to refrain from asking any questions. Well, I said, slowly regaining my equilibrium with the help of nicotine calming my nerves. Where the hell is Russo? Don't worry about it. I called some guys to take him back to his penthouse. We gotta fix this fast. The girl has a roommate. She's out of town right now, but she'll be back around noon. Oh, we are so fucked. Well, not if we move fast. Troy promised. I've already got it figured out. I'll stay here and clean up the mess. I just need you to take care of the body. Fuck you. I'm not driving a dead body through the city at 3 in the morning. I'll stay and clean up the scene. You can deliver the girl. I can't. Why not? I, don't have a license. It hasn't stopped you before. Oh, my tags are expired too. That's when it hit me. Fucking forget about it. We're not putting a dead girl in the trunk of my car. Why not? Because it's my personal vehicle, dumbass. It's a minivan, not a Maserati. Yeah, it's still my car. I'm not letting you fuck it up. It's what soccer moms use to drive their kids to school. Little blood isn't going to ruin it. I started pacing back and forth across the room, and the floorboards creaked beneath my feet. The nicotine was making me sick, and my sleep deprivation wasn't helping either. Troy groaned, exasperated. Will you please just be cool about this? We don't have to bicker like an old married couple, but we need to get this fixed now. Son of a bitch. I kicked the wall. Dried paint chips fell to the floor. Okay, alright, fine. What's the play? I got some plastic wrap and a few blankets. We'll bundle her up, carry her downstairs, and load her into the trunk. Then you'll take her to one of the usual spots. By usual spots, he meant one of the local businesses we use to dispose of bodies. There were a few throughout the city, but my go-to was Mason & Sons, a funeral home on the north side of town. Mason was a pleasant man, despite his affiliation with someone like Mr. Russo. And his means of disposal was perhaps the most humane I could think of. Better than the scrapyard or the butcher shop. No, we exited the apartment, went downstairs and stepped out into the parking lot. Troy's car was near the back corner, far away from the rest. He opened the trunk and removed the top panel. Beneath, where there should have been a spare tire, was instead a cache of random supplies for situations like this. Handcuffs, duct tape, zip ties, trash bags, bleach soap, ammonia, disinfectant wipes, paper towels, and whatever else. I always made a joke about how maybe he should be driving the minivan, but I couldn't get the thoughts from my mind to my tongue without wanting to puke. So I just silently smoked my cigarette instead. Back in the apartment, we gathered everything covered in blood into one of the trash bags. We also threw in some of the girl's personal belongings like her wallet, keys, and cell phone. Troy took whatever excess cash from her purse, asking me if I wanted to split it. You fucking scumbag, I muttered. Oh, forgive me, Prince Charming, he said. Some of us got bills to pay. More like alimony. And Troy cuffed me on the shoulder for that one. In this line of work, it was hard to have a family, especially on nights when you had to gaze into the emaciated face of a young dead girl, trying not to think of your own daughter or wife. You have to lie to yourself. Detach yourself from the situation. Pretend that you can still be the good guy, but ultimately, guilt always resurfaces. Usually late at night, while you're in bed, listening to the silence of the world around you, staring up at the shadows on the ceiling like ink blots on a Rorschach test. I see a happy little dog, you might say. I see a pretty pink pony. I see the shattered skull of a young woman. I see the maggots wriggling around inside her brain. I see myself protecting the man who killed her because I'm just a dog on a leash. Yep, guys like us develop hobbies to distract ourselves from the silence, from the memories. Troy was a frequent reader of everything and anything. I'd seen him consume more books than a librarian. Once I even caught him reading the dictionary because he didn't have any other novels on hand. And for me, I liked to drink and smoke. Helped me sleep. Helped me clear my mind. When I wasn't drinking, I was working. And my occupation was a complicated matter, if that weren't already apparent. I usually followed Mr. Rousseau around like a good old little pup, going all across the city to visit underground clubs, bars, and other late-night establishments with morally questionable exchanges. If I wasn't acting as Mr. Rousseau's bodyguard or personal assistant, I was off collecting debts and payments. Or that, or I was delivering packages. Most of the time I had no clue what these packages contained, but I had my assumptions. Narcotics, money, evidence, and so on. Once I had to deliver a sphere-shaped package wrapped in duct tape and plastic. I kept telling myself it was a basketball or soccer ball. My gut told me otherwise. That was the first time I'd met the butcher. When I handed in the package, he licked his lips and said, "This'll do just fine." I avoided the butcher when at all possible.
Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality.
Part 2. By the time Troy and I finished collecting personal belongings, we had 2 bags full. I delivered those to the trunk of my car, and when I returned, Troy had already got the girl enveloped in cellophane. We were somewhat skilled in the trade of making a person disappear. We wrapped the girl in a few blankets and quilts. One of them was pink and had the word Barbie scrawled across it in swooping letters. "So," he said, "your daughter fell out of her doll phase then." That's what happens when you get them a cell phone. The last time we did this, we used blankets designed with monster trucks and SpongeBob. His son had just turned 11 and got an Xbox with games like Call of Duty and Halo. Once the blankets were in place, we secured them with duct tape. Then, after checking the apartment hallways, we carried the body to the parking lot. The sun was just starting to peer over the horizon, but morning traffic still hadn't hit yet. With the body inside, Troy shut the trunk and sighed. "Hey, you gonna take her to the butcher?" "No," I said, a little too quickly to be impartial on the matter. "Mason's place." "Butcher's closer." "She's going to Mason, end of story." He shrugged and checked his watch. "I'll better get moving before he gets busy then." "No shit," I said, climbing into the car and starting the engine. "Have fun, Mr. Clean." Grumbling, he waved me away and headed back towards the building. "Hey, I'm serious about that alarm clock," I called out after him. "It better be expensive and brand new." Troy flipped me off over his shoulder and disappeared inside. I shifted into drive and started across the city, careful to obey the speed limit and stop at all traffic lights. Yeah, the last thing I needed was to catch any unwanted attention. While I was driving, my hands began to shake. The road oscillated in front of me, fusing with the night sky. Stars blurred and coalesced into a single bright light of fluorescent white. I rubbed my eyes and searched the glove box, returning with a hand-sized bottle of gin. I steadied my nerves, placating the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Well, a man without his medicine goes a little mad from time to time. At Mason and Son's funeral home, I parked in the back. I tried calling him, but he went straight to voicemail, so I climbed the back steps to the rear entrance and knocked. It took a few minutes, but eventually his wife appeared. The smile vanished, and she looked at me with discernible disgust. "It's 4:30 in the morning," she growled. "Nice to see you too, Sheila," I replied, affecting a delicate tone. She, like many others, preferred Troy over me, but she could have probably gone the rest of her life without ever speaking to either one of us again. "Yeah, Mason here?" She stepped aside, waving me inside. "He's in the back office. Be quick about it. I've got a family coming in at 5. You could try to be a little nicer. Mr. Rousseau pays you to keep the fucking lights on in this place, you know." Her scowl deepened, forming lines across her forehead, accentuating the hollow crevices around her sunken eyes. She reeled back and slapped me across the face. Make it snappy, you rat fucking. Get the hell out of here. Fair enough. I rubbed the sting from my cheek and moved down the hallway. That's when I bumped into two of Mason's sons. I didn't remember their names, and they probably didn't remember mine either. But we were familiar with each other. A while back, Mr. Rousseau made me retrieve the older one from a crack den on the south side while the kid was on a bender. I had to fend off 2 different dealers and a chihuahua that wouldn't stop nipping at my heels. Because of the younger son, I had to visit a few families on the north side with a large cash settlement to keep them silent about something involving their teenage daughters. Oh, I don't know all the details, but the little bastard wasn't allowed to interact with any of the grieving customers who came in. Probably for the best, all things considered. The sons nodded at me and left. I continued down the hall into the back office. Inside, Mason was sat at his desk with a cup of coffee in one hand and a manila file in the other. He flipped through pages, squinting through a pair of tiny spectacles that were comically small. I had to wonder if he could even see through them. Despite his kids, Mason was a decent person. Well, as far as humans are concerned. He reminded me of my grandfather. An old oak tree slowly wilting while the rest of the forest was chopped down to make room for new shops and apartments. Just a man trying to stay afloat, willing to do whatever it took to keep his family safe and secure. Mason glanced up at me and smiled. James, wasn't expecting you. Sorry, Mason, I said. Tried to call, but there was no answer. Phone's in the other room. He set his coffee down and closed the folder. Leaning forward on his desk, he clasped his hands together and asked, What can I do for you, my boy? He was from a different generation where people said things like, my boy, simmer down, or on occasion, such as when I brought his son home from the drug den. Damn shame, while shaking his head. I sat in the chair across from him and explained the situation, what little I knew. When I was finished, Mason took off his spectacles, pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled. He tried to smooth back the wispy grey hair on his head, but there were so few left that they refused to obey. The situation's a bit muddled, I told him, affecting Troy's professionalism. We're trying to get it cleaned up as soon as possible. So if you have anything, I'd appreciate it. I'm sure Mr. Rousseau would appreciate it too. Whenever dealing with these people, you have to throw out Mr. Rousseau's name as much as possible. The only way to get them to treat you seriously. The only way to keep their attention. Otherwise, you're just a rat fuck, a dog without an owner. Let me see, Mason said, flipping through a large black ledger. With every page, he licked his pruny fingers and hummed. Damn shame. Damn shame. Young girl, was it? Yes, sir. Not as young as you might think, but younger than either of us. Late teens, early 20s, maybe. I'm guessing a college student. Maybe a part-time escort. Rousseau met most of his paramours late at night while wandering the city's underbelly. Dancers at the clubs and waitresses at the bars. A repetitive routine that usually worked in his favor. And how did it happen? Mason asked. I hesitated. My tongue wouldn't form the words. Probably for the best, you don't know, sir. He chuckled. It was easy to approach these situations with a little bit of humor when you weren't looking at the corpse. Even someone like Mason, who'd been embalming and burying bodies since before I could drive, would probably feel faint at the sight of that girl. He'd clutch his metaphorical pearls and blink back tears. Maybe spend the afternoon in his office, drinking from the bottle of bourbon he kept in the bottom drawer. How soon would you need a hole? Mason asked without looking up from his agenda. Today, if possible. The way Mason and Sons worked was we would deliver a body a few hours before a funeral. They'd dig the grave about 4 or 5 feet deeper than usual, and we'd drop the dead body inside. Then we'd cover them up with a few inches of dirt, just enough to conceal the corpse. Once the funeral was done, they'd transport the coffin and drop it down on top of the other corpse before sealing up the grave. When the body was taken care of, they burned all the evidence and possessions in their industrial furnace. At least, that's what they told me. But the last time I visited, his younger son was sporting a new wristwatch that seemed vaguely familiar. sorry to tell you, Mason said, leaning back in his chair and folding his arms across his chest. But we just don't have any open graves right now. If you can hold on to the body for a few more days, we might have availability this weekend. We've got nowhere to store it until then. He cocked an eyebrow. Where is she now? My trunk. Mason blanched and reached for his coffee, his hand trembling as he lifted the mug to his lips. Sweet baby Jesus, you got her with you as we speak? That's what you're telling me? Yes, sir, unfortunately. Like I said, it's a bit of a snafu. No kidding, my boy. He rubbed a few strands of hair on his chin. I'm sorry, I wish I could help, but my hands are tied. I feigned nonchalance, but in reality, my heart was pounding against my chest. Sweat beaded on the back of my neck. I kept thinking about that dead girl, the hole in her skull, the stew of bone shards and hair inside her head. I needed to get rid of her, to get her out of my trunk so I could go back home, drink myself stupid and fall asleep. Forget the day, let another replace it. Hey, you all right? Mason asked me. Can I get you a cup of coffee or tea? No, but thank you, sir. I had Jen waiting for me back in the car. I should, probably get going. You know, I'm surprised to see you again. Thought you would have taken your leave by now. That was a plan, wasn't it? Yes, but things changed. Thought I'd have paid my debts by now, but the bills never stop coming. He laughed. You can say that again. Last winter, my father took a spill down the stairs and hit his head. While my mother was doing her best to sell the farm, there were no buyers. It was taking every last penny to keep her afloat while she waited for the life insurance policy to kick in. Bureaucrats always found a way to slow down the process. I stood from my chair, shook Mason's hand, and left. His wife followed me out of the door, giving me one last glare before slamming the door shut. When I got back into the car, I was overcome by the putrid stink of decay. I could practically taste the withering flesh, taste the metallic tinge of her blood in my mouth despite the layers of plastic and blankets. There must have been a hole or something, part that wasn't covered. I rolled down the window and turned on the AC. Then I retrieved my phone from my pocket and dialed Troy's number. 3 rings before he answered. Yeah, everything taken care of? Not quite. Great. What now? Mason doesn't have any open graves at the moment. I guess you'll have to go to the butcher, Troy said. My blood turned cold and I squeezed the steering wheel, digging my nails into the leather. No way. I'm not going to the butcher. Quit being such a baby and just do it. The guy's a freaking freak show. I'm not going there alone. Well, I'm a little preoccupied at the moment. Troy took a deep breath and sighed. You could try Davis's scrapyard. I don't have his number, so you'll have to drive over. He should be in by now. God, I wanted to smash my phone against the dashboard. Mr. Rousseau paid well, but in some situations it wasn't enough. Rock and a hard place, I guess. Whatever, I said, exasperated. Just hurry up with the apartment. It'd go a lot faster if you didn't call. I hung up and tossed the phone into the passenger seat. My foot pressed against the accelerator, turning the faint glow of streetlights into a hazy smear of orange and yellow. Rain pattered against the windshield, and the rubber wipers squeaked against the glass. My hands fidgeted about the wheel, trembling whenever they didn't have something stable to grasp onto. I reached into my pocket for another cigarette. By the time I'd arrived at the scrapyard, I was stifling a gag between clenched teeth. The car reeked of burning tobacco and death. You could soak the inside with bleach, but the smell still wouldn't go away. Parking at the front gates, I found Davis in the main trailer, drinking a beer and throwing files into a trash can. He glanced over his shoulder at me, brow already furrowed, eyes bloodshot with fatigue. Nah, he said, no hesitation, no fear. Sorry, James, but I can't. I don't even know why I'm here. Don't need to, buddy. If you're here, it's probably something bad. He emptied an entire drawer of files into the trash can before tossing it aside. Trust me, this is the last place you want to be. Why's that? Last week, cops busted one of my garages. They've been watching my every move ever since. Whatever you're here for, I doubt you want to get me involved. Davis operated several chop shops across the city. On the surface, they were like any other garage, but in the back, they were stripping stolen cars for spare parts. Not exactly the worst of Mr. Rousseau's colleagues, but his operation was big and turned quite a profit. An influential man to have in your pocket. His scrapyard was convenient when it came to dead bodies. They had the kind of machinery that could crush a vehicle into a tiny cube. Imagine what it did to a corpse. Plus, there was plenty of land to bury bodies and plenty of rubbish to hide the stink of rotting humans. It's just one girl, I said. A slip of a thing. Wouldn't be hard for you to dispose of. Wouldn't take any time. He scoffed. Maybe I'm not speaking clearly, but the cops are investigating me. They're looking into every single thing I do. Dead girl is just what they need to get a warrant. Shit, screw the warrant. That'd be enough for probable cause. We both be in cuffs, buddy. Is that what you want? Sometimes prison seemed an easier sentence than working for Mr. Rousseau. But at the same time, it wouldn't change much. I'd still be a mud on a leash, just have a different owner. Story of my life. Davies and I went back and forth, arguing about the logistics of the situation, but in the end, I retreated to my car and started the engine again. I almost called Troy, but I already knew what he'd tell me. He'd been with me since I first left the brownstone. I had to go see the butcher on Barker Street.
It's happening! Thousands of spring rollbacks.
Part 3. There were several reasons why I hated the butcher shop. The owner was a whack job, and I mean that as nicely as possible. The shop itself was, well, let's just say the meat wasn't exactly kosher. And worst of all, it reminded me of my childhood. Of days on the farm with my father, staring into the beady eyes of animals that would become burgers or steaks or sausages. When I turned 13, I no longer helped.
Yeah, our chickens actually finally laid like their first eggs. I feel like we've had them for like months.
Instead, I was in the slaughterhouse with my dad, cutting throats and hanging carcasses from bodies, skinning hides and carving meat from the bone. It was always cold and dark. No matter how much I showered or scrubbed myself clean, there was always blood, either underneath my fingernails or in the creases of my skin, or on occasion in my hair. The day I turned 18, I moved out. Didn't even bother packing, I just took whatever I could carry and left. No letter, no goodbye, nothing. Maybe it wouldn't have been so bad if not for my father, but you don't get to choose your family, and sometimes you don't get to choose your vocation. It chooses you. Rather, it's a result of your circumstances. You're almost always doing something you hate for someone you despise. Just when you think you're about to escape, fate pulls you back in. Life is a cycle. Blood in a sink circling the drain. As I drove away from the scrapyard, rain falling all around me, I noticed a pair of headlights reflected in the rearview mirror. Working for someone like Mr. Rousseau makes you paranoid, makes you jump to conclusions, and so I started taking random turns down roads I'd never visited. For a moment, it seemed I was free of my pursuer. But then, through the darkness, the headlights appeared again, shining through the rear window, filling the interior of the car with their blinding lights. They were getting brighter and brighter. The car was slowly closing in on me. Stay calm, I told myself. Just do the job and go home. There was a loud bump from the back, as if the body had shifted and smacked against the trunk.
Hey, how you doing?
I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see the girl sitting upright and looking at me through her cowl of blankets and quilts. But there was nothing other than those headlights. When I turned back round, I realized I was crossing onto the other side of the road and jerked the wheel in the opposite direction, swerving back into my lane. That's when the red and blue lights began to flash behind me. Oh, you've got to be shitting me, I thought, wishing I'd never visited Davis in the first place. I pulled onto the shoulder and parked. While the police cruiser settled a few feet behind me, I hid my bottle of gin in the center console. Desperately, I lit another cigarette and retrieved a pack of gum from the dash. By the time the officer finally climbed out of their car, my jaw was aching. Regardless, I unwrapped a few more pieces of gum and puffed on my cigarette. Watching them through my side mirror, my legs started bouncing with anxiety. There was another bump from the back.
The corpse
police
is
officer
still
stopped
alive.
halfway to my vehicle and removed their flashlights. The beam cut through the darkness, hovering over the rear of my car, aimed at the back window. Well, thankfully, my windows were tinted. Oh, come on, you prick, I thought. Just keep walking. Give me a ticket and get the hell out of here. The officer extinguished their flashlight and continued along the road. They stopped at the driver's side window and tapped against the glass with their knuckles. I rolled down the window and forced a half-hearted smile. "Good morning, officer." She looked at me with a blank stare. "You have any idea why I pulled you over?" "No, ma'am." "Well, you were swerving." "Really?" I hesitated, as if thinking about it. I must have guessed, well, I drifted off there for a second. I won't let it happen again. She leaned in close, her face shadowed by the bill of her cap. Her eyes pierced into me, looking past my facade of normalcy, seeing the panic below, bubbling beneath the surface. Her nose twitched as she sniffed. "Have you been drinking, sir?" "No, ma'am, not since yesterday." She sniffed again, frowning, and her expression constricted with disgust. Well, she could smell the decay, could smell the girl in the trunk. I pulled the cigarette from my lips and exhaled, hoping to cover it up, maybe distract her too. She waved away the smoke and drew back from the window. "Do you mind telling me where you're going at an hour like this?" "Just on my way, ma'am," I lied. "I was running a few errands after work." Where do you work?" "Graveyard shift at the hospital. Maintenance and sanitation." The officer considered this carefully. There was doubt in her eyes, but she didn't press the issue any further. "I'm gonna need your license and registration." "Of course." I reached into the glove box and retrieved the necessary paperwork. And then from my wallet I produced my ID. She took both and retreated to her vehicle. When she was out of sight, I pulled out my phone and dialed Mr. Rousseau. It rang a few times and clicked. "What?" "I'm on 15th, South Side. I need a distraction immediately." "Give me 2 minutes." I watched through the rearview mirror as the officer entered my credentials into the system. Occasionally, she lifted her head and stared at the back of my car, knitting her eyebrows in confusion. Even if she didn't know, she could feel it. Could feel that something was off. Feel the pull of the dead girl in the trunk. People have a natural intuition for these things. They just don't always realize it. Before she could string the pieces together, a car came flying down the road toward us. It was moving too fast to make out the model or driver.
It's your
I'm sure it was one of
lucky day,
Rousseau's
sir.
guys.
Drive safe.
The officer turned on the emergency lights and pulled away from the curb, stopping alongside my car. Tossed my license and registration through the open window. "I'll leave you with a warning this time," she said before spinning around and going after the other driver. I leaned my head against the seat and exhaled. Then I removed the bottle of gin from the center console and took another drink. When I had my wits about me again, I started down the road for Barton Street. About 10 minutes later, I arrived at the butcher shop. Well, it was almost 5:30. The butcher shop should have been open, but the sign in the window read, "Closed. Come back later." I pulled into the alleyway, parked at the back of the building by the loading dock. Not much in life scares me, but being there at the butcher shop filled me with an inexplicable dread. I almost preferred to take the body home and put it in my bathtub until Mason or Davis could dispose of it. But that was a risk I don't think Mr. Rousseau would want me to take. So I climbed out of the driver's seat, stamped out my cigarettes, and walked up to the rear entrance. I pounded my fist against the door and waited, counting every second that passed until it opened. The butcher was a bear of a man with thick black hair and an untrimmed beard. There were pale pink scars on his face and permanent wrinkles above his brow. His eyes were glacial and severe. Everyone shrunk under his scrutiny, even Mr. Rousseau on the rare instance when they were face to face. He wore an old white t-shirt splattered with old blood. The heavy leather apron was draped over his torso. He stank of meat and cleaning chemicals. I tried to smile, but he met me with enough indifference to make the smile falter. Now the butcher didn't play to social niceties, didn't recognize them as necessary. "What?" he growled, his voice heavy with the scratchy rasp of someone who'd been smoking their entire life. "I'm busy, boy. Make it quick." "Good to see you, too." Well, he started closing the door, and I slammed my palm against it, but the butcher was twice my size, if not larger, with double the mass and strength. The door continued to close, little by little. "I've got a body," I whispered. "I need your help." The butcher opened the door. "Can't. Too busy. Take your problems elsewhere, boy." "Yeah, see, I already did that. No one else is available. You're my last resort." "Ain't got the time." Well, Mr. Rousseau would really appreciate it if he made time. This sparked a sense of urgency within him. He grunted and stepped outside of the shop. "Be fast about it, boy." Together we went to the trunk and unloaded the body. The butcher wasted no time at all at taking her by the head and lifting her out. I stumbled after him, and a grab at the feet as he dragged her towards the back door. From there we carried her through the back of the shop, into the kitchen area, down a flight of steps leading to the basement. The upstairs was a very generic design, redolent of old diners with checkered floors and swinging light fixtures. Small wooden tables that could have been purchased at a flea market. The basement, though, was something from a nightmare. Barren stone walls coated in dust, cobwebs hanging in every corner, steel pipes wafting steam, narrow corridors that seemed to go on for an eternity. Well, truth be told, I'd only been to the butcher shop a handful of times, usually in the company of Troy. And I'd never set foot in the basement, never dared to cross the threshold, to descend into the abyss below. I knew what happened down here. I knew how the sausage was made and, if possible, wanted to refrain from venturing into the belly of the beast. But the butcher wasn't a man to negotiate, nor was he someone you wanted to piss off. So I held my tongue as we traversed those cramped halls, moving further and further into the underground. "Up here and to the left," the butcher said, swinging his head towards an open door. We stepped into a white-tiled room with a large metal slab that acted as a table. There were steel sinks along the right wall, and above them were two parallel magnetic strips with various cutlery detached. Hanging from the left wall was a generic med kit beside a large mirror. The butcher heaved the girl onto the table, dropping her down as if she were no more than a piece of meat. It occurred to me that within a few hours, that's exactly what she would have been. Grabbing a blade from the magnetic strip, he cut away the duct tape, peeling back the blankets and plastic wrap. Beneath this hastily made cocoon, the girl was pale-skinned and covered in blood. A wound had continued to drip and drain during the entirety of our ride, smearing across her face and clothes until she looked like Carrie on prom night. The butcher lifted his hand to her cheek, gently caressing the skin. For the first time ever, it seemed there was sadness in those cold eyes. His hand moved closer, lower, pressing against the torso and chest, grabbing at her limbs to maneuver them. "The flesh is tender," he said clinically. "The muscles are stiff, though. Rigor mortis is setting in. No good. She'll have to wait until the tension subsides." He checked his wristwatch and grumbled. This won't do, but I'll keep her anyway. I was disgusted with his professionalism. Disgusted with myself for having any part of it. I removed a cigarette from my jacket, and the butcher cracked me on the side of the head. He waved his finger the same way my father used to when I asked if I could work in the fields again. The butcher returned to the body, examining the head wound with a pensive stare. This is no good. The brain suffered too much trauma. Meat's ruined. Does anyone actually eat the brain? He nodded emphatically. Every part of the carcass is vital. Brains, bones, and all. I wondered then about all the people who came to his shop. Imagine them grabbing a pound of brisket or a flank of steak before heading home, or fire up the grill and cook their newly acquired meat. What about how they might sit down with their families for some good old-fashioned barbecue? How the children would pick their teeth afterward, trying to get the small pieces of fat out while Daddy Dearest loosened his belt a few notches and the mother wrapped leftovers in plastic. It made me sick to my stomach knowing what this girl would become. For a time, she might have been special, might have been treated to expensive drinks and potent narcotics. Mr. Rousseau probably took her by the arm and paraded her through some nightclub. A girl more than half his age with silky black hair and a lithe frame. A girl with friends and family at the roommate. A girl with no idea how her story would end. Carved and shredded and served. A meal to be dissolved in stomach acids until there was nothing left. My guilt wore on me like a shroud, especially since it wasn't being combated by the gin. But would I even recognize her face in a few weeks when she inevitably appeared on the news? Would I remember driving all across the city with her in the trunk, sliding around like loose change? Probably not. By then, I'd be disposing of the next body. The next nameless victim Mr. Rousseau left in his wake. What's wrong with you? The butcher asked, anger sharpening his tone. Why are you crying? I dabbed at my cheeks. My fingertips came back wet. He was right, I was crying. Where's the other one? The butcher remarked. Your partner. He's better for this. He doesn't cry or make a fuss. While he might have maintained an apathetic countenance, Troy had also read so many books that he could no longer discern the difference between fact and fiction. He'd lost touch with reality. He was on the verge of marital separation, of losing his house and possibly kids because his wife knew there was something wrong with him. She couldn't put her finger on it, couldn't suss it out, but her instincts told her to run as far as possible, to get away from this shadow of a man that disappeared for the first half of the day working a job she knew nothing about. We weren't necessarily dangerous people, but we were involved in dangerous activities, the kind that always came at a cost. But I didn't tell the butcher any of that. He wouldn't have cared even if I did. Those things simply didn't matter to someone like him. They existed outside his realm of comprehension. This shop was his world. These tiled walls and stone floors. The knives above the sink. A slab of meat on his table waiting to be cut open and pulled apart. Those were the only things that held any importance to him. Part 4. He began to paw at the girl's clothes, and that was something I couldn't bear to see. I delivered the body and helped clean up this mess, but whatever happened next wasn't part of my job description. There are still some bags in the car, I said. Personal possessions and whatever else. The butcher set aside his knife and nodded. Go grab it, I'll dispose of it. And he waved me off. Hurry, boy, I'm very busy, no time to dawdle. I slipped out of the room and started down the hall. About halfway, I stopped and turned over my shoulder. There was only darkness and stone, and I wondered how far it went. What else was beneath the butcher shop? Maybe storage or more freezers, maybe something else. As I stood there, gazing into the dark, I thought I heard someone speak. It didn't sound like the butcher. It didn't sound like anyone, really. Just an incoherent collection of hollow whispers, a whistling current of air snaking through the cracks in the walls. Hello? I called out. The butcher appeared from the door. What do you want? He swung his head the other way, gazing down the opposite end of the hall. Then he turned back towards me. Oh, hurry, boy. Go get her things and bring them back. Then you can leave. I don't have time for your shenanigans. I shook off my anxiety and climbed the steps. Outside, I grabbed the 2 garbage bags from the trunk and closed it. On my way back inside, I saw a homeless man in the alleyway staring at me. Oh, there was blood pasted around the corners of his mouth and chunks of flesh in his beard. I looked down at his hands where he'd cupped a half-eaten rodent, a long-tailed rat with a few ribs exposed through the gore of its ensnared innards. The homeless man shifted away from me, returning to his meal with a voracious fervor. I stood there, blinking, waiting for the image to dissipate like a fever dream hallucination. But the man remained, as did the rat. Yeah, no. Fuck this, I thought, hurrying inside so I could drop off the bags and leave. When I was back in the basement, I moved down the narrow hallway at an awkward angle to accommodate both trash bags and keep them from grazing the rough cement walls. Turning left, I stepped into the slaughter room and tossed the bags against the wall. I swung my head towards the butcher, ready to say my farewells and leave. He was slumped against the sink, bleeding profusely and gurgling on his own blood. Slowly, he craned his head in my direction. The right side of his face appeared normal, but he continued turning and turning until I saw the gash on his left cheek. The skin had been brutally sawed away with a serrated blade. Through the blood and bits of stringy flesh, I could see his rotted nose peering at me. I could see his tongue, what remained of it, writhing inside his mouth. He collapsed to the floor with a dull thud, grunting incoherently, babbling about something while waving his hands around in an erratic manner. I went to the medical kit against the opposite wall and ripped it free, sliding it across the floor to him. It was then that I noticed the table was empty. The blankets, quilts, and plastic wrap remained, along with a puddle of blood. But the girl was gone. Immediately, I drew the handgun from my holster on my waistband and flicked off the safety. Mr. Rousseau paid me handsomely for a great deal of duties, but this wasn't one of them. I backed out the slaughter room and started down the hall for the stairs, stopping short. At the end of the hallway was the girl. Her long black hair hung in front of her pale face. Blood dripped from the hole in her head, along with bits of bone and grey matter. In her right hand was a meat cleaver. In the other was a box cutter with the blade extended a few inches. She stood on a pair of stiff legs. The rigor mortis gave her an awkward gait, one that wouldn't allow her knees to bend as she lurched towards me. Every step creaked as her legs swung, almost throwing herself from one foot to the next. I lifted my pistol and fired. My ears rang with a piercing echo that shook my vision. Once it subsided and I blinked away the distortion, I saw that the bullet had struck her at the center of her chest. The girl paused in her pursuit, glanced down at the bullet wound, and lifted her head again. Bones audibly cracked with every movement. She gazed at me, annoyed but uninjured. Her eyes were wide, clouded with a cataractic milkiness. Then she started towards me again, flailing her arms, slashing wildly as steel blades shaved the concrete walls. Fear pulsed through my heart, radiating into my twisted bowels. You have gotta be fucking kidding me. I aimed the barrel and fired until the gun clicked empty. Well, every bullet lodged inside her torso, but it did little other than stagger her for a moment. I ran in the opposite direction, following the hall deeper into the underground, through the shadows of the corridor into an open room where mutilated carcasses hung from the ceiling. They were covered in a white powder that I later learned was a mixture of quicklime and lye, used to decompose the bodies faster, along with baby powder to help conceal the scent of decay. And yet it lingered, permeating my nostrils and crawling down my throat. The corpses casually swayed on their hooks. Whatever flesh or muscle remained wriggled, festered by a colony of writhing maggots. There were tags clipped to each body, marking them as undesirable, with a brief explanation of why. Either they were too bitter, Sour, unhygienic, or unqualified. For that matter. We didn't have time to read them all. The girl was right behind me, picking up speed and ferocity. I navigated the maze of corpses, pushing some aside in my desperate attempt to escape. Overhead lights flickered and buzzed, casting an array of shadows over the room. One of the corpses came loose and collapsed on top of me, knocking me to the ground. I scrambled out from underneath it and clambered to my feet, but by then the girl had caught up. She pounced at me, her weight knocking me back down to the ground. The cleaver's edge hacked at the stone beside my face. I seized her wrist and twisted it, but the girl didn't feel pain and refused to relinquish her tool. So I yanked and pulled and bashed her hand against the pavement until her fingers were too broken to clutch the handle. That small victory was swiftly disregarded when she came at me with the other hand, slashing my chest with her box cutter. She reeled back and stabbed the razor blade down. I lifted my left hand in front of my face, and the edge of her knife pierced through the flesh and muscle protruding out the other side, slowly descending closer and closer to my eye. A scream escaped my throat, visceral and raw. I grabbed the cleaver with my right hand and swung it into the side of her head with enough force to further erode her exposed scalp. I shoved her aside and scampered away like a wounded pup, stumbling back to my feet. The girl began to convulse and screech. Her voice echoed across the room, whirling around me in several different pitches and inflections. The sound of a dozen different people, all crying at once. Well, before I could convince myself otherwise, I grabbed the handle of the box cutter and yanked it free. My vision blurred around the edges, and a hot, fiery pain crept through the sinews of my left hand. The meat is spoiled and bitter. It's rotten, the girl cried in a voice that was not her own. The vessel must be fresh. The kill must be recent. No more decay, no more rot. We need to taste the blood while the heart still palpitates. To feast upon the soul while it still squirms and writhes from within those fleshy confines. She lumbered back onto her feet and pursued me once again. I continued through the room, coming to another dark corridor. But before my eyes could adjust, I was tumbling down a flight of stairs and rolling across a sloped cement floor. My limbs sprawled out around me, the box cutter now a few feet away. Oh, my bones ached, my head was fuzzy with a probable concussion. My hand burned as a mixture of lye and quicklime from the corpses had spread into the wound. Searing pain was the only thing keeping me awake, keeping me alert. Above, I could hear the girl's strangled movements as she descended the stairs, twisting and turning her hips to accommodate her unbending limbs. Hastily, I crawled across the floor, retrieving the box cutter. Then I reached out into the darkness, searching for something stable. My fingers gripped a jagged rock edge, and I lifted myself to my feet, balancing against what appeared to be a cobblestone well. For a brief moment, I looked into the well, gazing down into the black abyss below. The darkness swirled and churned, unending, a vortex trying to suck me in like an undertow, wishing to pull me down and consume every last morsel of my being. Then a rancid stench wafted over me, one that was unlike anything I'd smelled in my life. Funneled into my nose and mouth, clinging to my taste buds. It was thick and viscous, it felt like poison. Voices called out from the darkness, young and old, man and woman. Their whispers coalesced into a single chant. Feed me. This went on and on. The voices called for more meat, more blood, more victims, all to satiate a hunger that could not be quelled. Then the girl was running, her hands stretched out before her, fingers like claws as they sunk into my neck. I jammed the box cutter's blade into her sternum, dragging and sawing the edge up her stomach, over her chest and into her throat. Guts and organs spilled out from the laceration, intestines draped across her lower half, an organic skirt of bloody rot. The girl opened her mouth as if to bite me, but before she could, I planted my feet and spun, shoving her over the stone edge and down into the depths of the well. Her body crashed against the bottom with a loud thud. A cacophony of grunts escaped the darkness. Feet padded against stone, Then I heard the sound of chewing and gurgling. Something was eating, and when it had finally stopped, there came a howl.
No!
The voices screamed.
No more rot. No more sting.
I backed away from the well, trying to keep the swarm of turmoil at bay. Trying to keep myself upright and conscious. It isn't enough. The butcher stood at the bottom of the stairs. His cheek bulged with a mixture of stitches and cotton balls, fastened by a large bandage soaked red with blood. Their taste has developed. It's changed. They will no longer accept the dead as tribute. They need more. What the hell is down there? I asked. The butcher shook his head. Sorrow filled his gaze. Exhaustion weighed upon his face. Fulfill your duty. Feed the beast. Blockade the darkness before it spills out onto the streets and floods the gutters. Before it bubbles to the top and consumes us all. You're insane. There's no room for sanity in a world like this. Not anymore. He lumbered towards me on heavy feet. In one hand was a meat tenderizer, and in the other was a long-bladed knife with a tapered end. His eyes were absent of emotion. I was no more than another carcass waiting to be carved. Part 5. The only viable solution is your meat. The answer is your blood. It's in your blood. The butcher asked. Let them taste the metal. Let them feast upon the iron coursing through your veins. Let them devour the marrow of your bones, the protein of your muscles, the chemical stew within your brain. It's the only way to keep them pacified. He swung wide with the mallet. I hastily pulled away, feeling a rush of air brush against my face. Then he thrust toward my torso. Sidestepping, I swiped at him with the box cutter, slashing at his leather apron. The butcher growled through gritted teeth and slammed his forehead against mine. It sent me stumbling back against the well, almost falling in. As he brought his mallet down again, I rolled away, and struck against the stones, sending flakes of dust and debris into the darkness. Meat! The voices chanted from the darkness. Meat! 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 Do you hear their cries? The butcher asked, hacking at me with his knife. They're older than either of us. Your life is nothing in comparison. A speck of sand in the hourglass. Many have died for less. I swung at him again with the box cutter, running that blade's edge down his arm in a curved arc. Blood seeped from the wound, splattering across the basement as he slashed with his knife. Steel glittered against the faint light coming from the room above. A shooting star in the night sky. When the butcher came at me with his mallet again, I leaned out of the way and seized him by the wrist, jamming the box cutter's edge into it, twisting and turning the blade and lacerating the tendons into a bloody mess. The butcher howled and dropped his mallet. Then suddenly his teeth were upon me, sinking into my ear and ripping away bits of flesh. I threw myself against him, and we both stumbled across the room, bumping into the well. He tried to maneuver his knife into my flank, but I slammed my knee against his forearm, crushing it against the well's rocky exterior. I drew my leg back and did this again and again until the bones crunched and his fingers released the handle. The knife clattered to the ground, but before I could seize it, he had his hand around my neck.
Feed us,
the voices called.
Give us his meat.
The butcher swung me around. My back slammed against the rim of the well. Sparks of pain shot up and down my spine, spreading across my shoulders. All flesh is grass, the butcher hissed, spit flying with every word. We're no more than lambs to the slaughter. And your time has come, boy. Your chance to feed them. Be their sustenance. Keep them at bay. Desperately, as black spotters flitted across my vision, I pounded my fist against the butcher's chest. I clawed at his neck, hooking my fingers into the collar of his shirt and stretching the fabric. My eyes fluttered, wishing to close, to dream one last dream before this nightmare finally came to an end. I could feel my strength abandoning me, feel my arms growing weak. Thoughts whirled through the recesses of my mind. Distant things with little stimulation. Images flashed before my eyes. I could see my father handing me the captive bolt gun for the first time, directing my hand so that the barrel pressed against the cow's upper skull, forcing my finger to pull the trigger. Suddenly, I could breathe again, but only for a moment. It was enough to send some of the black spots away. I had one of my hands wrapped around the butcher's mouth now, ripping through the bandage and stitches. My other hand grasped the side of his head, pressing against his ear and the greasy hair. My thumb dug into his eye socket, pushing deeper and deeper as blood pooled around it, slowly trickling down my hand. The butcher opened his mouth to scream, and when his teeth came back down, they clamped against the fingers of my left hand, biting through the skin, bone, and muscle. Oh, he yanked his head to the side, ripping away my pinky and ring finger. Oh, as painful as it was, this brought me more adrenaline, more flowing into my veins, more life into my body. With it came strength, enough to lift my arm and slam it against the pit of his elbow, breaking his hold on me. Then I grabbed the straps of his apron and pulled myself closer to him, close enough to bite down on his nose and rip it away, leaving behind a hole of mucus and cartilage. I could taste the sweat on his skin, the coppery tinge of his blood. First piece of meat I'd eaten since I'd left the farm. As the butcher wailed in anguish, I spit the blood into his eyes, blinding him, distracting him enough to slip away. I made it maybe 2 steps before he had me by the collar of my jacket. At that closer to him, close enough to bite down on his nose and rip it away, leaving behind a hole of mucus and cartilage. I could taste the sweat on his skin, the coppery tinge of his blood. First piece of meat I'd eaten since I'd left the farm. As the butcher wailed in anguish, I spit the blood into his eyes, blinding him, distracting him enough to slip away. I made it maybe 2 steps before he had me by the collar of my jacket. At that moment I thought, fuck it. If I was to be meat, to be a sacrifice, might as well do it with some company. He pulled me back and I thrust myself against him. Together we went over the well's edge, plummeting 10, maybe 15 feet into darkness. His body made contact with the ground, cushioning my descent to some degree. When I came to, I was at the bottom of the well, staring at a cove of broken stone filled with scraps of clothes and discarded bones. Ahead, concealed in the shadows, was an irregular mouth. I blinked away the fog over my eyes, waiting for them to adjust. That's when I saw it. A tangle of rotted corpses stitched together by threads of spewing black membrane. There were over 100 different eyes grafted to the entity, and each one gazed upon me, pupils dilating with fervent curiosity. An animal still trying to decide whether it should pounce or not. My instincts kicked in, and I stumbled to my feet, leaning against the nearest wall for support while pain gradually coursed through me. The entity propelled itself forward. I raised my right hand and yelled, "Wait!" The entity came to a halt, the darkness within stirring impatiently. "You need me." The wreath of bodies and disjointed limbs began to laugh. "Need you?" Yeah. I pointed at the butcher, lying broken and unconscious. "He's of no use to you now. You need someone to acquire your meals, to feed you. Maybe we'll just escape and feed on everyone." "You could do that, but you haven't yet. I think you know why." I was talking out of my ass, grasping at every last rational thought still available. Anything and everything to make sense of this nonsense. Like if you were going to go topside, there'd be no one to stop you from feasting upon every last living organism, I said. You'd consume the whole globe, and then there'd be nothing left. No more reproduction, no more sacrifices, no more meat. And eventually you'd starve. You'd be stuck on an empty planet with nothing to satiate your hunger. Well, whether you care to admit it or not, you need temperance, I continued. You need someone to control your appetite. I could do that for you, but he can't. Not anymore. The assembly considered this quietly. Some whispered among themselves, their lips pulled back into a snarl as if it were a heated debate. I watched with morbid fascination as the collection conferred. Couldn't tell whether it was a single identity or multiple consciousnesses stitched together as one. It all felt like a dream that I may never wake from. "We want only fresh meat," the entity resolved. "No more rot, no more decay." I was desperate to escape, desperate to hold on to this frail existence we call life, and so I agreed. If that's your prerogative, then fine. I can make it happen. I need your help to get out of here. From there, I'll handle the rest. That's when the butcher stirred from his slumber. His eyes rapidly blinked away the vague remnants of unconsciousness. He mumbled under his breath, but before I could make sense of his words, the creature was upon him, pulling him into their mixture of darkness and death. He disappeared into the mass, screaming as the black mucus prized away flesh from the bone, dissolving him no differently than stomach acid. And like that, the butcher was gone. Then the entity was upon me. Several different arms seized my body, hoisting me into the air. I stifled a yelp between clenched teeth, thinking they'd pull me in as well. But instead, they began to scale the cobblestone walls of the well, lifting me out from below and spitting me back onto the basement floor. They paused at the rim, peering over the rocky lip. "We expect great things from you, Butcher. We want sustenance twice every moon cycle. If you fail to uphold your end of the deal, we will not forgive." They then began to descend, sinking back into the abyss. Their voices echoed from within. "And we never forget." I lied there for a while. Couldn't say how long. Time itself seemed frozen. Inside that dank, dark basement, reality had become a distant concern. Society had lost any sense of importance. All those bills and debts and tragic things that come as a natural occurrence of existence were suddenly meaningless. Eventually I picked myself up and sauntered through the underground. I stopped inside the slaughter room to retrieve the med kit from the floor and set it on the counter. I turned on the tap and rinsed my wounds before applying a fair dose of antiseptic solution. It hissed and bubbled with a caustic sting. As tears rolled down my cheeks, I dressed my wounds, applying bandages and sutures where possible. My time at the farm had prepared me in ways I'd never expected. When all was said and done, I took a handful of aspirin, but they did little to numb the pain. Going upstairs and out to the parking lot, I sat in my car and stared at the butcher shop through the rain-streaked windshield. A scream ripped at my throat, but I suppressed it with a fair helping of gin and enough cigarettes to give me a headache. My phone began ringing, so I answered it. "You have that taken care of?" Troy asked. "All good on my end." My voice was frail, barely coherent. "What about you?" "Just finishing up here. It's about as clean as it'll ever get." "Good, great. Look, I'll talk to you later." I hung up and started dialing another number. Rousseau answered after the third ring, but I spoke first. "Your incident has been handled, but there were some issues along the way that'll need to be seen to." I didn't tell him everything because, well, why would I? A hastily explained fabrication sufficed. I told him the butcher had gone mad and attacked me. In the end, I was forced to kill him, but his body, along with the girl, had been disposed of. Then I said something that surprised him, something he didn't quite know how to respond to. "The, shop will be needing a new butcher." I waited a beat, letting it register before adding, "And I'd like to apply for the position." With Rousseau's help, including bribes to city officials and greasing palms of local inspectors, I secured the shop. I've since become the new owner, the sole employee, the butcher on Barker Street. I feed the beast harboring in the belly of the city every full moon, so that no one else has to. I accept the deteriorated corpses of Rousseau's victims, of everyone's victims, and carve them into marketable products to be exchanged for tender. Usually money, but in some cases, favors or feasible sacrifices. Twice a month, I secure a tribute. Someone who won't be missed. Someone the world can forget. It isn't hard to find them. You don't have to look very far. The city is full of inconsequential people. I guess that's a relative affair, though, because in comparison to what lies beneath the surface, none of us truly matter.
Have a good one.
We are an ignorant society, one composed of distracted individuals placidly going about their lives with little regard for the corruption around them. We're all just servants to a system much larger than ourselves, cogs in a machine dominated and operated by shadows. The reach of its corruption spreads wide and far. It sinks its teeth into every establishment, whether we notice it or not. We try to ignore it, try to blind ourselves through menial means such as alcohol or narcotics or reading or any other form of entertainment. But the truth is there. It's always been there. Between the threads of our own self-sewn veils, we are sustenance to satiate the hungry. Some of us serve, some of us eat. But in the end, we all become no more than meat. Well, be honest with me, my dear friends. You didn't see that coming, did you?
I didn't see that coming. That was a pretty good
Started out as
creepypasta.
something and turned into something completely different halfway through. Yeah, that one was very entertaining. A little bit more bloodthirsty and gory than I usually read, but hey, I know you
Rating
guys can deal
tonight?
with it every now and again. Well, that was a bizarre story, wasn't it? What did you think of it? Thoughts, feelings, anything else you want to say in the comment section below the video, and as ever, I will do my best to join in the conversation. Now, that was something of a treat for your Monday evening's entertainment. Now we're back again. Podcast on the second channel tomorrow, back here on Wednesday with a 2-hour story. Not quite sure which one yet, but it's going to be 2 hours long. I know you like the longer ones. Then on Thursday, back over for another podcast. Oof. Then Friday back here. Oh, my week is just full already. Still love doing this for you, although, and I know that you still appreciate the stories. So, my dear friends, you'll sleep well, and remember, it's just a story, isn't it?
My life is full of questions. How do I clean an aioli stain? He was Tide. Do I need to pre-treat guacamole? No, a Tide.
Why do we even buy napkins?
Thankfully, Tide's the answer to almost all of them.
Do crabs have eyebrows?
Except that one.
For all of life's laundry questions, it's got to be Tide.
People who spend thousands on hemorrhoid treatments have finally found a solution to the recurring pain it gives.
I can't claim I was at a low point in my life when the salesman came knocking on my door. It would be easy to say I was desperate and emotionally vulnerable, and therefore fell afoul of his dark powers. It's true that I wasn't entirely satisfied with my life. I had a decent job and a nice home, having inherited a decent amount of money after my mother passed. I missed Mom, of course, but I dealt with my grief as best as I could and moved on. And relationships were always a challenge for me. I'd had girlfriends, but never married, and had no children. I mean, I didn't even really have any close friends. Plenty of acquaintances, but no one I could trust with my inner thoughts and dreams.
So, for Sod, I don't know, people just want to be haters and find new ways to be fucking assholes to me. I don't know. Before Sod, I was shaman tanking, like, before that was like, they're like, oh yeah, brand new spec. It's like, no, it's not. Like, people have been shaman tanking for like 2 decades. Like, people are just really ill or uninformed, I guess. And for Sod, well, basically, my whole shtick is like, oh yeah, look at me, I'm the rank 1 shaman tank, and everyone's like, rank 1 out of like, what, 7 shaman tanks? And then when Sod came by, it's like, you're not rank 1, you don't have rank 1 logs. It's like, you fucking tank, you're not there to top the goddamn meters, you idiots. Like, I don't know, so much haters. But yeah, any dumbass with like with a pulse could play shaman tank is basically what I thought of Sod. So wasn't a big fan of it. It was cool, kind of OP, but it's not as special when like everyone else is able to like shaman tank. That's my opinion on Sod. I guess they did it right. There was like a lot of the things that like we have problems with right now is a mana issue for shaman tank, and AoE threat, and that was, and I guess they gave us a taunt too, so that was like solved with the SOD. I'm gonna die here, aren't I? Ah, fuck it, I'll pop a potion.
Still, this social isolation never truly bothered me. Since childhood, I'd always been a bit of an introvert and content to keep my own company. But it was more than that. I always felt that I was different from other people, an entity who lived amongst humanity but wasn't truly with them. I sensed there was something within me that wasn't quite natural. For a long time, I believed this feeling was a form of mental illness or the result of some kind of repressed childhood trauma. There was so much my mother hadn't told me about my background. In the end, it was the salesman who told me the truth about my heritage. For better or for worse, Pandora's box had been opened, and my life has changed forever. My story spans many generations and links our mortal world with realms beyond human comprehension. But for me, it all began one quiet Saturday afternoon when the enigmatic salesman came to my front door. I only vaguely recall what I was doing on that fateful day. To the best of my recollection, I was searching for holiday deals on my laptop and sipping a cold beer, while a football match blared in the background. I do remember the annoyance I felt when I heard the loud banging on my solid oak door, loud enough to be heard over the television and inside my living room. Saturday afternoon was my time, and I wasn't keen on receiving visitors, especially unexpected ones. I have a Ring doorbell installed, but the visitor chose not to use it, instead banging on my door with an unnecessary force. I shook my head in irritation as I opened the app on my phone, only to discover that I couldn't access the camera feed. I suppose I should have been concerned by this sequence of events. But in that moment, I was more angry than anything else, particularly as the knocking continued and increased in volume. I put my laptop down, paused the match, and got up to my feet, stomping along the corridor as the knocking continued and shouted, all right, I'm coming, damn it!" I was still furious as I twisted the handle and opened the door, preparing to give the unwanted visitor a piece of my mind, but all my anger just melted away as soon as I cast my eyes upon him. It's difficult for me to explain the impact of seeing the salesman for the first time. He was not a particularly attractive or attention-grabbing individual. In fact, he took the appearance of a small and physically meek elderly man, his body stooped over, his hair white and skin wrinkled. He wore a musky-smelling tweed suit and bow tie and propped himself up with a walking stick in one hand, whilst carrying a leather briefcase in the other. My visitor sported a disarming but somehow unnerving smile on his crusty lips, and his brown eyes were lit up with the passion and energy of a much younger man. I didn't find him threatening at first glance. Far from it. Before the salesman even spoke a word, I found myself at ease in his presence, and was no longer annoyed over his intrusion upon my afternoon. I'd never met the man before, and yet he seemed very familiar to me, like he was a long-lost relative who'd suddenly and unexpectedly walked back into my life. I struggled to find the words to address the old man, eventually stuttering my greeting. Hello, can I help you?" The visitor's smile widened as he spoke in an amicable yet somehow chilling voice.
"Good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance."
He held out his bony hand, which I took after only a second's hesitation. I expected his palm to be ice cold, and so was surprised by the warmth of his palm, feeling like a surge of energy had passed from his body to mine.
"My name is Mr. Black, and I am a purveyor of rare books and encyclopedias. I believe my products will be of great interest to an intelligent and open-minded gentleman such as yourself. If you have the time, I would love to come inside and tell you more."
My hand was still in his as I looked into his deep brown eyes, seeing a spark of malice in them for the first time. I experienced a wave of emotions in that moment. Curiosity and wonder, but also apprehension and more than a hint of fear. I don't know how exactly, but I realized that the decision I made in the next moment would define the rest of my life. I could tell the mystery man to leave and go back to my quiet life of ignorance, On the other hand, I could invite him inside and hear what he had to say. And of course, I chose the latter. Sure, come in, I said nervously. The salesman, Mr. Black, or whoever he really was, released my hand, continuing to smile as he nodded his head and walked across the threshold. I moved to one side, allowing him to pass, and watched as he slowly marched down the wood-floored corridor, his walking stick clicking as he went. I meant to call out to him and tell my visitor where to go, but bizarrely, it seemed like he already knew his way around my home, as he immediately walked into the living room, leaving me to follow him inside. Now, before I continue my account, I should explain a couple of things. First of all, I know very well that Mr. Black wasn't an encyclopedia salesman. Apart from anything else, the profession is obsolete in this modern age of online shopping and access to unlimited digital information. Secondly, I did realize my visitor was potentially dangerous, although not in the conventional sense. Mr. Black was not physically imposing, and I thought it unlikely he was armed. He might be a con man, of course, but I sense his interest in me came from something deeper. I cautiously followed him into the living room, noting how he'd already taken a seat in the far corner. He raised his hand, pointing at the couch opposite while saying,
"Please, sir, take a seat."
It was as if our roles were now reversed, and I was a guest in my own home. And yet, I obeyed his instructions without command, taking a seat while I watched him lift open his briefcase. It was only later that I realized all the electronic devices in the room, my television, laptop, and smartphone, were all now switched off, with their screens turned black. Even then, I didn't understand the significance of why this had occurred. I continued watching in awe as the salesman pulled out a fine, leather-backed red book from his briefcase, holding it so carefully, as if it was his most prized possession. I was instantly drawn to the mysterious book which my visitor held in his bony hands. The cover was unremarkable, a maroon color without any motif or title that I could see. The pages were all stained yellow, which gave an indication as to its age. And it had that rather pleasant musky smell you get in old bookstores or university libraries. I'd like to claim that the cover was made from dried human skin or covered by some kind of magical runes, but there was nothing that dramatic. The book itself looked very ordinary, and yet I couldn't avert my eyes from it, somehow sensing that the words contained within were of great importance.
"Behold, sir, the greatest encyclopedia ever written,"
the salesman suddenly announced, drawing my attention back to his grinning, wrinkled face and bright eyes.
"All the answers you will ever need are contained within these pages."
I frowned, looking again at the book and noting its thickness. I reckoned it was around 500 to 600 pages in length, which hardly seemed substantial given the claims the salesman was making. So this is what you're selling?" I asked cynically. The salesman laughed jovially, shaking his head before replying.
"No, sir, I'm afraid not. This book is priceless and sadly not for sale."
I scowled, becoming increasingly suspicious of my enigmatic visitor. "You said you were a salesman," I snapped back.
"I did,"
he replied, seemingly picking up on my increasing hostility.
"The truth is, I have held many positions over the years. Breacher, historian, emissary, salesman. In all cases, the common thread is storytelling."
I scoffed dismissively before saying, "So, what, you're here to tell me a story?"
"Oh, yes, sir."
He beamed with enthusiasm as he began to open the cover.
"I can tell you many stories. This wonderful book is full of them."
"I see," was my cynical reply. "Let me ask you something, old-timer. Have you ever heard of Wikipedia?" I was being deliberately fictitious, of course, challenging the salesman's assertion that his book contained long sought-after answers when I could literally access all the information in the world with the mere touch of a finger. The mysterious Mr. Black looked confused for a moment, as if my question made no sense to him. But eventually he caught on and answered in his typical jovial manner.
"Oh, you mean the World Wide Web? Well, sir, I'm afraid I'm something of a technophobe. But let me assure you, sir, the tales within these pages will not appear on your internet.
He paused briefly to let this sink in. I might have laughed aloud at his audacious claim, but there was a doubt in my mind. I glanced towards my phone, laptop, and television, noting how all of them had switched off as soon as the salesman entered my home. This couldn't be a coincidence, and the implication brought a chill down my spine. The salesman didn't seem to notice my change in demeanor, however, as he was engrossed in his precious encyclopedia, carefully and lovingly turning the pages, his eyes lighting up whilst they scanned the contents. Such was the power of the words contained within.
Now, let's see. What story would be of interest to you, good sir? Perhaps the tragic saga of Emilie de la Roque and her exile to the legendary Isle of Demons.
He flicked through the pages before offering another suggestion.
Or will I tell you the rules of the Shadowlands, where the damned stand in line between heaven and hell whilst they await the Almighty's judgment?
He turned another page, looking up from the book as he shot me a twisted grin and a sly wink.
But let's not beat around the bush, good sir. I know the story you wish to hear. The story of you, your past, your present, and of course, your future.
I snorted again, but with less confidence than before. I still thought he was full of crap, but doubts were creeping into my mind. I tried to make a joke out of it, but my voice was trembling when I asked my next question. You've got a chapter about me in there? The salesman's smile faded somewhat, as did the spark in his eyes as his energy seemed to diminish.
Yes,
he said in a more solemn tone.
You, sir, have a very prominent role in my book.
He proceeded to read me my full name and date of birth, along with cursory details of my early life and education. I raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Of course, these were details he could have obtained through several sources, and on the surface, the whole thing seemed like a scam. But there was more. The salesman was somehow able to confirm my date of birth, which he claimed to be July 13th of 2066. I laughed nervously at this revelation before saying, "So you're a fortune teller as well as a storyteller?"
Oh, no. I cannot tell the future. I merely go by what's in the book. But it's never been wrong yet.
I took a deep breath to compose myself once I realized my body was physically shaking with anticipation. The whole situation was insane, and my logical brain told me that none of this could be true. And yet, I truly trusted the mysterious salesman at that moment. I don't know whether he'd bewitched me with his black magic, or because deep down, I'd always yearned for this self-validation. But at this point, I was hanging on his every word. What else does this book say about me? I demanded impatiently. But the salesman didn't answer, instead looking up from his sacred text and towards the mantelpiece on the far side of the living room. He slowly lifted his right hand and pointed towards the framed picture which took center place.
Your mother?
He asked in a sympathetic tone. I looked at the picture, seeing my mom's smiling face and sparkling eyes. I experienced a twinge of grief as I remembered how much I missed her. I wondered why my visitor had changed the subject and felt frustrated with his lack of answers.
I've been expecting you.
She never told you about your father, did she?
I paused momentarily, confused by the question, but also feeling like he'd hit a raw nerve. She did, I answered defensively. My father died shortly before I was born. The salesman shot me a sympathetic half smile.
That's not true, though, is it? You've always known this deep down, but you couldn't bring yourself to confront your mother. Not even when she lay on her deathbed.
I swallowed deeply, trying to control the flood of emotions I was experiencing, believing the salesman allowed me a moment to process these feelings before he continued to talk.
You wish to know your future, but before you do, you must understand where you come from.
Tell me everything. His reaction surprised me as the salesman frowned, his smile disappearing as his expression darkened.
I think not, sir. I came here with honest intentions, but now I see you are not ready for the truth.
My jaw dropped in astonishment. I couldn't believe what I was hearing and stated as much angrily. No, you can't leave me hanging like this. I must know.
I will leave you with two names. Charles Robinson and Fatima Abraham.
Who the hell are they? I shot back in anger and confusion.
You have the names. Seek them out and hear their stories. Piece by piece, the truth shall be revealed to you. But for now, sir, I will wish you good day and good luck.
With that, the salesman carefully stood up from his seat and slowly walked towards the door. I was literally baffled, not believing that our bizarre encounter could end like this. I had a rush of blood to my head, deciding I could not let him leave without obtaining the answers I needed so badly. In an instant, I jumped up from the couch, reaching for the elderly salesman and grabbing him firmly by the arm. "No more bullshit, old-timer!" I cried furiously. "You're not leaving! I want to read what's inside that damn book!" I didn't expect much resistance from the elderly man, and was astonished when he reacted violently, exerting a near superhuman strength as he pulled free from my grasp and physically shoved me to the floor.
I don't know, tomorrow?
I looked up
I ain't with that
fearfully,
guild anymore,
seeing the
so
salesman transformed into something
I'm locked out to
monstrous.
MC, locked out
his eyes
to
black
Oni,
and his mouth opening to reveal a gaping dark hole.
I don't know where I'm gonna find
He hissed at
a
me like a cat,
BWL
and
this
when he
time.
spoke,
I mean,
his words
maybe
were
there'll
deep
be a
and
BWL.
almost inhuman.
Damn it, sir.
I'm not really
I
that
froze in
interested.
terror,
I still want to get
averting
predictions
my eyes
played
from
out
his
of
hideous second
MC.
face.
Do not test me. Lay your hands on me again, and you will live to regret it.
I didn't need to be told twice, remaining on the floor as the salesman left the room, his briefcase and walking stick in hand as he slowly walked down the corridor. I heard the door slam shut and my heart sank because I knew that this bizarre encounter had changed my life forever. You won't be surprised to learn that I was grasped by a frantic obsession following the salesman's visit. I tried to track him down, searching and contacting every bookstore and sales company in a 100-mile radius, all to no avail. I could not find the mysterious Mr. Black or his unidentified encyclopedia, no matter how hard I tried. And so, all I had to work with was the two names he'd provided me. It's no exaggeration to say that I spent months attempting to track down Charles Robinson and Fatima Abraham. Despite the salesman's distrust of the internet, I used this resource extensively during my long and frustrating search. Obviously, there are thousands of individuals on social media with these names, and I had no additional information, such as their ages or geographical locations. I quickly realized it was pointless contacting random people online, and my best bet was targeting forums which specifically dealt with bizarre and supernatural occurrences, even if I faced many frustrations and dead ends. But eventually, I was able to find the correct Charles and Fatima, amongst the host of trolls and scammers. How could I be sure, you ask? Well, both had received their own visits from the enigmatic Mr. Black, and were able to confirm details about the salesman and his precious encyclopedia without being prompted by me. I was therefore confident that all three of us shared the same, probably supernatural experience, having been picked out by the ghoulish salesman for whatever reason. It's possible that all three of them were in it together, and I was their mark. I did consider the possibility that it was all an elaborate hoax, but for what purpose? I also did my own independent research on the two individuals, and I'm sure they checked me out too. By all accounts, Charles and Fatima were unremarkable people who didn't stand out from the crowd. This was my first impression, at least. There was no obvious connection between the three of us. I won't reveal where I live, but I can provide some details about my companions. Fatima Abraham lives in London, having been born and raised in the UK capital. Her mother was English and her father was Egyptian. Fatima wasn't married and had no kids. She didn't even own a pet as far as I knew. She worked in finance and had few friends. Meanwhile, Charles Robertson hailed from the American Midwest, where he worked as a locksmith and ran his own small business. Again, he was unmarried and childless. I suppose the three of us did share some characteristics. We were all single introverts around the same age. All of us were suspicious of other people, to the extent we could be described as misanthropists. Likewise, we all had comfortable livelihoods but felt unfulfilled. But it was more than that. Fatima, Charles, and I believed there was something missing from our lives, some dark secret that had been kept from us. We all desired to learn this secret, and this was surely why the salesman sought us out, because he had the answers we thought we so desperately needed. As the three of us communicated through private messages, it soon became apparent that Fatima and Charles had more information than I did. The salesman had left me hanging, hinting at the identity of my father and my ultimate destiny, but on the other hand, secrets were revealed to my companions that changed their lives forever. I've made the decision to share their stories here, if only because their fates are linked to my own. I will share their own words, which I received from direct messages up until the point they broke off contact. Charles' tale.
I don't know what to tell you guys about my upbringing. My family wasn't rich, but I was brought up right. I didn't know much about my heritage. Mom and Dad were always cagey on that subject. I knew that my grandfather had changed his surname as a young man, but never knew why, and no one would ever talk about it. I reckon there was likely a dark family secret which had been kept from me. This wasn't something I dwelt on, however. I was a difficult kid. That would be fair to say. I remember being angry much of the time, but never truly understood why. I would frequently get into fights in school and was in no end of trouble. My parents were very concerned about my behavior. It was almost like they were afraid of me. I guess I always felt this rage inside of me. I got better at controlling it as I grew older, but my inner thoughts were often consumed by violent fantasies. These feelings worried me and contributed to my anxiety, but I never talked about them or sought professional help. In fact, this is the first time I've shared any of this. Anyway, my adult life hasn't been anything special. I've survived, but never been happy. I just existed and played the game. I don't know why I started working as a locksmith. I'm not a people person and I secretly hate most of my customers, but the idea of being able to access their homes excited me on some deep level. I was able to intrude upon their private domains and so held a secret power over them. You're probably seeing a lot of red flags here, and you'd be right to do so, but still, I'd repressed these dark impulses and might well have continued to do so if it hadn't been for the salesman's visit. You guys know the score, so I won't repeat it here. When that freak came knocking on my door and started talking about encyclopedias, I was just about ready to tell him to go to hell, but I held my tongue and let him inside my home. I can't explain why, but you guys have been through the same experience, so I know you'll understand. Somehow, I felt like I could trust this stranger, and I needed to hear what he had to say. The next bit you know too. He took that damn book out of his briefcase and started reading. There were a couple of weird stories he started off on. I remember some talk of a hidden museum of the future apocalypse and a phantom bus full of ghosts and ghouls. I don't recall all the details, but these stories scared the shit out of me. But he soon moved on to my own sordid family history. It all goes back to my great-grandfather, you see. His name was Ivan Robson, and he was notorious around these parts. Between 1922 and 1930, Ivan carried out at least 11 brutal murders in the tri-state area. 11 is what he confessed to anyway, although the true number may have been much higher. Ivan was one of the earliest known serial killers in the Midwest, practicing his ghastly trade with a butcher's knife. cutting his victims' throats from ear to ear in savage but meticulously executed attacks. His trademark was to break into the victims' homes while they were out and lay in wait, launching his murderous assaults once they returned home. And guess what? Ivan trained as a locksmith, just like I did. This was how he gained access to the victims' homes, and he used his profession as a cover for traveling from town to town, scoping out his targets while he planned his murders. It's difficult for me to describe my emotions as I listened to these revelations. Shock, of course, and more than a little fear, but the most extraordinary part was how the salesman told the story. He wasn't just reading the words from the book. Well, he was, but it was more than that. When the salesman described the murders to me, he didn't just cover every vivid and gory detail. The words he spoke seemed to hold some kind of dark power. Somehow, I was transported to the murder scenes, feeling the knife in my hand and the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I was in my ancestor's body, hiding in a stranger's home and waiting for them to return. I vividly recall the terror in their eyes as I revealed myself, charging them with my blade in hand.
What's up?
Some fought back fiercely, meaning I had to stab them multiple times before they fell. Others cowered and begged for mercy. It made no difference in the end because I slaughtered every victim without a second thought. In truth, I enjoyed reliving my ancestors' heinous crimes, from the screams of his victims to the smell of their blood. It was like a part of me which had been buried deep inside was finally released, and now I knew who I was. But the bloody string of murders came to an inevitable end when the police caught up with my great-grandfather during the early years of the Great Depression. The detective who caught him was called Underwood, a rising star in the local police force who later joined the FBI. As the salesman described the arrest, I was once again taken aback, possessing my late relative's body as I was thrust into a tight, windowless interrogation room during the hot summer of 1930. Underwood was standing over me, his face red with fury and his shirt covered in sweat as he screamed in my face. I remember being terrified by his overbearing and intimidating presence. It wasn't just that Underwood was physically imposing. There was also a malice in his eyes which was truly chilling. I didn't need to imagine what my great-grandfather was feeling at that moment. I knew he was scared. It's a crazy thing to imagine a serial killer being afraid of a mere cop. But there was a darkness within Underwood that was frightening. When my great-grandfather didn't confess, Detective Underwood beat him without mercy. The torture went on for hours, and I felt every blow my ancestors suffered. In the end, he was forced to sign a confession for the 11 murders. I experienced great anger once I learned how my ancestor was subjected to this treatment, even though I realized he was in fact guilty. Ivan Robson was executed on the 15th of September 1932. The salesman described the execution to me in great detail, and once again I was transported back in time, finding myself strapped into the electric chair, shaking uncontrollably as they read me my last rites and pulled the lever. The electricity flowed through me, causing me excruciating pain as my body cooked from the inside out. And then it all went dark, and I was thrust back to the present, sitting on my couch as the salesman finished reading, before he put the book carefully back in his briefcase and made to leave. I tried to stop him, of course I did. There were still so many unanswered questions in my head, but you know how that goes. The old man doesn't look like much, but he packs a mean punch. And then he left me, having turned my life upside down in the course of one afternoon. I couldn't go back to the way things were, not after everything I'd learned. So I started doing my own research, much like the two of you. As you can imagine, there's been a lot written about my late ancestor. I also came onto these paranormal forums and started asking questions about this salesman guy. That's how I got in touch with you guys, obviously. I appreciate having you both to talk to about this crazy shit. I haven't spoken with my parents. Frankly, I feel betrayed by them both because they hid the truth from me for so long. It's difficult to describe my emotions at this time, but what I feel more than anything else is rage. That anger and lust for violence is no longer buried deep in my psyche. Now, it's at the forefront of my consciousness, and the rage has consumed me. My greatest desire is to seek vengeance on behalf of my ancestor Ivan, and I believe it's my duty to continue his legacy. The focus of my hatred has a name, and it's Underwood. The cop who caught my great-grandfather is long dead, of course, but his descendants still live in this area. In fact, his great-grandson is an attorney right here in my town. I know where he lives, and I can get inside. The fire burning within me cannot be diminished. I will have my revenge.
As you can imagine, both Fatima and I were left shocked and deeply disturbed by Charlie's final sign-off. If we took his words at face value, we'd have to assume that Charlie would commit a murder in the near future. So, what did we do with this information? I suppose the correct course of action would have been to contact the police, and yet we didn't do so. When we discussed his post, we decided the murder threat was likely a hoax, or that he wouldn't go through with it. Deep down, though, I think we both knew this was a lie. I can't speak on Fatima, but I didn't report the murder plot because I wanted to see what would happen. I never did hear from Charlie again, but I was able to piece together the rest of the story through court documents and news reports. On the 23rd of March of this year, a 32-year-old locksmith named Charles Robinson illegally gained access to a private residence in Kansas City. In his subsequent confession to detectives, Mr. Robinson admitted to breaking into the home with the intention of ambushing and murdering the owner, the well-known defense attorney, Caleb Underwood. The accused believed the home would be empty at the time, but was confronted by Mr. Underwood's maid, 25-year-old Isabel Rodriguez. A struggle ensued, which ended in a brutal murder, as Robinson stabbed his victim 13 times in a frenzied attack, killing her in the master bedroom. The accused expressed remorse over the murder of Miss Rodriguez, but decided to follow through on his original plan, moving the maid's corpse to the bathroom before waiting for his target to come home. The detectives investigating the case have praised the bravery of Mr. Underwood, who was able to overpower, disarm, and subdue the suspect until the police arrived. Mr. Robinson has been charged with murder and attempted murder and has been denied bail. It is noted that he is a distant relative of Ivan Robson, the infamous serial killer who committed 11 murders across 3 states during the 1920s and was executed by electric chair in 1932. This was the news report from the time, and I don't mind telling you that the account shocked me to my very core. Charlie had played out his violent fantasies and carried out his great-grandfather's bloody legacy. But he badly botched his murder plot, slaughtering an innocent woman before getting himself caught. Charlie might have been executed like his ancestor, but he never made it to trial. The last report I read confirmed that Charlie Robinson was found dead in his cell on the morning of April 14th. The authorities claimed he'd taken his own life, but I'm not so sure. In any event, one of my contacts was dead, and I still didn't have the answers I needed. I suppose I should have felt disgusted over the whole affair, but in truth, I was frustrated to have hit another brick wall. Now my only hope was Fatima, and she was able to bring another piece to the puzzle. So, I'll tell you her story in her own words. Fatima's tale.
There's not much to say about me. Sure, I could recount my childhood in minute detail, but what would be the point of that? I will say that my parents divorced when I was still young. During my adolescence, I turned my back on my father's faith. We fell out over this disagreement and haven't spoken in years. The truth is, I never had much time for religion. During my student days, I was a committed atheist, filled with a youthful arrogance and anger against the establishment. In later life, I became much more conformist, although I never considered myself a spiritual person. I suppose I had a decent relationship with my mom. We saw each other regularly, and I continued to visit my mother until her sudden passing from a stroke. I grieved the loss, but in all honesty, we were never that close. I had one serious boyfriend after university. We lived together for about 5 years, but gradually grew apart. I remember the day he broke up with me, saying that I'd become cold and distant. I didn't argue and let him go. A big part of me was relieved. I used to be bothered by things like this. It concerned me that I couldn't maintain a relationship and had no close friends. I reckoned there must be something wrong with me, and did seek professional help in my late 20s. But multiple psychiatrists couldn't provide the answers I needed. In the absence of meaningful human interaction, I threw myself into my career. I was always good with numbers, and so pursued this line of work, taking a job as a financial analyst after college and working my way up the corporate ladder. I worked long hours and made good money. By any measure, my career has been a great success. But guess what, guys? I was still not satisfied. You both know the feeling all too well. To feel like a stranger in your own life. A zombie, merely going through the motions and pretending to be a human being. And then the salesman came to my door. My introductions to this mysterious stranger were much the same as yours. I was highly suspicious, but I let him into my home. I guess I was still apprehensive up to the point he took the book out of his briefcase and started to read. From that point onwards, I was transfixed and hanging on his every word. He told me several tales of the unexplained and paranormal, speaking of a red phone box that can communicate with the afterlife, the cursed model village which consumed its creator, and a parallel universe which has become the resting place for countless lost ships and planes. I normally don't go in for such fantastical stories and conspiracies. Throughout my life, I've considered myself an educated and logical woman who had no time for the superstitions of the past. And yet, the salesman's powerful words struck a chord with me, and I felt like he'd reached something deep inside of me, awakening emotions I'd long since buried. And this was before he revealed my true identity. My connection to the past wasn't as direct as it was for Charlie. The dark tragedy in my family's history did not occur within living memory. Instead, the salesman took me back to the 17th century, where a long-forgotten ancestor on my mother's side suffered a grave injustice. My ancestor's name was Mary Claiborne. She was a minister's wife and a young mother of two. Mary lived in Norwich, Norfolk County, during the 1640s, and her short life was not a happy one. Her husband was a Puritan, a real fire and brimstone type who didn't believe in sparing the rod when it came to disciplining his children, or his wife, for that matter. The way the salesman vividly described the violence and abuse was like nothing I've ever experienced before. I can relate to Charlie's account because I felt the immense power of the salesman's words as he read from the encyclopedia. And somehow, I was transported back in time, experiencing my ancestors' torments as if they were happening to me. I'll never forget the terror of being in that isolated rural cottage, facing the cold nights under candlelight, as I fought to protect the young children, son and daughter, from the uncontrollable rage of the minister. It was particularly chilling to realize there was nobody I could call, no one I could turn to for help. I was on my own against this monster. But my ancestor Mary was not entirely helpless. She had powers, you see. The type of powers I would have previously dismissed as nonsense. But now I know that magic is very real. Mary was able to do extraordinary things. Communicate with animals, read people's thoughts, and make objects move without touching them. She used her powers in small ways, but was careful to hide her actions from her husband and the wider community, knowing all too well the serious consequences if she was caught. But the minister knew something was amiss, and this only added to his fury. One night he came home in a blind rage, ranting about the devil's influence and the unholy corruption of his family. He charged up the stairs, his face red as he grasped hold of his wooden cane. Mary confronted her husband at the top of the staircase, but was violently shoved out the way, as her husband made for the children's bedroom. I was in my ancestor's body in that moment, experiencing her acute pain, fear, and anger. I channeled those emotions, using my powers in an act of violent retribution. Without moving from the floor, I unleashed a surge of energy, a righteous, invisible force which threw the minister back down the stairs. This was Mary's action, but we were one in that moment. I was in control, and I felt such power. I enjoyed seeing the shock and terror in the minister's eyes as he tumbled down the stairs, savoring every crack and cry for pain before he hit the bottom. his neck breaking as he collided with the hard floor. I looked down at his dead eyes and felt no remorse, only a grim satisfaction that the monster's life was ended. But then I turned my head and saw Mary's young children standing in the doorway, their teary, shock-filled eyes looking upon the violent scene in disbelief. The salesman dispassionately continued his reading and confirmed Mary Claiborne's fate. On the 12th of September, 1645, my ancestor was sentenced to death in Norwich Crown Court. After being convicted of murder and witchcraft, she was to be burnt at the stake. Given what I now knew about Mary's life and all she'd suffered, I was naturally outraged at the sentence passed down against her. But there was more. Through the salesman's words, I was once again transported back in time to the day of the trial. There I was, in Mary's body, terrified as a baying mob called out for my blood. The magistrate restored some degree of order by loudly banging his gavel, but he soon launched into a furious tirade in which he described Mary as a whore and witch in the service of Satan, before he gleefully sentenced her to burn. I remember the pure hatred and malice in the magistrate's dark eyes as he looked upon me with utter contempt. His hateful glare chilled me to my bones and made me question who was really in league with the devil. But the final memory was, of course, the worst, as I was pulled back to the night of Mary's execution. Once again, I possessed my ancestor's physical form as I was tightly tied to the post with a pile of firewood below me. My whole body shook as I fought against my bonds and cried out for mercy, but I would get none from the hateful mob of Puritans assembled before the pyre, their eyes full of self-righteous anger as they wielded pitchforks and torches and called me every vile name under the sun. A minister spoke some words before the horror began. I can't recall the exact text, but I believe he finished on the phrase, "May God have mercy on your soul," or words to that effect. And then three men stepped forward and set the pyre alight. I cried out, louder this time, my body sweating and eyes bulging as I watched the flames quickly spread. I felt the heat of the fire, starting with the burning of my toes and feet, but soon growing more intense as the flames shot up the stake and engulfed me, melting my skin and flesh in a horrifying inferno. I know that this atrocity happened to my ancestor and not me, but in that memory, I could feel her agony, and it was the most intense pain I've ever suffered. Before I blacked out, I saw the magistrate in the crowd watching Mary's pyre of death. A twisted smile etched across his face as he took a perverse pleasure from her suffering. This was when the salesman brought me back to the present day, and, as you probably guessed, he left my home without elaborating on why he told me this gruesome and tragic tale. There was one more detail he revealed before leaving me. I thought it was irrelevant at the time, and its significance only became apparent after I heard Charlie's story. As you see, the magistrate who sentenced Mary Claiborne was called Underwood. As you can imagine, this revelation has caused me many sleepless nights. I'll confess to having a similar experience to Charlie, as I became obsessed with the words and visions the salesman had shared with me, to the point where every other part of my life was neglected. I took a leave of absence from my job and spent every waking hour pursuing the mystery. I can find no direct connection between Caleb Underwood and Kansas City and the Norfolk magistrate who burned my ancestor at the stake. I have been able to trace the lineage of Magistrate Underwood, however. His aristocratic family is a prominent one in English society, and one of his descendants is now a UK government minister. I know this sounds crazy.
Hello, my name is Kim Twooie. I'm hosting a new podcast series from the Canadian Museum of History. It's called
Acti, particularly after what happened to Charlie. But I too have become obsessed with the desire for revenge against Underwood. I've tried to tell myself that it's madness and I need to let it go, but I can't do this. I also realize the risks are great, but I am not powerless. I see now that my ancestor's blood runs through my veins, and I have inherited her great power. I've been practicing over the last number of weeks, and have honed my natural-born skills, learning the ways of my ancestors as I plot my revenge. I can do this. I need to do this. For Mary.
That was the last communication I received from Fatima. and sadly, you can probably guess what happened next. I didn't need to go searching for news this time, because the story received international coverage. On the 15th of May, UK Education Minister Thomas Underwood was attacked and seriously wounded during a public appearance outside a secondary school in South London. The assailant had been identified as 31-year-old Fatima Abraham, a finance worker from the city with no previous criminal convictions. Witnesses say Miss Abraham approached the minister as he was greeting press and members of the public. She was somehow able to slip past Underwood's security team and stab him with a knife concealed under her sleeve. Mr. Abraham was wounded but not incapacitated, managing to fight off his attacker and throw her down to the pavement. Miss Abraham then picked up her weapon and launched a second attack, despite warnings from police officers on the scene. She was subsequently shot by a plainclothes detective. Officers attempted to perform CPR on the assailant, but she died on the scene. Meanwhile, Mr. Underwood was rushed to the hospital, where doctors performed surgery on a deep stab wound in his right shoulder. The government spokesman has since confirmed that the minister's injuries are not life-threatening, and he is expected to make a full recovery. The Metropolitan Police have stated that Miss Abraham has no history of violence and no known links to any extremist or terrorist groups. Investigating officers are currently looking for a motive. I deleted all my messages from Fatima after reading about her botched attack. By this point, I was in a state of disbelief. The salesman had provided me with 2 names, and now both were dead, both having attempted to murder men called Underwood. The name did resonate with me, but as hard as I racked my brains, I couldn't remember where or when I'd first heard it. I threw myself into frantic research and did find many important public and private individuals called Underwood, men and women in politics, media, finance, and so forth. These Underwoods were seemingly unconnected and spread through the English-speaking world. There were many other variations of that surname in various different languages. Still, there was no common thread that I could identify. It's no exaggeration to say that I was driven to the edge of insanity by this seemingly unsolvable mystery. I could not sleep at night because every time I closed my eyes, I saw the salesman's grinning face, Charlie hanging in his jail cell, and Fatima bleeding to death on the street. I just couldn't understand why all this was happening and what it had to do with me. It was during one of those sleepless nights when the salesman returned. I was lying fully clothed on my bed, staring up at the dark ceiling, exhausted but unable to sleep. The clock had just turned to 3 a.m., and that's when I heard a familiar, loud knocking on my front door. I instantly shot up in my mattress, all my senses heightened as a surge of adrenaline shot through my veins. I practically ran to the front door, sparing no thought for my personal safety as I opened it and came face to face with the shadowy figure standing on my doorstep. His face was illuminated by my porch light, but even so, it took a moment for me to recognize him. It was the salesman, of course, the apparently paranormal entity who went by the name of Mr. Black, but he looked different from the last time I'd seen him. Gone was the spark in his eyes, and his wide grin had disappeared. Instead, the poor man looked as if he'd been dragged to hell and back and was practically on the brink of death. I stood in the doorway, my jaw dropping in shock as I found myself lost for words. In the end, it was the salesman who broke the silence, speaking to me in a deep and raspy voice.
Good evening, sir. I apologize for the late hour of my visit. May I come in?
I paused for only a second before replying enthusiastically, Yes, of course. I made way for the elderly visitor, watching with some degree of sympathy as he struggled down the corridor whilst relying on his walking stick to keep him steady. It seemed that his physical condition had deteriorated in the months since his last visit, but my primary interest was the familiar briefcase he carried in his left hand, because I knew what it contained, the knowledge I desired most in the world. I followed him into my living room, turning the lights on as I impatiently watched the salesman struggle over to his seat. I was frustrated that he didn't open his case and pull out the encyclopedia. Instead, he simply stared at me with bloodshot eyes. There was another tense pause before he spoke, and I sensed a sadness in his words when he did so.
So, you tracked down Charles and Fatima?
I did.
And you know what happened to them?
I do.
So, there is a question you want to ask me.
There is. Who is Underwood? The salesman appeared deep in thought for a moment, breaking eye contact as he slowly nodded his head.
Underwood. Yes, my employer has used this name for some time.
He trailed off without offering further explanation. But there's hundreds of Underwoods, I exclaimed in angry frustration. The name comes up again and again throughout history, but there's no connection.
No connection you can find. You think of these Underwoods as individuals, but in actual fact, they are all vessels of my employer. All are the one and the same, be it the magistrate, the detective, the attorney, the government minister, and of course, your father.
Those last two words hit me like a ton of bricks. I was shocked, of course, but also filled with an excitement I can hardly describe, as the truth was finally revealed to me. My father? How is this possible?
Oh, it's possible,
the salesman answered solemnly. I noticed how he took little to no pleasure in revealing this information to me. In fact, he almost seemed guilty as he struggled to meet my gaze.
Your mother no doubt had her reasons for keeping the truth from you. But my employer's blood runs through your veins. Your heritage brings great power, but also considerable expectations.
What do you mean? I demanded. I was quickly growing tired of the salesman's cryptic answers and noted how his tone darkened before he continued.
My employer has worked tirelessly throughout the centuries to shape the history of humanity. During this time, he has attempted to recruit many mortals to his cause, but the results have been disappointing. Take Mr. Robinson and Miss Abraham as two examples. We had high hopes for both, but alas, they both came up wanting.
What does that mean?
Your friends were tested and they failed. My employer expects you to do much better. You are his flesh and blood after all.
What does he want me to do? The salesman shot me a half grin, and for a moment I thought I could see some spark come back into his sunken eyes. He didn't answer my question, not directly anyway. Instead, he changed the subject and asked a question of his own.
You look unwell, sir. Have you been sleeping?
I was baffled and irritated, struggling to find the words to reply. No, of course I haven't. He said thoughtfully, as he carefully reached into his briefcase. I yearned to see the encyclopedia emerge, but instead, he surprised me by pulling out what looked like a business card. I looked on in confusion as the salesman sat up from his chair and struggled across the room towards me with the card in hand.
You really should see a doctor, sir. You can't take your health for granted, not when there's so much important work ahead of us.
With that, he carefully placed the business card on the coffee table in front of me before heading towards the door. I looked over at him and was tempted to shout out, but instead, I glanced down at the card on my table, and then I understood. Because the text read, Dr. Mark Underwood, MD, family physician, open to new patients. I heard my front door slam shut as the salesman walked out into the night, but now it no longer mattered. I knew what had to be done, and it was up to me to prepare for the grisly task to come. I didn't waste any time in planning my next move. After obtaining all the information I could on my target, I destroyed my electronic devices, donned gloves, a scarf, and a baseball cap, and armed myself with a .38 revolver and stiletto dagger. Because you see, it wasn't my intention to confront this Dr. Underwood and demand answers. My plan was to kill him. People hearing this confession might be confused by the sudden and drastic escalation in my actions. After all, I am a man with no previous criminal history or inclination towards violence. I had no reason to hate Dr. Mark Underwood or wish him harm. The salesman had informed me that a man called Underwood was my father, and I believed him, but this Dr. Underwood was the same age as me, and so couldn't possibly be my parent. None of that mattered, however. It seemed all those Underwoods were one and the same, vessels for a greater, unseen power. All the pieces were in front of me now. I finally understood what was required of me. Charlie and Fatima had both failed in their missions. They both come from a place of anger, seeking vengeance against those who'd wronged their ancestors, but I was going into this with a clear head, and I felt no moral qualms about ending the vessel's existence. I would kill him and fulfill my destiny. I arrived at the address in the car, which was located off a busy commercial street, and I slowly walked along the pavement with my head down and a cap covering my face as I tried to avoid attention and conceal my identity from any CCTV cameras. My weapons were hidden in my jacket pockets. The gun was my primary and the dagger my backup, but I wouldn't draw my revolver until the last possible moment. I arrived at the front entrance of the surgery, pausing as I read the motif name printed on the glass door and confirmed I had the right address. I'd purposely arrived at lunchtime, when the surgery would be closed and near empty. I therefore expected the door to be locked, and so was surprised to find it left open. It all seemed a little too easy, and I'll admit to feeling a pang of apprehension in that moment. But this soon passed as I carefully pushed open the door with my gloved hand. I entered the reception area and found it abandoned. Even the front desk was unattended, as presumably the receptionist was out for lunch. So far so good, I thought. Next, I walked behind the reception and soon found Dr. Underwood's office, discovering the door wide open. I hesitated for a time as I cast my eyes upon my target, watching him as he typed on his keyboard and remained engrossed in his work. Underwood was a handsome man, neat and well turned out, but surprisingly unremarkable. There was nothing to mark him out as a paranormal entity or indeed anything other than a dedicated family physician. I had serious doubts in that moment, fearing I'd made a terrible mistake, and I stood frozen with indecision in the doorway, my hand on the butt of my gun as I desperately tried to decide what to do next. It didn't take long for the doctor to notice me. He must have sensed my presence or spotted the shadow I cast, because he called out to me without looking up from his computer screen.
I'm afraid the surgery is closed. Please come back later.
I didn't answer, instead slowly removing the gun from my jacket pocket. He tutted in annoyance, turning his head away from his monitor. But once he saw me, Dr. Underwood's eyes lit up with recognition, even though I'd never met him before.
Ah, it's you,
he exclaimed amicably.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
He frowned when he saw the gun in my now shaking hand.
So, that's how you plan to do it?
He asked, more with curiosity than concern.
Well, sir, let's get on with it then.
With that, he surprised me by leaping up from his chair and physically jumping on top of his desk. He crouched on all fours, his eyes filled with a predatory zeal as he hissed like an angry cat and showed me his concerningly sharp teeth. I was frozen in shock, reacting too slowly as I raised my gun and aimed. A split second later, the doctor-turned-monster launched himself off the desk and leapt towards me with his eyes wide and fangs exposed. I screamed in terror, firing a single shot, which missed the target. Underwood hit me like a freight train a second later, pushing me out of the room and pinning my body to the carpet while the gun was simultaneously knocked out of my hand. He was on top of me now, saliva dripping from his fang-filled maw as he held me down firmly.
Come on, my boy. Is that all that you can muster?
He snarled in cruel mockery. With that, he wrapped his hands around my throat and started to squeeze. I couldn't breathe as he slowly strangled me. I gasped for air as my eyes bulged. I must have been blacking out, but I was determined not to die like this. Digging deep into my reserves, I reached into my pocket and withdrew the dagger, thrusting it deep into my attacker's thigh. He cried out in pain and loosened his grip upon my throat. This gave me an opportunity. I kicked out with all my strength, forcing Underwood off me. He staggered as blood poured from the wound in his leg, but Underwood was far from beaten. I went for him again with the dagger, but he easily dodged the attack, punching me hard in the nose and throwing me back into the office. I pulled myself up from the floor and turned just as Underwood launched a new attack. I held out the knife, but he grabbed my wrist and twisted, forcing me to drop the blade. I barely had time to recover before he hit me again and shoved me back down to the ground. Stunned and terrified, I watched as Underwood calmly walked over to where the knife had fallen, stooping over and picking it up.
Very disappointing. I expected so much more from you, my son.
That certainly had struck a nerve, and I knew it was now or never. I scanned the floor, catching sight of my silver revolver only inches from where I lie. Underwood was now advancing on me, knife in hand as he prepared to finish the job. I darted across the floor, grabbing hold of the gun and rolling over before I lifted the weapon and aimed. Underwood was right on top of me, but this time I had the drop on him. I squeezed the trigger, firing 1, 2, and then 3 shots. Underwood was struck 3 times in the chest. He barely reacted at first, looking down at surprise at the blood leaking from the bullet wounds and seeping through his previously white shirt. He looked at me in his last moment, managing a half smile as he said,
"Well played, sir."
And with that, I dropped heavily to the floor and didn't get back up again. I continued to hold the smoking gun in my shaking hand, hardly believing what I'd just done. And suddenly, I became aware of a new figure standing in the doorway. I spun around and aimed, but held my fire once I recognized a familiar face. It was the salesman, his trusty briefcase in hand, and his sunken eyes emotionless as he looked over the dead Dr. Underwood before turning his attention towards me.
Congratulations, sir. You have succeeded where so many others have failed. Now, I believe it's high time you met my employer.
I was still trying to work out what he meant when I suddenly became lightheaded, my eyes slowly closing as the darkness took me. I awoke in a strange and frightening place, experiencing a stifling heat as I pulled myself up from a rocky surface and adjusted my eyes to my new surroundings. Inexplicably, I had been transported to a dark and foreign realm, finding myself inside what looked like a great hall carved from rock and dimly illuminated by burning torches. I slowly and cautiously walked upon my shaking legs, scanning the hall in fearful awe whilst noting the high ceiling above me. The light from the wall-mounted torches allowed me to see the guards lined up on either side of a long walkway, which cut down the middle of the hall. These soldiers looked like men, although I suspected they weren't of the mortal realm. They all wore bronze armor and helmets like those of a Roman centurion, and each was armed with a long spear and round shield. The guards stood in tight formation, not moving a muscle as I sheepishly walked past them, although I noticed how their dark, menacing eyes closely followed my progress. I continued walking towards the front of the hall, which was dominated by a great throne of cold iron, and upon it sat a giant wearing black robes, bald-headed but with a crown of thorns placed atop its huge skull. Again, he took the appearance of a man, but he must have been at least 8 feet tall and was well built to boot, with his bulging muscles visible underneath his robes. He was eating when I approached him, greedily devouring a large slab of red meat on the bone, the blood pouring down his chin while he washed his meal down, taking large gulps from a substantial golden tankard filled with God knows what. He finished eating and thoughtlessly tossed a bone to the ground. I watched as a ragged man in chains scurried across the floor and scooped up the discarded bone, while a second figure, a woman, refilled the giant's tankard without comment. Both appeared to have the status of slaves in this hellish realm, and they soon meekly disappeared into the shadows.
Fucking drink. I am waiting on you, healer. I'm not pulling until I see that. There you go. This guy takes forever. He should be insta drinking after every pull.
It was only when I got closer that I recognized this meek individual. It was the salesman, his head bowed as he maintained a tight grip on his book of red leather, the fabled encyclopedia, which was the source of his power and knowledge. But the salesman was obviously submissive to the giant who sat upon the throne, and so I forced my attention upon him. The giant saw me approach, his cold eyes of icy blue lighting up in anticipation as he formed his bloody lips into a cool smile.
There he is. Here is the man of the hour, my own flesh and blood, come to claim his rightful place by my side.
I stood at the foot of the mighty throne, looking up in awe as I struggled to find the words to respond. What are you? I sputtered nervously.
Come now. You are an intelligent young man, and so surely you can guess my identity. In truth, I go by many names, both in this realm and the world above. I am king here, but you may call me Father.
The last word hung in the air, and the chilling implications made me feel sick to the stomach. What had I gotten myself into? Was this the destiny I had sought for so long? What do you want from me? The demon's sadistic grin widened before he replied.
I want you to be the man you were born to be. You have passed your first test, but there is much work to be done. Bring me the book.
He clicked his fingers, and the salesman sheepishly walked up to the throne, reluctantly handing over his precious encyclopedia, which his master snatched up in his huge hand. He aggressively flipped through the pages while his servant slipped back into the shadows, and then the demon, who claimed to be my father, started to read, and his spoken words transported me to another place and time, as I witnessed visions of my future. Firstly, I found myself standing on a podium decorated with banners and flags, giving a victory speech to a fanatical crowd of cheering supporters. My supporters, a cult dedicated to serve me. Next came a vast military procession down a wide street, which I observed from a balcony high above. Thousands of black-clad troops marched in tight formation, saluting towards me as they goose-stepped upon the asphalt. They were soon followed by tanks and other military hardware, while a squadron of fighter jets flew above our heads. Then came a vision of a prison camp surrounded by a barbed wire fence and guard towers. Inside of a cordon with thousands of emaciated, beaten-down prisoners, their eyes filled with fear and hunger as they pleaded for mercy they would surely not receive. It's fair to say that I was extremely disturbed by the images filling my head, but it only got worse, as the demon's chilling words brought me to some very dark places. I saw a city engulfed by flames, a mushroom cloud towering over ruins as millions were surely killed in a nuclear inferno. More horrific images of war and suffering followed, and I realized that I was responsible for this future apocalypse. And eventually, I abandoned the devastated Earth, looking down upon the planet's ravaged surface from orbit as I was blasted into the stratosphere. And finally, I stood within a vast dome biosphere, looking out upon a red, lifeless desert. Those living beside me were the most fanatical and loyal supporters. These folks were dedicated to me and my vision, and were here to help me build a new world, while billions were left behind to suffer and die on our doomed home planet. With that, I was returned to the hellish throne room, my body shaking as I looked into the ruthless blue eyes of my demonic so-called father. I was revolted and felt a fiery defiance deep in my belly, finding the courage to stand up to this monster sitting before me. This is horrifying! The demon merely shrugged his shoulders before responding.
That depends on your perspective. I consider this as the necessary march of history.
It's monstrous, and I will not be part of it. I instantly regretted my outburst, as I expected the demon to react with fury, but instead, he retained his cool composure, his horrific grin barely faltering as he spoke his words through clenched teeth.
I think you will, my child. You forget that my blood runs through your veins, and in truth, I know you better than you know yourself. I know the darkness which dwells deep inside of you, the savagery, cruelty, the lust for absolute power just waiting to break out.
He briefly paused to let that ominous sentence sink in.
And there's another reason. The events you've witnessed, the words in this book, and the events of the war to come. This will happen with or without you. And you do not want to disappoint me, my son. Failure comes with a heavy price.
He clicked his fingers, and the two figures emerged from the shadows behind him. It was the two slaves who had served his food and drink, the man and the woman. I had barely looked at them before, but now I saw their terrified faces and their mad, bloodshot eyes. There was a sudden spark of recognition in my exhausted brain, as I thought back to the photographs on the social media accounts and news reports. The chained slaves were Fatima Abraham and Charles Robinson. They had both failed the Demon King and were now condemned to serve him for all eternity, trapped at the whim of his cruel sadism in this hellish realm. And I knew this would be my fate too, if I refused him. I was left speechless, looking down at the rocky ground, as I couldn't bear to see the suffering of my former companions.
Well, now you know the truth, my boy. It's time for you to return to the mortal realm. Think carefully about what I have said, and know that I am always with you.
He clicked his fingers once again, and I was consumed by darkness. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I was back on the couch in my front room, back where this had all begun. I've had much time to think since my extraordinary experience, but I can't find any logical explanation for what I've been through. The murder of Dr. Underwood went unsolved. The police and media believed he was killed during an attempted robbery gone wrong. There was no evidence of my involvement of the murder, or any links discovered between Fatima, Charlie, and me. It was like everything had been covered up by a hidden power. The only conclusion I can come to is that it's all genuine. It's not just what I've seen and heard. I can feel it deep in my bones. The darkness inside me is all too real, and I can't suppress it any longer. I don't know whether the future I've seen is set in stone. Perhaps the apocalyptic war can be avoided. Maybe I can prevent it if I make different decisions. Or alternatively, the war could well be doomed, and the best I can do is save a select few who can start again. One thing's for certain, however. I have been chosen for this great task, and I've proven my worth in my Father's eyes. The future is mine to shape, and I will not fall short. I'll never tell you my name, but you will come to know me very well in the coming years. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an election to campaign for.
That's it. Like over an hour. I found a strange YouTube live stream. Did you now?
Echoed the machine in the empty back room by the door as my employee identification card swiped it. It was a long walk to my car. The restaurant I worked at was right on the beach. Well, basically on the water. Maybe 200 feet of coast separated the mangrove from the Atlantic Ocean, or probably even less. This meant I had to park pretty far away, because the only parking spots by the beach were paid parking. As usual, I wandered through the street-lit beachside town across silent roads to my Toyota Camry. But don't let the silence and inactivity of tourists fool you. An hour ago, I was up to my knees in orders, though we were only open till 9 on Tuesdays. And with the mangrove closed, pretty much everybody cleared off the beach. After all, we were open later than anything else out there in my puny town. I was still sweating from the busy night as I reached my car. It was covered with dew as the cool night air replaced the sweltering beachside heat of the day, and I leaned against the driver's side, pulling out my tips from the night. I thumbed through the bills, then added the tips I'd received on credit in my brain. $174. I nodded, pleased. Pretty good. I stuffed it back in my apron and got in the car. Now the usual question hit me. What the hell am I gonna listen to? I went to Spotify and scrolled through my playlist, trying to find a song I was in the mood to hear. I'd heard all of them 100 times though, and the radio wasn't any better. The only stations in town were pop and country, and I didn't want either. I sat there for probably about 5 minutes before I decided it didn't matter and just wanted to go home. But then I decided to check YouTube. Lots of niche music pops up on there, and maybe I'd find a hidden gem. But after a little longer searching, I determined the 25-minute drive in silence was preferable to wasting my time in the parking lot. I then noticed something under the recommended section. It was a live stream of music called Relax FM. I shrugged. I pressed it, and a moment later, a song I'd never heard before met my ears. I couldn't tell you the name, but the sound was haunting. The somberness of the piano captivated me, thematically and ever so slightly out of tune. And as the song went on, the strange ambience of the instruments and the singer's pained falsetto pulled me in. Damn, what is this? I thought. I like this. And just like that, my 25-minute drive home was filled with the quaint music of Relax FM. It played a mix of lo-fi hip-hop, smooth jazz, piano music, and on occasion, an acoustic song. Most of the music wasn't popular. I'd heard almost none of it before. Since I felt like I'd heard every song in existence on my way home from work, this was quite the relief. When I got home that night, I was already addicted to it. My parents and brother were already asleep, and I swung by the kitchen, microwaving a bowl of ramen before heading up to my room. I sat behind my desk, blowing on the noodles to cool them down before I logged onto my computer. I pulled up Relax FM. Now that I wasn't driving, I noticed the video. On the screen before me was a picture of a girl. She had long, dark black hair and bright, calm blue eyes. Her skin was pale, like she'd never left the room in which she was pictured. And she was leaning back in a chair, wearing a midnight blue crop top and black shorts. Her hair draped over her shoulders, coating her back as she relaxed. Her room was mostly normal, except for the fact outside the window on the left side of the screen, one could see she was in outer space. The moon was off in the corner, and the sky was alit with twinkling stars. The walls were metallic sterling, but were coated with posters here and there, and a lamp sat on the nightstand, cascading the room with a tranquil yellow glow that clashed with the blue light coming from the galaxy outside. It was almost a still picture, but parts of it were slowly moving. She blinked now and then. Also, she was typing on a keyboard at her desk. If I listened very, very closely, I thought I might be able to hear her fingers tapping the keys. The stars outside were twinkling, and you could see the girl's stomach rise and flatten with every breath. I noticed on her desk was a book labeled Andrea's Diary. I sighed, studying the video. It was soothing to look at. Though this was obviously a hyper-realistic animation, the way she moved on occasion, like adjusting her seat or brushing her hair with the side of her fingers, made her almost seem real, like I was looking through a window into her room. I noticed a radio in the back of the room, as if the music playing from the video were coming from it. I'm glad I found this, I decided as the music lulled me into drowsiness. At last, I shut it off for the night and climbed into bed. The music I'd heard that night swirled around in my head, and I fell asleep in no time. That was the beginning of the very strange turn my life took. It started out so normal, just me listening to music on my way home from work. I didn't think it could have become so strange. As the week went on its slow progression to Friday, whenever I'd get out of school, I'd listen to Relax FM on my way to work. I didn't really listen to anything else anymore. It was like it hypnotized me or something. And speaking of hypnotizing me, Andrea, the girl in the video, she was starting to feel like someone I knew. I know this is embarrassing, seriously, but I was pretty lonely at the time. I had my best friend, my parents, and my younger brother, and that was about it. I didn't have any girls in my life, and I contribute that mostly to how I was starting to feel. Most of the time, when I wasn't listening to the station, I tried to ignore those awkward thoughts. The idea that I was starting to fall in love with a girl in a video, but when I was alone in my car, on the peaceful drives home from work, or awake in my room late at night, lying in bed listening to it, I couldn't deny it. I felt like I was getting to know her, like the songs were her, and they made me feel good, so it was like she made me feel good. Yeah, it's cringy, I know. That's what loneliness does to a man. And trust me, I wasn't thrilled about this, and I really tried my best to pretend it wasn't happening, but Andrea, that girl in the video, she was pulling me in, and I couldn't help it. I started feeling so weird that I looked into it myself, the science behind how a rational human being can feel an attraction to a character in a TV show or book. From what I could find, your brain doesn't really determine the difference between characters and people, between pixels, pages, and skin. Your brain is pretty easily fooled. Think about, for instance, the main character of a show you watched growing up. When you think back to that character, you feel like you love them. almost like they're your friend, but they aren't real, and never were. And you know that, but you still love them. You literally love them the way you love your real friends. At least subconsciously you do. When you aren't applying the filter of practicality and understanding of the fact that they are fictional, in the pure and utter sense of the feeling, you love them the same way. The same thing with your favorite couple on a TV show. You found them adorable, and when they kissed for the first time, you felt butterflies in your own heart. Sometimes you think to yourself, I wish I had a relationship like that. But they don't have a relationship. They aren't real, and neither is their love. However, your brain can't tell the difference. That was kind of how this was. Yeah, Andrea was just a girl in a video, but my brain didn't know the difference. She had a body and a face, and the music was her attitude, her spirit. She was completely enough to trick my lonely self. But still, I was a rational 17-year-old guy. If I wasn't in a trance by myself listening to the music. Ugh. I cringed at the thought of me feeling that way. I knew it was asinine and awkward to say the least. I definitely didn't mention it to my friends or family. When Friday came, my friend Adley and I hung out pretty much all night just gaming together. I didn't listen to the station at all. Instead, we listened to our regular mix of classic rock and post-hardcore that accompanied our conquests in the game. This is where I started to feel awkward. As much as Relax FM wouldn't suit what we were doing, I wanted to see Andrea. I felt humiliated at the thought. I began having wished I could text her, like Adley was texting his girlfriend between games. I wished I could call her that night. It falsely excited me to think about, but she was fake. A GIF on a screen.
Yo, Tony.
Adley grinned, nudging my shoulder.
You alright there, man?
Yeah.
Bro, you're Katie's ass tonight.
I know. I guess I'm just kind of off in my own world tonight.
Why is that?
The match ended, and I glanced at the scoreboard, noticing I came in second to last on our team with 7 kills and 20 deaths. Yeah, trash. Adley sat up, facing me. He had dark features and a strong sincerity in his eyes.
Something going on, man?
No. Well, I mean, besides the usual, just lonely, I guess. You know?
Bro, I told you before, girls ain't that big of a deal. You don't need a girl to be happy.
And right there, I realized I was worse off than I'd originally thought. I wanted to tell him about Andrea. I actually wanted to share with him that I was attracted to some girl on a YouTube live stream. Explain to him how I felt like I really knew her, how she felt real, how I felt like I just wished I could talk to her. I made sure not to mention any of it. At least I was sane enough to do that. I know, Adley, it's nice to have company sometimes, you know? Adley's phone lit up, revealing a text from his girlfriend, Cheyenne. Babe, it said. We chuckled, and I said, see, like that, the company. I wish I had a girl to text right now. It just makes everything so much more interesting.
You'll have that again. Don't get so worked up about it.
I don't get it. I went on, figuring Adley didn't want to hear it, but I had to get it off my chest. It's not like I'm some shy loser. I talk my ass off. Everywhere we go, I try to get to know people. I'm never awkward in social situations, I think anyway. He conceded with a nod to my relief. Hell, if I think a girl's pretty, I talk to her, but it never works out. They always just say they're my friend in the end, and then ignore me unless I hit them up.
It's the town, man. Girls here like college guys, not moron parkourists that can't shut up to save their own life.
I laughed bittersweetly. It was funny, but he was also right. My mind went back to Andrea. She was always there. Every time I looked up Relax FM, I'd find her. She didn't leave me on red. She didn't look awkward to see me, glancing left and right when I talked to her in person, as if to make sure no one else was watching. She didn't hit me up first or invite me to places, but she couldn't. She was stuck in the computer, after all, so I couldn't be mad at her for that. And somehow I felt like if she could, she would. Around 11 o'clock, Adley drove over to his girlfriend's house, and I was left alone. Usually, I hated when he left. The night went from fun and distracting, playing video games with my best friend, to lonely and eye-opening. I'd sit there thinking about how this was a Friday night, and I wasn't at a party or with my girlfriend, but alone in my room, doing nothing. But tonight, I was happy he left, because now I could go on to Relax FM. I shut off all the lights in my room. I sat down at the desk, feeling the cool breeze from the ceiling fan as I typed it into the search bar. I started to feel butterflies, like I was about to call my crush. When I clicked on the video, I noticed two things out of the ordinary. One, instead of typing on her computer, she was sitting up, scribbling something into her diary. Secondly, unlike the usual 230 or so people watching, I was the only one, the only listener on Relax FM. This really surprised me. Now, it really felt personal, like it was just me and her. This is when I got really carried away. I decided to talk to her. I felt incredibly apprehensive at first, but as the music drugged my ability to consider the actualities of the situation, I let my emotions take over. The song playing was called Memory, from some 90s anime. A rainy mood was added into the background, making it sound like a storm was quietly brewing in the distance. Hey, Andrea, I began. It's me, Tony. I've been listening to your music for about a week now, and I like it. Good taste in music. It's really different from what I'm used to hearing. I paused, overwhelmed with shame that I was doing this, but I swallowed it. I knew that I could really enjoy this moment if I got past the embarrassment. I refused to think about it and continued. I know you can't talk, but that's all right. I'm getting to know you through your music. I like how calm you are. Honestly, when I'm leaving work at night, I just look forward to seeing you. I cringed again. I pushed through the humiliation. Really, you just calm me down. No matter how stupid the night is, Look, I know you're not real, but it's like, to me, you are. I wish the YouTube account behind the video wasn't simply called Relax FM. I hope that maybe the girl was the actual content creator, and her name was really Andrea. After all, the girl was realistic enough to be an actual person, maybe just with some sort of video filter. And if that were the case, then maybe I could reach out to her. But at the same time, I was glad that wasn't the case. What if I did, and the girl didn't actually act the way I thought she would, or she didn't like me at all, like a lot of girls do? I talked to her a little longer that night, but the music calmed me down to the point that I decided I should get some sleep. This was really unusual for me. Most of the time I'd be up well into the night on the weekends, bored and watching YouTube videos to get my mind off life, but Andrea had relaxed me to the point that I just wanted to lie in bed and dream about her. I climbed under the covers and simply listened to Relax FM, thinking of her. I imagined her next to me, wished I could hold her. Before long, I was off into a peaceful sleep. That morning, something very strange and beautiful happened. Just as I woke up, the song playing on my computer abruptly skipped. I thought it strange because I had never heard anything like that happen on.
Be careful. Tonight, Phil's 4-year-old asked, "Why is water wet?" It took Phil buckets of water, puppets, and 3 hours to answer. Let the frosted greatness pat you on the back. Snacking that hits the spot.
At Fisher-Price, we know babies learn best when they're having fun. That's why we're here with a friend that's designed to teach
Learn something new.
and built to love. Laugh and learn Puppy and Sis, only from Fisher-Price. Childhood starts here.
Relax FM. It was always a steady stream of music with no interruptions or crashes. I sat up and walked over to the computer. The song playing was called Good Morning, Handsome. I caught my breath. Good morning, Andrea, I whispered. What are the odds? I thought. That song just happened to start playing right when I woke up, and the other song ended so suddenly, like she'd changed the song. I won't lie, I was slightly creeped out. At the same time, though, I was ecstatic and flattered. It was like she said something to me, like she complimented me. I sat there and basked in the beautiful 9 a.m. sunlight shining through my window, sitting in a chair at my desk and listening to the song. It was a beautiful acoustic song, and the singer had a bright, happy female voice. It sounded so lovely. It actually began to fill my heart with butterflies. I glanced at Andrea. She was lying on her back in bed this time, her raven black hair strewn about all along the mattress beside her. Her eyes shut calmly. For the first time, I saw a smile on her face. It was slight, but it was there. And still, I was the only one watching. I smiled at her. "Good morning, Andrea." Quite a bit of time went by until the next strange occurrence happened. In the meantime, Relax FM became part of my day-to-day life. I was still mysteriously the only one tuned into the video, and after the good morning incident, I didn't feel any more apprehension. I'd talked to her pretty much every night about my day, and I listened to the station all the time. On the way to school, on the way to work, on my way home. It was non-stop. And honestly, I was a happier person. I felt fulfilled. I didn't feel lonely at all anymore. And I wasn't even bombarded with embarrassment when I was alone and thought about her. She felt so real to me. Anyway, sometime in September, I was doing a school project. It was in my American history class, and we were in the computer lab to work on our presentations. We had a substitute teacher that day, and I figured he wouldn't give me hell for listening to music, since he was a pretty laid-back guy. I plugged in my headphones and went to YouTube. I typed in Relax FM. It didn't pull up. There were other unrelated videos, but it was nowhere to be found. No. I gasped, horrified. No, where'd she go? I scrolled up and down relentlessly. I couldn't believe it. I searched all over, even retyping it pointlessly, but it didn't pull up. It was nowhere to be found. I was totally crushed. I could barely even focus on the presentation as I logged into my email and pulled up my PowerPoint. I tried to start working on it, but I couldn't. I was too crushed. I went back to YouTube. I was so desperate to type it in again. I gasped in relief as it pulled up. I clicked on it instantly, and the music completely soothed my worry. I started to think about how strange it was that I couldn't find it initially. Why was it missing for a second? I contemplated it when I realized something. It pulled up when I was logged into my account, and was nowhere to be found when I wasn't. I sat back in my chair. Is that? No. I decided to test it. I closed the browser and logged out. Sure enough, when I searched for it on YouTube, it was mysteriously absent. Now I began to consider that I was the only one ever listening. An amalgamation of dread creeping up my spine and utter excited disbelief overcame me. I didn't know what to think about it. I hadn't added it to a playlist or even subscribed to Relax FM. There wasn't any reason it should be linked to my account at all. I started to consider how the views went from around 230 to 1. It was night and day. One day it was a group of people, and the next day it was only me. And it was only me since. I'm the only one that can find this video, I said to myself. My mind went back to the morning that song skipped. It was all starting to feel deliberate. I'd never felt such a duality in my life. A good part of me was absolutely terrified. I started to almost feel watched. And then another part of me was beaming. It was like Andrea was real. She was influencing reality. She was part of real life. I now started to think that I should tell Adley. But would he get it? Well, maybe I'd just not describe how I felt about Andrea. I'd just tell him about it objectively and see what he thought. That afternoon, we met up after school. It was a rare day off from work, and we did what we usually did on weekend afternoons, parkour. We drove to his house after school, each in our separate cars, and he left his in his driveway so we could head downtown in mine. He played some upbeat music on the radio, and it was the first time I hadn't listened to Relax FM in my car in God knows how long. When we got downtown, we parked off by the train tracks, and our spree began. We darted through the alleys like phantoms, jumping off walls, scaling pipes, tic-tacking over trash cans, and rolling onto concrete from falls. We made especially sure to always look out for cops and store owners, but there wasn't a lot of either on this side of town. We were just at the outskirts of the ghetto, and the buildings were a run-down parkourist paradise. At last, around 7 o'clock, we took a break on the roof of the community event building. It was a pretty large structure reserved for local functions, community meetings, and the like, and stood 4 stories off the ground. We each bought sodas from the gas station down the block, and didn't open them for a little while so they wouldn't spray us, considering how shaken up they'd gotten. As Adley opened his Dr. Pepper and took a fresh swig, I figured it was time to tell him. "Hey, Adley," I faced him. "Can I tell you about something kind of weird?"
Yeah, sure, man."
He nodded, wiping soda foam from his lips and his jacket sleeve. "So, I've been listening to this station on YouTube, It's called Relax FM. I found it on my way home from work a while ago. I've been listening to it pretty frequently.
So, what about it?
Well, some weird stuff's happened since I started listening to it. But, okay, so when I first found it, there was a little over 200 or so people watching it at any given time. But then one night, all of them stopped watching. I was the only one.
Huh?
Yeah, weird, right? I was the only one watching, and no one's ever watched it since. It happened overnight.
Yeah, that is weird.
Well, it gets weirder. So the other day, I tried to pull up the video while I was at school, working on a PowerPoint for Björk's class, and I couldn't find the video. I gave up and logged into my email to start working on my PowerPoint, then searched the video again, and boom, there it was. First result.
So, you couldn't find it until you searched on your account?
Yeah, and okay, so this one morning, I listened to it when I went to sleep, and, well, it was still playing when I woke up. But right as I opened my eyes, the song instantly changed. I walked over to see what song was playing, and dude, it was called Good Morning. He started to chuckle. What, man?
Tony, come on. Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird, but not that weird.
I don't know. I think it's pretty strange. Why am I the only one who can find it? If they made the video private, I'm not even subscribed. And it just happened overnight. No one listens to it but me.
Yeah, that is a little bizarre. You hear anything weird while listening?
No, just really peaceful music.
Well, don't get too caught up in it then. I'm sure it makes sense somehow.
I didn't like that it was starting to creep me out. I really liked the way I felt about Andrea. I decided that Adley was right, and there wasn't anything going on with worrying about. I should enjoy the coincidences, because they made me feel like Andrea was really there. Sure enough, I continued to listen to the station daily. Andrea seemed to be livelier and livelier as time went on. When Halloween passed, she was dressed up like a black cat the entire day. She looked so cute. Now, with Christmas coming up, she was dressed like an elf. The coincidences with the song names didn't stop either. Sometimes it'd say something like, "You look beautiful today," and the next song would be something like, "You're too kind." Or I'd tell her I was having a bad day, and all the songs would be about cheering the listener up. One time, I told her I loved a song called On My Way Home, and what do you know? It was the very next song that played. And I found her doing things more too. Instead of just staring her icy blue eyes into her computer screen while lackadaisically typing on a keyboard, like when I first logged on. She was usually writing in her diary, or even drawing. Sometimes when I was going to bed, I'd tell her goodnight, and the next time I looked at the computer, she'd be lying down in her bed, eyes closed, listening to the music with me. Sometimes she'd just stare off into space from her bedroom window. I loved when she did that. When she was just sitting up by the window, I could see every feature on her perfect skin. Her wavy black hair blanketed her petite shoulders, and she'd rest her cheeks in the palm of her hands with this queenly gaze fixed on the stars. It was breathtaking. I loved to watch her stomach gently rise and fall with her breathing. I loved the way her other hand lay on her smooth thighs, showing her polished black nails. I wanted nothing more than to sit in the chair next to her, throw my arm around her shoulder, stare at the stars myself, and just listen to the music with her. I was in love. Yep, and I don't regret it either. It was beautiful being in love with Andrea. She intoxicated me. She had this way of just pulling me out of reality into the stars with her. She'd make me feel this warmth all over my body, like the summer sun was rising from my very heart and warming me. It's something no tangible girl ever made me feel. When the school year was almost over, I'd formed such an attachment with her that I even mentioned it to Adler. I couldn't contain it anymore. I told him how she made me feel and how I felt like she was really there, even though she was obviously fake. Which I didn't know if I necessarily felt that last part, but I said it to him so he wouldn't be too concerned. He was a little uncomfortable about it, but supported me anyway, and would even jokingly call her my girlfriend, which I loved. On prom night, to my shock, instead of her usual crop top and shorts, she was adorned with a luxurious black dress. She looked, somehow, even more gorgeous than usual. She had these big pearl earrings in, and her eyes were just glowing. That whole night, the only thing that played on Relax FM was slow dance music. Damn, I wished I could dance with her. The day I told her Adley knew about my feelings, she was sitting at her desk on the computer. The next time I logged in, she was drawing. That night, I noticed something on her bedroom wall. When she was lying down to sleep, among all the posters and pictures, a heart was drawn, and in the middle, it was A and T. It took my breath away to see that. I wondered if it had been there the whole time, so I looked at some of my screenshots that I'd taken of her. It wasn't there in any of them. It was new. I showed Adley, and he was genuinely surprised by it, but still mostly under the belief that it was a weird coincidence, and that I was slightly crazy. Sometimes I even felt a little crazy, but I loved it. If loving Andrea made me crazy, then I was fine with crazy, because loving any other girl just made me feel disappointment at best and heartbreak at worst. But sometimes, a horrible thought would plague me. What did this matter anyway? What would come of this thing I had with Andrea? Because really, she was just an animation on a computer screen. And yeah, there have been
Just try believing all this power in your frequency. All these doubts may have it shaken, but what's learned was never needless.
Extra Roma, extra sensual, extra dose. The newborn in Roma, Valentino.
some pretty wild and beautiful coincidences, but she couldn't really be alive, could she? And she couldn't really interact with me, right? I told her that once, that I felt bothered by the future, that our love could never be anything more than me talking to a screen about my life and listening to music and hoping for coincidences that made her feel real. Part of me just couldn't believe it though, that she was fake. The A and T on the wall, Andrea and Tony. It had to be about us. It just had to. That was the conclusion I reached, but I just couldn't be sure. Until July 2016. I remember that moment like it was this morning. I'll never forget that. It was late one night, around 2 or 3 in the morning on a Thursday. I was sitting at my computer like usual, listening to Relax FM, talking to Andrea about my life. I'm telling you, I avowed. My life is ridiculous, you have no idea. She was sitting back in her chair, her feet up at her desk, as she stared out at the cosmos as she had been for the past hour. But as I finished the sentence, her eyes quickly shifted to the side of her head before darting back, as if getting a glance at me. My heart froze. I felt utterly horrified and sat up at the computer, but like usual, it was a two-sided feeling. The other part of me was overwhelmed with this feeling that she was really listening. Andrea, are you listening? She said nothing, but now she looked different. She was still facing the window, but her eyes weren't focused on it. They were to the side of the glass, like she was trying to look occupied, but was really listening instead. I breathed heavily as I sat back down in the chair. Andrea, well, I'll continue. So, I noticed she was curling her left hand like she was anticipating something. I'd never seen her make a movement that subtle, that irrelevant to the animation she was doing. If her hand was moving, it had something to do with what she was doing. But that seemed like a reaction. Are you bothered that I'm talking about my love life? She was still and silent. Her hand was curled up, and she picked up her index finger with her thumbnail. Well, don't be. Andrea, you have nothing to be jealous of. Nothing at all. I grinned. Seriously, I've only ever had one girlfriend, and she cheated on me about a month after dating her with some stoner dude at my school. Don't feel bad. I don't care now. You know, like, at the time I was upset, but I shouldn't have been.
What the hell?
She
Is
was
this supposed
stupid
to be
and
like a
things didn't end
goddamn
up working out with her
creepypasta?
either.
I mean, it's the same guy that
I
read
saw
the
her
other
nose
story.
wrinkle,
Maybe
and
it gets
instantly she let
spooky
out a
at some
giggle.
point.
She swiftly recovered, staring plainly at the monitor. I froze, not being able to understand what to do next. I felt like I'd just seen a ghost, and being completely alone in my room this late amplified my fear, but also, she really responded. She was sentient. She was there. She was listening. I just didn't know how to react to it, but I didn't wonder anything anymore. She was definitely listening. Andrea, are you really there? Are you listening to me? Do Do you want to talk with me? Now I saw an even stranger look on her face. It wasn't like she was trying to hide an emotion. It was the opposite, like she was trying to react. She was trying to respond. That's it? I whispered. You're trying to communicate with me. You're there, and you can hear me. But you're bound by something that keeps you frozen, unresponsive. But sometimes, somehow, you can control yourself. You can show me that you're there. I smiled, realizing she didn't swiftly turn her eyes away in hopes I didn't notice. She turned her eyes away because the power took hold of her again. I love you. I'm not going anywhere. I smiled tenderly at her through the screen. My life has been blessed ever since I found you. I know you want to talk with me, and I don't know what's stopping you, but I'll never doubt you again. I know you're there, and I'm not afraid. I'm not scared of you. I love you. I was overwhelmed with emotion as I noticed a tear slowly streaming down her soft cheek. Andrea, don't cry, I soothed. I froze as the next song played. It was called I Love You. Now I was tearing up. I shut my eyes, resting my head against the computer screen. All I could do was listen to the song, sob and breathe. All I could guess was that she was some kind of spirit that I couldn't comprehend, manifested in cyberspace, speaking through the language of music. And sometimes she was released from her spell and could break through the fourth wall, writing something indisputable on the wall or swiftly changing the track to something relevant to show that she was sentient. But other times she was bound by whatever power existed over her, and all she could do was exist in a limited frame and hope I didn't go away. Well, I wasn't going anywhere. I knew I couldn't tell Adley any of this. He wouldn't believe me, and neither would anybody else. And you know what? I didn't care. Not one bit. I was so happy to have her to talk to at the end of every day. I loved her music, the language she used to speak to me. Through her language, we conversed every day. On July 10th, I got a letter in the mail. The college I'd applied for accepted me. I was speechless, and the first thing I did was run upstairs and show her the letter. I ran downstairs and showed my mom. When I came back up the stairs, her
How is he showing her this shit? Like, he's watching a YouTube live stream. Like, did I miss some context to the story? Wait. Did he add this YouTuber on Discord or something? Like, how were they hearing him talk from their YouTuber POV? Like, what? Is his computer haunted? Huh. Anyways.
Usual blue crop top and black shorts were replaced with a red jersey and silver shorts. She was smiling smugly, looking out of the window into outer space. My school colors. I smiled at her. Most of the summer, I spent either hanging out with Adley or sitting behind the computer listening to Andrea's music. Her voice. Sometimes I'd just go on drives and enjoy it, talking with her from time to time, and other times focusing on what she'd had to say. We'd even taken up the habit of watching movies together. I'd play a movie on the computer, and she'd be facing hers, and I knew in my mind that wherever she was watching it too. But nothing too surreal happened again since that moment on July 6th. Though I felt fulfilled by her, there were times I was just overcome with longing. I wanted so badly to just be able to hear her voice, her laugh. I bet it was gorgeous, the prettiest laugh I'd ever hear. And if her laugh alone could give me butterflies, I could only imagine what her voice sounded like. It was so unfair that we couldn't really talk, or hell, that I couldn't hold her hand, that I couldn't really take her to the movies, that I couldn't pick her up from her house and have a dinner with her and her family and really take her to prom. It was miserable to consider. All I wanted was just one moment to really feel her skin, to be with her. On the day of August 8th, the summer was almost over. I was shipping off to college on the 11th, and it was my last Friday in town. I couldn't wait for the long, exciting nights of partying with Adley laying ahead of me, and most importantly, I was ecstatic that Andrea would be coming along for the ride with me. That night, on the 8th, I found myself lying on the roof of the local church, looking up at the stars and listening to Relax FM. I imagined Andrea's spaceship hovering around somewhere in the Milky Way, wishing I could just get beamed up into it. Andrea, I smiled. I wonder if you're up there. If you are, you gotta beam me up to you. I wish you'd beam me up to you so that we could spend the night together. That'd be amazing. I yawned. I was getting a lot more tired than I thought I would. So tired, I figured I'd take a nap before the drive home. I didn't even remember to set an alarm on my phone before I dozed off. And then it happened. I don't know if I was dreaming or not. I felt so awake. I was ascending into the night, surrounded by stars. The large, yellow, milky harvest moon was glowing with grandeur over the moonlit Florida groves, and I could feel the cool night air on my skin as I went higher and higher into the sky. At last, I could make out my destination. A spaceship, a long, sterling body hovering above the earth in the twinkling atmosphere. I was breathless as I noticed a part of it slide open, revealing a sort of port in the bottom side. I reached the entry, hovering into the spaceship, and it shut underneath me. Now I could see light down a very long, luminous corridor. At the very end of the hallway was a door. Underneath the door, flecks of yellow and blue light shimmered, painting the silvery walls around it. I walked over to the door, my hands trembling, my heart racing. My footsteps echoed softly in the corridor. But as I approached the door, I began to hear another sound. Music. There was no mistaking it. Relax FM. Now I was within 20 feet of the room. I could see words hanging from a sign on the door. The handwriting was all too familiar. It said, Andrea's room. I reached the door. Standing before it, my heart was fluttering, and my mind was racing. It slid open. An aroma of perfume met my nose, and I saw with my very eyes the same room I'd glanced through my computer screen for the last year of my life. I even saw the left side of the room that I couldn't usually see due to the angle. It was all there, right before my very eyes. And there, looking out into the shimmering night sky, was Andrea. She wore a midnight blue crop top and black shorts. Her gorgeous black hair streaked down her back and shoulders, and her flawless face rested in her smooth palm. I'm here. I began to chuckle, feeling a tear run down my face. Andrea! I heard her begin to giggle, the same giggle I just heard once before. She turned around. My heart stopped. For the first time, those perfect blue spheres of vibrant ice were locked with mine. She wasn't looking anywhere else. She was looking at me. She jumped up, running over to me. Before I knew it, her arms were clasped around me, and she was embracing me in a hug. I could feel her body warmth, her breath, her tears as they began to glide down her cheeks and onto my shoulder. I was crying too. We just stood there holding each other. I don't know how long that moment was. Time seemed to be non-existent during it. We were just suspended there in that moment, in that room, embracing one another. And then she stepped back and faced me.
Tony.
I couldn't believe how her voice made me feel. It absolutely intoxicated me, like fine wine or a view of Earth from outer space. It was incomprehensible to really hear it.
Listen, you need to go back now. Okay, my love?
No, I shook my head. That was too short.
I need you to leave, Tony.
She looked very serious, though also deeply saddened by the thought.
Tony, we need to leave now, love.
I don't understand, but... Okay, Andrea. I acquiesced. She stared into my eyes one last time.
Please promise me you'll never leave me, Tony.
Her voice carried a slight tinge of desperation. Of course I'll never leave. I'm not going anywhere. I'm yours.
I promise I'll see you again,
she assured with a poignant whisper. A tear streaked down her face. Slowly, her arms folded around my lower back, and before I knew it, she was holding me against her, kissing me. Our teary cheeks touched, then she pulled back. She shivered. Her polished black fingernails traced up the wall on the left side of the room, reaching a button that had always been out of frame. Her palm rested on it. She looked down and shut her eyes. She pressed it. To my horror, the window launched open, and a vacuum force ripped me across the room. My hand slammed into the window pane on the way out, sending a shockwave of pain through my knuckles. I let out a shriek, but the moment I left the room, I was silenced. I was terrified as my body spun wildly, seeming to drift out into nowhere. Then I noticed the Earth was getting closer and closer, and before I knew it, I was back in Earth's orbit, and my spinning slowed to the point that I was still. I no longer sensed the freefall. Now it was like as if I were hovering down peacefully, and I could feel the cool night air on my skin again. When I began to make out my town, and I realized I was above it, a strange, overwhelming exhaustion came over me, and before I knew it, I was unconscious.
Hey, are you alright?
A voice met my ears. I opened my eyes, feeling the inception of a cluster headache as the sunlight ignited my pupils. I could make out a figure standing above me. Huh?
He's responsive.
He spoke to someone, and the next thing I knew, I was being put on a gurney. Now I was a little nervous. I looked around and realized that, to my awe, I was outside the courthouse. That was at least an hour walk from the church. My car was nowhere to be seen in the area. How the hell? I pondered aloud as they put me in the back of an ambulance.
You're okay, Anthony.
The EMT assured.
Just take a deep breath or two for me. Do you know where you are right now?
It looks like I'm at the courthouse. I was at the church last night.
You don't know how you got here.
He asked as the door shut and the vehicle started. It was at that moment that I could remember being expelled from Andrea's room into the galaxy. And I wasn't telling him that.
You seem to be pretty cognizant, Anthony. But is it Anthony, or do you go by something else?
Tony.
Tony, I'm going to ask you this to cross my T's and dot my I's. Do you know your birthday?
When I answered his question and he knew I wasn't delirious, he began trying to walk me through the events of the night. I told him everything, except for the part about being pulled into outer space to meet my digital girlfriend. Though otherwise normal, I felt lethargic and my head was pounding. By the time I got to the hospital, I was unconscious again. When I awoke, it was nighttime. I was in a tiny hotel room, and the moon was shining through the open blinds. My mother and brother were there and jumped up to greet me as I became conscious. I told them I honestly didn't remember anything. One moment I was on the roof of the church, and the next I was waking up by the courthouse. The family seemed worried, but more just relieved I was okay. Then another man came into the room. When he entered, my mother nodded. She gave me a hug and said that he had some questions for me, and she'd be right outside. Like you'd guess from a 14-year-old, my brother tried to scare me by telling me he was from the Men in Black or something like that. The man was dressed in a suit and tie. He sat down in a chair by my bed and pulled out a badge.
I'm Agent Miranda with the CIA.
He spoke casually.
I need to talk with you about something, Tony.
Yeah? What's up?
Don't be nervous. You're safe now.
Safe now? I wondered. Was I in danger before?
Tony, I'll tell you straight. You were the victim of psychological warfare. You were part of an experiment.
What do you mean?
Are you familiar with a project called MK Ultra?
Yeah, a little.
It was an old project the CIA undertook back in the 50s. Nothing we're proud of today. The purpose of it was to lessen an individual's will to withhold information during interrogations, namely through mind control.
Mind control?
Yes. We abandoned the project in 1973 and have done no work with it or like it since. However, it seems that someone has been studying our work and implementing it again in the States.
What do you mean?
One of the experiments we undertook at the time was called Mona Lisa. It began with sensory deprivation. We'd lock a man in a room for extended periods of time with no access to light or sounds. He'd be fed 3 times a day, and that was it. The only thing in this chamber would be a television screen, which was off. Then, one day, about a week in, the television screen would turn on. There, on the screen, would be a girl. Feminine, attractive. A very satisfying image to the man who'd been locked away from civilization for a week. See, we were using nature's hypnosis, the most powerful, manipulative force in the universe. Love. Attraction and love. She'd be mostly still. She'd be sewing or talking on the telephone, and there would be soothing music in the background. And somewhere in the room would be the woman's name, to increase the familiarity the man had with her. the men would begin to form relationships with these women. Though the Mona Lisas didn't converse back, the men, who were lonely and helpless, confided all of their suffering into these women. After around a week, the Mona Lisas would begin showing faint signs of attention to the prisoner. Occasionally, they'd glance at him or giggle at a joke. The men were ecstatic at this. These women were the only things keeping them sane, or at least not completely incoherent after a week of sensory deprivation. By the month's end, the men had formed such a trusting relationship with these women that they would tell her anything she asked. The sheer fact that she was speaking to them was enough for them to say anything. See, in their minds, it was as if they'd earned this right to speak with her. The gradual increase of her awareness was something they longed for, and with her talking, they never wanted her to go back to silence. It was like they forgot their mission, their past lives, everything, but the woman in front of them. They were brainwashed.
I was silent. It was almost exactly what I'd experienced with Andrea.
It seems that someone's uncovered this information and has been experimenting with it again. But they're taking a different approach than we did. Instead of locking someone away in a chamber, driving them to near insanity before captivating them with the Mona Lisa, this person worked a lot more carefully with you. I don't mean to be rude, but they selected a target with limited interaction with females, someone who felt lonely. And though it took a lot longer, eventually, they lulled you into the same state the men in our experiments reached.
I was hypnotized? Brainwashed by some criminal somewhere?
So it seems. And they did something with you that even we weren't able to do. They made you walk.
Walk?
Walking was a term we had for brainwashing a person to the point we could control their movements. In most of our experiments, we couldn't make our subjects walk. It definitely never happened with Mona Lisa. But you, they did it with you. They made you walk all the way to the courthouse from First Baptist.
I was silent now. My entire body was covered with goosebumps.
We don't know if there's a reason they made you walk to the courthouse. They may have planned on making you attempt to retrieve some document or attack a police officer. Either way, you broke the trance before entering and passed out on the steps. When we found you, your headphones were still in your ears, but the video had been taken down.
I said nothing at all. My mind was spinning.
I'm gonna talk with you more about this later, but right now, get some rest, Tony.
What is it?
At the very least, though, you deserve to know.
He got up to leave, but turned around when he reached the door.
Hey, don't be afraid. Now that you know the truth, they shouldn't have any control over you at all. Even back in the old CIA-run experiments, once the men saw real life again, they didn't care much for the Mona Lisas. You're okay.
I nodded when he left the room. I couldn't speak. I felt sick to my stomach as I contemplated everything that had occurred. I just couldn't believe I'd been brainwashed. That entire experience I had last night. Was it all programmed? Some sort of forced lucid dream? While I actually was mindlessly walking through the town to the courthouse? It had to have been. I let out a long, overwhelmed exhale, but then I noticed something. I slowly lifted my right hand, studying the knuckle on my index finger. It was purplish, like it had slammed into something. I instantly recalled being vacuumed out of Andrea's room, how my knuckle had crashed into the door. My mom came into the room alone. My brother was probably downstairs getting something from the snack machine.
Are you okay, Tony?
Yeah. I don't know what to think about it all. She seemed to be at a loss for words. She sat down next to me, holding my hand and stroking it. Then she made a weird face and started to sniff me.
Tony, you smell like perfume. Were you with a girl last night?
Not bad. Not bad. I work at a library with 5 strange rules, sure.
Is this the best survival game ever made?
This is the aircraft carrier shelter you seized.
My name is Patrick Matheson. I'm 38 years old, single, and work as the head librarian in a town so small you'd miss it if you blinked driving past. Pine Hollow, population 1432, give or take. I don't get out much. My days are steady, predictable. I open the library at 9 a.m., shelve books, help the occasional visitor find something obscure, and close up by 6 p.m. Most nights, I make dinner, read a book, and fall asleep before 10 p.m. I live alone in a little house 3 blocks from the library. It's nothing fancy.
I used to be the library's assistant in high school. Like, to get your high school diploma, you had to, like, do some kind of, like, community hour bullshit thing. But, I figured I may as well ask, hey, you need help with the library? I remember her first name was Joan, but I forget her last name. Anyways, yeah. She was pretty chill about it. She'd, like, give me extra time, too, if, like, I didn't do, like, she'd, like, round up to the closest hour if I didn't, like, quite do 2 hours. Like, oh, I'm gonna go for a smoke. She's, yeah, go for it. But yeah, I remember basically it's just my whole job was like putting books back to where they're supposed to go alphabetically. It was pretty chill. I did 40 hours of that so I get my high school diploma and then never go to college or university.
2-bedroom bungalow with a leaky faucet in the kitchen and creaky floorboards that I keep meaning to fix. My house smells like coffee and old wood, probably because I drink too much of the former and forget to dust the latter. The only company I have is Rupert, my cat. He's a surly fat tabby with a knack for knocking over whatever I've left on the edge of the table. He is a handful, but I like the company. Now, people in Pine Hollow are friendly enough, but I wouldn't say I have any close friends. Maybe it's my fault. Not exactly a social butterfly. I prefer the quiet. The library feels like a sanctuary to me. There's something comforting about the smell of books and the muffled silence of the place. It's a space where nothing bad happens, where time slows down and the world doesn't feel so loud. Though it's a normal place to work, there's something very strange about this library. I can't quite put my finger on it, but every now and then I'll see something move quickly in the back aisles, or a book will fall from the top shelf and slam with a thud, nearly giving me a heart attack. Explainable things? Well, maybe. But sometimes I do wonder. Still, some days, I can't help but think like I'm stuck in a loop. Wake up, go to work, go home, repeat. If there's one thing I've learned about small-town life, it's that routine is king. People don't like surprises here, and life just is. Maybe that's why I like old books so much. They hold pieces of lives that were far more interesting than mine. Kings, explorers, murderers, lovers, all wrapped up in dusty pages. When I find something unique in the library's back room or at estate sales, it's like discovering a secret, you know? I'll spend hours thumbing through ancient text, trying to imagine what it must have been like to live in a different time, in a different place. Now, the back room of the library is where we keep the books that don't make it to the shelves.
And I'll just, like,
outdated
go back to where it's
encyclopedias, forgotten manuscripts, or donations nobody wants. It's my favorite place in the building. Rows of sagging shelves are crammed with volumes that haven't seen the light of day in decades. The air is thick with the smell of mildew and paper. Sometimes, when the library is empty, I'll sneak back there to dig around, hoping to find a hidden gem. Sometimes I'll find strange books, dark books that give me a chill. I remember the day Mr. Grayson, my boss, stopped by my desk. He was a wiry man in his 60s, with thick glasses and a voice like a rusty hinge. He wasn't one for small talk, which made it all the stranger when he dropped a folded piece of paper on my desk and cleared his throat. "Rose," he said, tapping the paper with a bony finger. If you're gonna keep working here, you'd better follow these to the letter. I unfolded the paper, my brow furrowing as I read. The first 4 rules were peculiar, though mostly harmless. Rule number 1, always feed the goldfish before closing. Rule number 2, if the lights go out, close your eyes until they come back on. They always do. Rule number 3, never touch the 3rd book on the 2nd shelf in the back room. Rule number 4, don't let anyone check out a book without a barcode. But it was the 5th rule that made my stomach twist, though I couldn't say why. Rule number 5, always tell the truth. It might just save your life. I looked up, half expecting him to laugh and say it was a joke, but he just stared at me, his expression as unreadable as ever. Then he turned and walked away, leaving me alone with a note and a creeping sense of unease. It was on a cold December afternoon when I found it. It'd been snowing all morning, and the library was practically deserted. The only visitor I'd had was old Mrs. Hargrove, who returned 3 romances with dog-eared pages and a lecture about how kids these days don't appreciate PDFs, forgotten manuscripts, or donations nobody wants. It's my favorite place in the building. Rows of sagging shelves are crammed with volumes that haven't seen the light of day in decades. The air is thick with the smell of mildew and paper. Sometimes, when the library is empty, I'll sneak back there to dig around, hoping to find a hidden gem. Sometimes I'll find strange books, dark books that give me a chill. I remember the day Mr. Grayson, my boss, stopped by my desk. He was a wiry man in his 60s, with thick glasses and a voice like a rusty hinge. He wasn't one for small talk, which made it all the stranger when he dropped a folded piece of paper on my desk and cleared his throat. "Rules," he said, tapping the paper with a bony finger. "If you're gonna keep working here, you'd better follow these to the letter." I unfolded the paper, my brow furrowing as I read. The first 4 rules were peculiar, though mostly harmless. Rule number 1, always feed the goldfish before closing. Rule number 2, if the lights go out, close your eyes until they come back on. They always do. Rule number 3, never touch the 3rd book on the 2nd shelf in the back room. Rule number 4, don't let anyone check out a book without a barcode. But it was the 5th rule that made my stomach twist, though I couldn't say why. Rule number 5, always tell the truth. It might just save your life. I looked up, half expecting him to laugh and say it was a joke, but he just stared at me, his expression as unreadable as ever. Then he turned and walked away, leaving me alone with a note and a creeping sense of unease. It was on a cold December afternoon when I found it. It'd been snowing all morning, and the library was practically deserted. The only visitor I'd had was old Mrs. Hargrove, who returned 3 romances with dog-eared pages and a lecture about how kids these days don't appreciate good literature. By noon, I decided to spend some time in the back room. I told myself I was organizing the shelves, but really I was just bored. That's when I saw the book. It was wedged between 2 crumbling atlases on a shelf I'd never bothered with before. The cover caught my attention right away. It was dark brown, almost black, and looked like leather. But not the kind you'd find on a fancy journal or a new wallet. This leather, it was uneven, rough, like it'd been stretched over the cover by hand. There was no title, just a small clasp keeping it shut. I don't know why, but touching it made my skin crawl. The leather felt warm, almost like it was alive. My first instinct was to put it back on the shelf and pretend I hadn't seen it, but curiosity got the better of me. I unclasped the book and opened it. The first thing I noticed was the handwriting. It wasn't printed like most books. Every word was written in a neat, slanted script. The ink had faded to a rusty brown, and the pages felt brittle under my fingers. At the top of the first page, in bold letters, were the words, "The Naughty List." I couldn't help but chuckle. My first thought was that it was some kind of joke, like a twisted, Christmas-themed diary. But as I flipped through the pages, my smile faded. The book was filled with names. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them, written in the same elegant handwriting. Each name was crossed out with a sharp, heavy line of ink. Except one. At the bottom of the last page, under all the crossed out names, was my name, Patrick Matheson. I stared at my name for a long time. My hands shook as I flipped back through the book, hoping I'd missed something. An explanation, a note, I don't know, anything. But there was nothing. Just pages and pages of crossed out names. Okay, Patrick, it's probably a prank. Someone's messing with you, I told myself. But who? Nobody ever went into the back room except me, and I had never seen the book before. Besides, how would they know my name? My full name? Rupert let out a low yowl from the doorway, startling me so badly I nearly dropped the book. He stood there, staring at me with wide, unblinking eyes. His fur bristled, and he backed away as I tried to shoo him out. "Fine, you little coward," I muttered, closing the book with a snap. "I'll figure this out myself." I spent the rest of the day trying to shake off the unease. I locked the book in my desk drawer and tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept wandering back to it. By the time I closed the library for the night, I was exhausted. Still, I couldn't resist taking the book home with me. I needed answers. That night, as I sat at my kitchen table with a cup of tea, I opened the book again. This time, I noticed something I hadn't before. The crossed out names seemed different. At first glance, they looked like random scribbles, but under the light, I could see faint impressions beneath the ink. Words. I fetched a pencil and gently rubbed it over one of the names. The hidden message revealed itself, like a ghost rising from the page. Found by the fire, 1842. Chills ran down my spine and I tried another. Taken from the shadows, 1927. I went through more names, each with its own cryptic phrase. Dragged screaming into the snow, 1899. Last seen under the tree, 1975. Every phrase was worse than the last. They painted a picture of something I couldn't understand, something terrible. And then there was my name. I rubbed the pencil over the blank space beneath it, praying it wouldn't reveal anything. But the words appeared anyway, faint but unmistakable. Before midnight. I felt the blood drain from my face. Midnight? Tonight? Before I could process what that meant, I heard a sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it grew louder, sharper. A scraping noise like claws on glass. It was coming from the living room window. A few minutes passed, and even after the sound at the window stopped, though I wasn't entirely sure it ever really had, my nerves were shot. Midnight loomed closer, and the phrase "before midnight" repeated in my head like a countdown. I sat at my kitchen table with a book open in front of me, the weight of its dark leather cover pressing down on me. There had to be something I could do. I wasn't ready to believe that this was real. I mean, books don't kill people. Lists don't kill people. This had to be some kind of sick joke, right? But as much as I wanted to convince myself, the crossed out name said otherwise. I couldn't stop picturing the words I'd uncovered beneath each one. Each name was someone who'd been found, taken, or dragged by something. Something that hadn't finished its work. Something that was coming for me. I flipped back through the book, my fingers trembling. Most of the names were unfamiliar, but halfway through, I noticed something strange. A single name among thousands of crossed out ones was circled in faded red ink. Gerald H. Bonner. Unlike mine, this name wasn't at the bottom of the list. It was buried in the middle of the book, surrounded by old names from the 1940s and 50s. My pulse quickened as I stared at it. Gerald H. Bonner. Why hadn't his name been crossed out like the others? Grabbing my laptop, I typed the name into a search engine, half expecting nothing to come up. But to my surprise, it did. Now, there were only a few results, but the second one made my stomach twist. A mugshot. Gerald H. Bonner, a 76-year-old man who'd been arrested 6 months ago for assault. The article said he'd been released on bail and was living in a neighboring town, Raven Hill, just 40 miles away. The implications hit me hard. He was alive. He was the only name besides mine that hadn't been crossed out. That meant he might know something about this list, about what it all meant. The drive to Raven Hill was tense. Snow lashed against my windshield, and the rocks were slick with ice. I kept glancing at the clock on the dashboard. Every minute brought me closer to midnight. Every shadow on the roadside made my skin crawl. I kept telling myself that this was stupid, that Gerald H. Bonner wouldn't know anything about some cursed book. But what choice did I have? My name was in that book, and if Gerald's wasn't crossed out yet, he might have a way to stop it, or at least buy me some time. I pulled up to a run-down apartment complex on the outskirts of Raven Hill. The building was 3 stories of cracked brick and rusted balconies with a flickering neon sign that read Ravenwood Apartments. It looked like the kind of place you'd avoid after dark, but I didn't have the luxury of waiting until morning. I checked the article again. Gerald lived in Unit 2B. The hallway smelled like mildew and something sour. Paint peeled from the walls, and the carpet squished under my boots. When I reached his door, I hesitated. What was I even going to say? Hey, hi there. I found your name in a creepy book. You want to chat about it? Before I could lose my nerve, I knocked. The door creaked open almost immediately, and I was hit with a wave of stale beer and cigarette smoke. A man stood in the doorway, tall but hunched, with greasy gray hair and a face like crumpled leather. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth yellowed. "Who the hell are you?" he growled. "Mr. Bonner?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. My name is Patrick Matheson. I need to talk to you about something important." Important? You selling something? No. I listen. This is gonna sound crazy. I know, but your name is in this book I found. It's a list. A list of people who should mind their damn business, he snapped, starting to close the door. Wait, I blurted, sticking my foot in the gap. This book, it's called The Naughty List. Your name's in it, and it's not crossed out. That stopped him. For a moment, his watery eyes flicked to mine, and I saw something there. Recognition. Fear. But just as quickly, it was gone, replaced by a scowl. You are drunk, crazy, or both, he said. But his voice had lost its edge. He opened the door wider. All right, fine. You want to waste my time? Come on in. The apartment was even worse than I'd imagined. Empty beer cans littered every surface, and the air reeked of unwashed clothes and burnt food. Gerald slumped into a threadbare recliner and gestured for me to sit on a couch that looked like it hadn't been cleaned since the 1970s. I perched on the edge, clutching the book like a lifeline. So, Gerald said, lighting a cigarette with hands that shook slightly. What's this about a list? I opened the book and flipped to his name. This list, it's full of names, all crossed out except yours and mine. His eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, studying the page. He didn't speak for a long time, but his lips twitched as if he were chewing on words he didn't want to say. Listen, kid. I don't know what you think you've got there, but you don't want to mess with that. Trust me. You recognize it then? I pressed. You know what it is. He hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, I've seen it before. A long time ago. What is it? What happens to people on the list? His laugh was bitter, humorless. What happens? They die. That's what happens. One way or another, they all get what's coming to them. You think it's a coincidence I'm the only name left? I've been dodging this thing for decades. It's like a damn curse. My heart pounded. How did you survive? Why hasn't it come for you? He gave me a sharp look. You don't think I tried to figure that out? I've done everything. Burned the book, buried it, gave it to some idiot to pass the curse along. But it don't matter. Nothing works. You're on the list? Well, you're screwed. End of story. So there's no way to stop it? Nope. Best you can do is buy yourself some time. Or pass it on to someone else, someone you don't care about. He gave me a cruel smile. Well, good luck, kid. Now get the hell out. I left Gerald's apartment, feeling worse than when I'd arrived. The man was vile, bitter, and mean in a way that went beyond words. I didn't know if I believed everything he told me, but one thing was clear. If he was on that list, he deserved to be. The snow was coming down harder now, blanketing the parking lot in white. I was halfway to my car when I heard it. A faint scratching sound coming from Gerald's apartment. I stopped, turning back to look. The sound grew louder, sharper, until it echoed through the cold air. It was coming from above, from the chimney. It was loud now, scraping, crunching, a deep rumble that didn't belong to anything human. I froze by my car, snowflakes sticking to my hair, my breath clouding the freezing air. My brain told me to leave, to get in the car and drive away, but my legs refused to move. I couldn't look away from Gerald's apartment. A deep thud reverberated through the night, making the window closest to the chimney rattle in its frame. Whatever was coming down was not small. The noise stopped suddenly, leaving behind an eerie silence that somehow felt worse. Then I saw it. The chimney exploded outward in a burst of soot and crumbling brick. A hulking figure emerged, crouched low in Gerald's dimly lit living room. My stomach dropped. The thing wasn't human. It couldn't be. It was massive, at least 7 feet tall, with long, gnarled limbs covered in coarse black fur. Curved horns jutted from its skull, scraping the low ceiling as it unfolded its body with unnatural ease. I could see jagged teeth, and its glowing red eyes scanned the room like it was hunting. Slung across its back was a filthy sack, the fabric bulging and writhing, as if something inside was still alive. I pressed myself flat against the hood of my car, my heart pounding so loudly I thought it might give me away. From where I crouched, I had a clear view through the apartment's window, but I prayed the thing wouldn't look out. Inside, Gerald stood frozen in his recliner, his face pale as ash. His cigarette fell from his lips. The creature moved faster than I expected for something so large. It lunged across the room, grabbing Gerald by the shirt front before he could even stand. He screamed, thrashing against the creature's grasp, but it was no use. The thing's claws wrapped around him like steel, lifting him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. Gerald's screams dissolved into a choking wail as the creature leaned in close, its face inches from his. It opened its mouth, and the sound that emerged made my blood cold. It wasn't a roar or a growl, but something worse, a guttural, otherworldly laughter that shook the walls. I could only watch, paralyzed, as the creature reached into its sack and pulled out a small, ornate, wooden box. The box was oddly beautiful, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift in the light. It set the box on the floor, opened the lid, and then began its work. Gerald flailed and screamed, clawing at the thing's arms as it began to fold him. That was the only way to describe it. The creature bent Gerald's body in ways that weren't natural, compacting him like a doll. Bones cracked, flesh compressed, and his screams turned into garbled, desperate shrieks. The thing didn't stop, didn't even hesitate. It shoved Gerald into the box piece by piece, folding and cramming until the man's entire body disappeared inside. The last thing I saw was his face. He was somehow still alive, twisted in terror before the creature slammed the lid shut. It was over in seconds. The room fell silent. The creature stood there for a moment, its hunched back to the window, holding the box in its massive hands. And then it turned, slowly, and its eyes locked onto mine. I don't know how it saw me through the dark and the snow, but it did. The red glow of its eyes pierced the night, and for a horrifying moment, I felt like I was the only thing it could see. And then it smiled. The grin spread across its grotesque face, revealing yellowed teeth. It wasn't a smile of kindness or warmth. It was the kind of smile you'd see on a predator that just cornered its prey. One clawed finger extended, pointing directly at me. My heart stopped. No, 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 no. The creature's laughter echoed in my head as I scrambled into my car, fumbling with the keys. My hands were shaking so badly that it took 3 tries to get them into the ignition. When the engine roared to life, I slammed the car into reverse, nearly skidding into a snowbank as I peeled out of the parking lot. My headlights sliced through the falling snow, but in my rearview mirror, I could still see the window of Gerald's apartment. The thing was standing there, watching me leave, its glowing eyes burning like coals. I didn't stop driving until I was halfway back to Pine Hollow. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and my chest felt like it was going to explode. The radio was off, the heater on full blast, but I couldn't stop shivering. Every shadow on the road looked like it was about to come alive, every noise like the crunch of claws on snow. What the hell had I just seen? Was it real? It had to be. No hallucination could have been that vivid, that visceral. And if it was real, what did that mean for me? I thought about what Gerald had said before. Best you can do is buy yourself some time. He'd known exactly what was coming for him. He'd seen it before. And now so had I. The book. It all came back to the book. Gerald said he tried burning it, burying it, even passing it along to someone else. None of it had worked. But he'd survived decades without being taken. How? He must have done something to keep it at bay, some way to stay one step ahead. The only clue I had was the book itself. It was still on the passenger seat. I reached over, flipping it open with one hand as I sped down the snowy road. My name stared back at me from the bottom of the last page, stark and uncrossed, and underneath it, the words, "Before Midnight." I flipped back to the pages with the other names, scanning the phrases I'd uncovered before. Found by the fire, 1842. Taken from the shadows, 1927. Dragged screaming into the snow, 1899. None of it made sense. What connected these people? What had they done to deserve this? And then it hit me. It was so obvious. Gerald, he was a terrible person. A violent, cruel man who didn't think twice about hurting others. Could that be it? Was the list some kind of twisted punishment for the wicked? If so, why was my name on it? I wasn't perfect, but I wasn't evil. Was I? My thoughts spiraled as the miles ticked by. The snow was falling heavier now, obscuring the road ahead. I squinted through the windshield, my mind racing. Maybe the book wasn't just a list. Maybe it was a test. A loud thump jolted me from my thoughts. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop in the middle of the empty road. My breath caught in my throat as I looked around, but there was nothing. Just snow and darkness. And then from somewhere behind me, I heard it. Laughter. Deep, guttural, and very close. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The laughter was gone, swallowed by the night, but it still echoed in my head. I could feel the weight of the book on the seat next to me, as if it were alive, watching and waiting. Midnight was coming, and with it, something I couldn't outrun. I knew what I had to do. The thought came suddenly. It wasn't an idea. It was a memory. A dark, jagged fragment I'd buried so deep that I almost didn't recognize it. Years ago, when I was in my early 20s, things weren't great. I was broke, struggling to make ends meet, barely getting by with odd jobs. It was a low point in my life, one I'd worked hard to forget. But now, the memory surfaced. It refused to stay hidden. It happened one winter night, much like this one, cold and silent. I was desperate, hungry and angry at the world. And that's when I saw the house. Big, 2 stories, warm light spilling out through the windows. It looked like the kind of place that wouldn't miss a few valuables. I don't even remember making the decision. One moment I was walking past, and the next I was inside. The door hadn't been locked. I told myself that was fate, that I wasn't really breaking in if the door was unlocked. But deep down, I knew it was wrong. I didn't take much. A watch from the mantelpiece, a few small trinkets that looked expensive. I wasn't greedy. I just needed enough to get through the week. But as I was leaving, an alarm went off. I panicked. I bolted, running out the back door and into the night. I didn't get far before I saw the flashing lights. Police cars pulled up to the house just as I ducked into an alleyway, my heart pounding like a drum. And that's when I saw him, a guy, maybe 18 or 19, walking down the street with headphones on. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The police stopped him, asked him questions. He looked confused and scared. I watched from the shadows as they handcuffed him and put him in the back of their car. I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. Even now, I can't remember his name. The newspaper said he was a college student studying engineering. He swore he didn't do it, but the evidence was against him. His fingerprints were on the front door. He said it was from delivering a package a few days earlier. But it didn't matter. The cops needed someone to blame, and he was convenient. I told myself it wasn't my fault. I hadn't forced the cops to arrest him. I hadn't planted his fingerprints on the door. Maybe he'd committed some other crime, you know? But deep down, I knew the truth. What I'd done was terrible. And now my name was in that book. I didn't even realize I'd started driving until I saw the city lights come into view. The streets were quiet, the snow muffling everything. I parked in front of the sheriff's station, my stomach churning. My breath fogged up the windshield as I sat there, staring at the building. The clock on my dashboard read 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes until midnight. Maybe I could just outrun this thing, you know? Maybe I could pass the curse along to someone else. No. I grabbed the book, shoved it into my coat, and got out of the car. The cold hit me like a snap, but I barely felt it. My legs felt like lead as I climbed the steps to the station. The front door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the empty lobby. Behind the counter sat Sheriff Carter, a middle-aged man with a thick mustache and a tired face. He looked up from his coffee and newspaper, his brow furrowing. "Hey, Patrick, what are you doing here this late?" I took a deep breath. I need to talk to someone about something I did. His eyes narrowed. "Well, what kind of something?" "It's complicated." I hesitated, then blurted. "There was a break-in years ago, a house on Willow Street. Someone was arrested for it, but it wasn't them. It was me." The room felt colder. Sheriff Carter leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "That's a hell of a confession to walk in with, Patrick. You realize you're accusing yourself of a felony, right?" "I know. I don't care. I just need to set it right." The sheriff stared at me for a long moment, then sighed and picked up the phone. "All right, well, stay right there." It didn't take long for them to bring him in. His name was Jason Daniels. I recognized him immediately, even after all these years. He was older now, his face hardened by time and bitterness. He walked into the station with a wary expression, his shoulders hunched like he was bracing for a fight. When his eyes landed on mine, they narrowed. My throat dry. I spoke. I'm the one who broke into that house. The one on Willow Street. You were innocent. The room went silent. Sheriff Carter leaned against the wall, watching with a frown. Jason's expression didn't change for a moment. And then he laughed. You kidding, right? After all these years, you waltz in here and confess? Am I supposed to thank you? You ruined my life. I know, I said quietly. I'm sorry. Sorry? Do you have any idea what I went through? What my family went through? The trial, the fines, the whispers every time I walked down the street. They kicked me out of school, did you know that? I couldn't even get a job for years because of you. I know. I should have come forward back then, but I was scared and I was selfish. Jason stared at me, his hands balled into fist. For a moment, I thought he was going to hit me, and I wouldn't have blamed him if he did. But instead, he turned away, shaking his head. Sheriff Carter cleared his throat. Well, Patrick, if you're serious about this, gonna have to make a full statement. And Jason here has every right to press charges. Jason didn't respond. He just stood there staring at the floor. His face darkened. Why are you telling me this now, huh? You think this makes it better? You think saying sorry fixes what you did to me? I don't, I replied. I don't expect you to forgive me. Jason stared at me for a long moment, his eyes narrowing. What do you think that's gonna do for me? What's done is done. He wasn't wrong, and the truth of his words cut deep. Sheriff Carter cleared his throat, cutting through the tense silence. All right, Jason, why don't we step back for a second? Patrick's making a confession, and we're gonna take this seriously. You got every right to be upset, but let me deal with the legal side of things, okay? Fair? Sheriff Carter grabbed a notebook and a pen, gesturing for me to follow him. Jason didn't say anything. He just sat there, staring at me like he couldn't decide whether to yell at me or walk out. Finally, he pushed himself out of his chair and walked out the door. The station was quiet after Jason left. Sheriff Carter sat me down in one of the small interview rooms, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. He asked me to recount everything. The break-in, the stolen items, the false arrest. I told him everything I could remember. It wasn't until the sheriff left the room to make some calls that I noticed it. 2 glowing red orbs hovered just outside the frosted glass window. At first, I thought they might be distant car lights reflecting in the snow, but they didn't move. They just stayed there, unmoving, burning through the glass with a steady intensity. And then I realized what I was looking at. Krampus. He was watching me. And then the red glow shifted, blinked, and he disappeared. It's been 3 months since that night. The trial's set to start next week. My lawyer, a wiry man named Tom Grayson, has already told me not to get my hopes up. The evidence is damning. My confession, the time...
Damn, that's like at least 2 of these creepypastas. Someone's had the last name Grayson. Makes me think of like Robin, Dick Grayson.
Line, and the stolen items I turned over after finding them buried in the back of my closet. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Patrick, Tom said the other day. The jury's not gonna like you. You let an innocent kid take the fall while you just went about your life. We can argue for leniency, but I'm not sure it's gonna make all that big of a difference. He was right. Jason Daniels had already gone on record about the impact my crime had on his life. I'd read the statement. The humiliation, the anger, the opportunities lost. I'd wrecked his future before he even had a chance to begin. And now all these years later, I couldn't undo that damage. Truth is, my chances don't look great. The prosecutor's gunning for a maximum sentence, and I can't say I don't deserve it. But even knowing all that, there's a strange sense of calm in me. For the first time in my life, I'm not running from what I did. But, yeah, life is a mess now, to be honest. Librarian job's gone. The town's gossip network lit up like fireworks the moment my arrest hit the papers. My neighbors avoid me. Even the barista at the local coffee shop struggles to meet my eye. Rupert, my cat, still knocks things off the counter, oblivious to the chaos around him. He's the only one who hasn't changed. Most days, I think about Krampus, about why he spared me. I don't know what made him cross my name off that list. Maybe it was a confession. Maybe it was punishment I'd set in motion for myself. Or maybe he just enjoys watching people squirm under the weight of their own guilt. Either way, I saw him do it. Just before he disappeared into the shadows outside the sheriff's station that night, he pulled out the book. I'll never forget the way his claws moved over the page, swift and deliberate, as he crossed my name off the list. It wasn't mercy, not really. It was a warning. I think about that night every time I see the book. Yeah, I still have it. Somehow it ended up in my house again, resting neatly on my kitchen table, like a bad dream that refuses to fade.
Nah.
I've tried to get rid of it.
I heard they gave him a
Burning
taunt,
it,
so that kind of like
burying
destroys
it,
the whole purpose
even
of the
throwing
challenge.
it in the river. But no matter what I do, it always finds its way back to me. And then there was the letter. It arrived a week after the confession. No return address, no stamp. Just an envelope slipped under my door. Inside was a single sheet of paper with 6 words scrawled in blood-red ink. It was a poem called The Eternal List. It read,
The naughty list is carved in fate. Its ink of shadows, cold as hate. A single rule, both clear and dire. Stay far away.
Yeah, that...
Or face the fire.
I don't know, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of, like, the challenge of why I was Shaman Tank. May as well just play Season of Discovery at that point. They've got a taunt as well. I mean, it's Earthshock. I don't know if they do that on Turtle Wow or it's a different spell altogether.
At the very bottom of the letter, it said,
P.S. Be good, Patrick. Or else.
It wasn't signed, but it didn't need to be. I knew exactly who it was from. There's a lot I don't know about what happened that night. I don't know if Krampus is some kind of demon, a twisted enforcer of justice, or something beyond human understanding. I don't know why he chooses the people he does, or how he decides who lives and who dies. I don't even know if I'll ever truly be free of him. But here's the truth. The part I've wrestled with every night since that awful winter. I'm thankful for Krampus. I don't know if that makes me a bad person, but without him, I don't think I'd ever have faced what I did. I'd have kept lying to myself, hiding from my guilt, pretending I was better than I was. My life's a lot different now. A lot of it worse, but at least for once I did the right thing.
Does that even do damage, or is it just
Krampus gave me a second chance. A terrible,
with a different name and does the same
terrifying
thing as like a
chance,
warrior
but
taunt,
a
right?
chance nonetheless. As I sit here writing this, the book is on the table next to me. The leather feels colder than it used to be. The pages heavier. The list is shorter now, but not gone. It never will be. Somewhere, someone else is reading their name for the first time, feeling the same dread I felt when I saw mine. I don't know if Krampus will ever come back for me. Maybe he will. Maybe I'll slip up, lose my way again, and find myself back on the naughty list. But until then, I'm gonna try to do good. That's all I can do.
Meh. That creepypasta was kind of mid.
Hey, thank you for listening. We have some really great stories coming up on this
I'll give
channel
them a
the next
subscribe,
few
though.
weeks. And if you like true stories, head over to the second
True
channel,
story,
Lighthouse,
okay.
and check it out.
I don't know.
Have a good night.
I work at a creepypasta grocery store. Alright, I'll give it a... Is this a 2-minute ad? Wait, what? Let me just refresh. Ahaha! Just
I've always
refresh
been drawn to
the
strange
page,
stories,
and then boom.
the kind that keep you up at night.
Fuck.
I spent more nights than I could count
of shit
scrolling
stuff.
through forums and Reddit threads, reading about haunted places, mysterious disappearances, and unexplained events. True or not, those stories always grab my attention. And that's why when I saw the job posting for the creepypasta grocery store, I couldn't believe my luck. Wasn't a typical ad. Had no flashy graphics, no professional formatting, just a plain text line that read, "Night shift available." For those curious about the
Taunt requires
unusual,
a shield. I mean, I guess
it
that
wasn't
makes
just my
sense.
love of strange stories that made me
I
apply
hate
so
when
quickly.
shamans tried to like
I needed the
tank
money.
with the two-handers. Like,
College
that's
wasn't
so
cheap,
cringe.
and my parents were already stretched thin trying to support me. Between tuition, rent, and textbooks, I had to pull my weight. Taking a night shift seemed perfect. It'd give me time during the day for my other part-time jobs and classes, and maybe leave a little extra for the next semester. I didn't really expect to get the job. The process was almost non-existent. Just a quick phone call and a promise that I could start right away.
I mean, meanwhile, I'm here
interview,
tanking
no paperwork,
with a
no
two-handed
questions.
weapon as a warrior.
At the time, I thought it was a lucky break. I didn't know then that the stories I loved reading would feel a lot less fun when they weren't just words on a screen. My first night shift at the creepypasta grocery store didn't start like I expected. The place was smaller than I thought it would be, with cramped aisles and a flickering open 24/7 sign outside. When I walked in, the air inside was stale, like it hadn't been aired out in years. It smelled faintly of old cardboard and something metallic. When I stepped inside, the store was empty, save for the steady hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. There were no customers, and oddly, no other employees. The register sat unattended, and the shelves were stocked neatly, like no one had touched them in weeks. The break room was tucked in the back, past a hallway lined with storage lockers and a cracked mirror. Inside was as depressing as the rest of the store. Peeling wallpaper, a stained couch, and a coffee pot that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in decades. On the small table in the center of the room, I noticed a VHS tape, its label scratched but still legible. "Training. Watch immediately," it read. I wasn't expecting much, but I found an old TV set sitting on a shelf in the corner.
The thing is, it's just such a slow swing timer. Like, you want a fast weapon, like a dagger. And at that point, you may as well have a shield, because you can't dual wield, right? If I had the option to, I would dual wield 2 daggers as the shaman tank, but there was something else I was gonna add to that. Shit. Let me reread that. Oh, they do two-handed, yeah. Uh-oh. Game's crashing, maybe? Maybe? No. Okay. Yeah, if you get, like, Edgemaster, well, I don't have Edgemasters, I have Age-Core leather gloves on my Shaman tank, so, like, I hella pump, like, even as, like, a tank with, like, dagger and shield, so, I don't know. I feel it's just, like, hella unnecessary and just griefing your healers if, like, you're two-handed tanking, because I feel like you already get enough threat as it is, like, with dagger and, Rockbiter. Gotta start, also... Why can I not shoot this guy? Invalid targets. Okay. Shit. Goldfish streamer memory, I forget what I was just saying. Oh yeah, you wanna, like, be like... Spell Hands mixture with, Elemental Fury, I think it's called. How is this guy an invalid target? Why can I not... The fuck? I could use Mortal Strike on him, but I can't, like, Sunder. Or, like, shoot it. Maybe I gotta, like, relog or something.
VHS player below it had dust on the buttons. I slid the tape in, the machine whining as it pulled the tape into place. The screen came to life with a hiss of static before an image appeared. The person on the tape looked off. Their face was frozen in an exaggerated smile.
Lightning Strike? Is that supposed to be like a melee, like, move that does nature damage? You run the slowest weapon possible and a shield generally. Yeah, I would hate that. I'm assuming everyone else is super, like, different as well besides just Shaman tank on Turtle WoW. Because, I feel like the whole two-handed thing is just really unnecessary. Like, the slowest one, like, do they get an AoE ability too? Because, like, the whole point of, like, going dagger is so you can alt-tab stab, alt-tab stab, alt-tab stab, alt-tab maybe Earthshock that guy. At least for, like, AoE threat without having to use an Oil of Immolation. I don't know. Like, I feel like two-hander is counterintuitive to that. But I guess maybe the Lightning Strike helps, I guess. Whatever the hell that is. 66% of your weapon damage and 22% nature. What happened to the other 12%? What's the other 12% of that? Or did you mean to type 33% nature damage? 66% weapon.
And their eyes didn't quite blink at the same time. Their movements were jerky, almost like a puppet on strings. The rules were listed in rapid succession, the text appearing on the screen in bold letters, while the unnaturally cheerful voice explained them. Rule number 1, do not acknowledge the black-eyed children. Ignore them, no matter how much they beg to enter the store. Rule number 2, avoid aisle 4 completely. If a cleanup is announced there, do not investigate. Rule number 3, never look at the faceless man near the back rooms. Keep your eyes down if you must pass by. Number 4, serve the man with melting skin his cigarettes. Do so silently, and wait for him to leave. And rule number 5, always make a cup of coffee for Joe before your shift ends. Leave it in the break room. Skipping this step is not an option. The tape ended abruptly after the final rule. the screen returning to static. The machine ejected the tape with a loud click, as though it was eager to be rid of it. I sat for a moment, staring at a blank TV. I told myself it was a joke, but deep down I did feel strange. Eventually I stood up, brushing the dust from my pants. I decided to do a quick walkthrough of the store. Maybe seeing the shelves and aisles up close
6% of your
would
weapon
make
damage.
everything feel
Okay,
normal
that's just
again.
what the tooltip says.
Wasn't a big
It's
place.
basically just
I
another
could cover the
instant
whole
strike
thing
to
in
me,
maybe
LMAO.
10 minutes.
So for
As I
AoE
walked
threat, you
past
would
the aisles,
just pull
I counted them.
Earthshock,
Aisle
yeah,
1, 2,
Storm
3.
I mean,
my pace slowed as I approached the middle of the store.
I'm assuming you still like have the same talents, right? Like Storm Strike's still at the bottom, right? I mean, okay, I'm not on my Shaman, but like in Enhance, it's like at the very bottom. You don't like get access. I mean, like even without that, I would just like Lightning Bolt one and then Earthshock or whatever, then hit the third one with like a Rock Biter melee. But a lot of my pulls like start off with like a Chain Lightning basically, if it's safe to do so. I don't know. This sounds like a lazy version of Shaman Tank. I don't know. Maybe I would give it a try. I don't know. No talents are different. Do you get Storm Strike really early or something? Okay.
Where aisle 4 should have been. But there was nothing. Just a blank wall between aisles 3 and 5. I stopped, staring at the empty space. The wall was bare, except for a faint outline of what might have been a doorway, long since plastered over. The rules had said to avoid aisle 4, but there wasn't anything to avoid. Not anymore. Now, patrolling the aisles was a way to distract myself, but the growing tension in my chest refused to stop. The store was quiet, except for the buzzing lights overhead and the sound of my shoes on the tile floor. I tried to focus on anything normal, the stuff on the shelves, the displays, but I couldn't shake the feeling that time was moving slower than it should have been. During a slow part of my shift, I decided to clean up the break room. The room was small and bare, an old couch, coffee pot, and a row of lockers. Most were empty, but one caught my attention. Its door was locked, the rusted padlock hanging loose.
It sounds like a lazy version of Shaman Tank, but I'm curious now that you have like this extra strike or whatever, and then I would fuck with all my key bindings honestly, or I'd have to like unbind Fire Shock, I guess. How early does Shaman Tank and Turtle WoW get the lightning strike that you're talking about?
Loosely. Curious, I tested the lock. It wasn't sturdy, and with a bit of force, I managed to pop it open. Inside was a uniform like mine, though way older. The fabric was faded and torn in places, and the name tag attached to it had been scratched out, leaving behind faint marks where the name used to be. Behind the uniform, I found a book. The cover was stained and warped, probably from an old coffee spill. The title was barely readable, but it seemed to be about local monsters or legends. I picked it up carefully, and I opened it. The pages were brittle, and many were missing. The ones that were still intact had strange details written on them. The descriptions matched some of the things I'd heard in the rules. Some entries were redacted, with names and places scribbled out or smeared with ink. One section described creatures that wore human faces, but didn't move naturally. Another described something tall and faceless, saying, "It doesn't move while you're watching. It waits." Whoever owned the book had been keeping notes. Words were circled, underlined, and scribbled in the margins. as if they'd been trying to figure something out. I placed the book back in the locker, and I shut the door. And then I heard it. A faint knock on the glass storefront. I stopped mid-step. The sound was soft, but loud enough to grab my attention. Slowly, I stepped out of the break room and walked back to the entrance, where the sliding doors were. 2 figures stood outside the glass. They were children, maybe 7 or 8 years old. A boy and a girl. Their clothing looked simple and oddly out of place, like it belonged from another time. They stood still, staring right at me. They showed no emotion.
Alright, that just...
Their eyes were pitch black.
Bloodlust has actually just turned me off. I don't know. That feels like too power creep at this point. Like, having Bloodlust in Classic, I don't know. I mean, it seems like cool. I mean, it's a private server, I guess. You gotta do something cool, I guess. Something fun. Like, I've played on private servers, you know, like, but, I don't know. That just does... Now it's starting to sound like I mean, even Season of Discovery doesn't have Bloodlust. That's kind of crazy, dude. I don't know.
There
Maybe
were no whites
I'll
or pupils,
give it a try.
just
but I don't
empty
know.
voids that seemed to swallow the
Kinda-
light. The boy raised a
Kind
hand
of a bit
and
much.
knocked again, this time more insistent. The girl's lips moved next, forming words I couldn't hear clearly but didn't mean to. Their expressions didn't change, but their intent was unmistakable. They were begging to be let inside. I remembered the first rule on the tape. Do not acknowledge the black-eyed children. The boy pressed his hands flat against the glass, holding his empty stare, as if he knew I could see him. And for the next hour, they stayed. They didn't leave, didn't look away, they didn't blink. They alternated between moments of begging and total silence, their presence feeling heavier with every passing second. When the clock on the wall struck 2 a.m., they stopped, and without a sound, they turned and walked away into the darkness beyond the parking lot. I didn't move until I was certain they were gone. I forced myself to leave the front of the store. The darkened glass and the empty parking lot beyond felt too exposed, as if standing there too long might bring them back. My legs were unsteady, but I needed something to do. Anything to keep my mind from that. The restocking cart was by the center aisle, left half filled with canned goods. It was a boring task.
Basically just tried to make
repetitive
the
and
off-meta
grounding.
specs a bit better.
I grabbed a can of tomato
Well, wait,
soup.
wait. Hold on. Does only Horde get Bloodlust, or did they, like, have, like, some kind of alliance favoritism and, like, give them shamans as well, or... Did they got, like, did they got heroism from something? Like, a paladin giving them heroism, or... Because, I don't know. Feels like everyone would be playing Horde, right? If, like, you got Bloodlust. I mean, not like I plan to play an Alliance character. I mean, that would be different, though. I've never leveled an Alliance character, actually. All the quests would be new to me. Like, I've always played Horde, so... I've done these quests a billion times. Well, not billions, but, you know, tens of times, probably.
And turned to the shelf, counting the rows to find the right spot. My hands weren't steady. The metal edges of the can pressed hard into my
Cross-faction
fingers
rating,
as I
huh?
placed it on the shelf.
I remember playing on a private server, like, over 15 years ago or something like that, where you could raid cross-faction, right? And you could talk to the Alliance, but your AoE abilities would actually damage your Alliance homies, so you couldn't use your AoE in raids or some shit like that. It was kind of scuffed, but I think that they were ahead of their time with the cross-faction shit. there's a PvP server and a PvE server. Most people play on the PvE server, but with PvP flagged on, because you get bonus experience. So it's almost like war mode in retail, huh?
Hope someone's looking out for him. Whatever they are. My son. It wasn't the right thing to think. The rules had been clear and I'd followed them. But the thought lingered anyway. They had looked human as wrong as they were. I'd heard stories before, you know. They were scattered across the internet, buried in forums and the stranger corners of social media. They always followed the same pattern. Places open late, employees working overnight shifts, and children at the door with eyes that weren't right. Fast food workers described seeing them standing at the drive-thru window, hands pressed against the glass. Some gas station attendants reported faint tapping on the locked doors, always after midnight. And there were other patterns too. The children never forced their way in. They never reacted to being ignored or refused. They stayed until something unseen decided they were done. Theories about them were endless. You've heard the stories. Urban legends, paranormal entities, or something worse that no one had a name for. But for every theory, there was someone who swore it happened to them.
It is called war mode?
I thought about the black-eyed children
also no
I'd seen
world buffs in
outside the
red.
store.
Oh.
They fit the accounts perfectly.
No world buffs in red. But do a lot. Oh, yeah. I already. You covered that. You can cross red with Alliance and Horde. I mean, that kind of destroys the whole purpose of, like, Horde and Alliance. But, I mean, I guess that's on the PvE server, or can you raid with them on the PvP server? Is that where you can only, like, raid with your faction at that point? No world buffs in raid is, like, that's a good decision. I don't know how early or late that was put in place to Turtle WoW, but, like, a lot of world buff culture and, like, this version, like, just main WoW, Blizzard WoW, is world buffs and, like, parsing and all this shit. But yeah, that would alleviate a lot of the time having to, like, wait around and hope someone does a rend or levels up an elt to get another rend drop. And so many, like, Onyxia heads, like, once someone's got the head, you know, they can't turn it in again. So I remember I was, like, on a dead server before where, well, very close to low pub, where it was rare for a dragon's, like, even, I guess I could say hardcore WoW, it was rare that we would get a Dragon Slayer buff, because, like, not much guilds were good enough to be killing Oni super often. But yeah, I think PvP is no cross faction, so that would be a way to make it, to, like, get the raiding experience you'd want, but then you gotta deal with all these PvP griefer motherfuckers to, like, get like an actual raiding experience where you know, I mean, I guess, like, playing with Alliance would be cool, but it's like that. It's a private server. People are meant to have fun, I guess. Be a little bit different from the actual Blizzard servers.
It wasn't just me. I wondered how many people had ignored the rules and what might have happened to them. And that thought did not sit well with me. After restocking the shelves, I pushed the empty cart back towards the rear of the store. The area was quieter, with only the low hum of the cooler units breaking the silence. As I neared the back rooms, something caught my eye. A faint movement in the dim light at the far end of the hallway. Standing outside the doorway to the back rooms was a tall figure, its outline stark against the glow of the broken bulb overhead. It didn't move, and the longer I stared, the clearer its features, or lack thereof, became. It had no face, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, as though someone had erased its identity completely. I remember the rule. Never look at the faceless man near the back rooms. I forced my eyes away, looking at the floor. I turned the cart sharply, redirecting myself toward the middle aisles. The rule was clear. Don't acknowledge it. Don't interact. Even as I walked away, I could feel him watching me. The stories about the faceless man had always been harder to believe, but the details were as consistent as the accounts of the children. I'd read about him before. Old reports from workers, old forum posts, and the occasional police file that didn't lead anywhere. A figure, always described as extremely tall, dressed in a plain black suit, and seen standing near back rooms or open doorways. People who talked to the faceless man alone often disappeared. Their belongings would be left behind. Phones, wallets, keys, but never a trace of the person themselves. The police didn't have much to go on, and the cases were usually filed under missing persons without any further investigation. The stories stayed in the dark corners of the internet, where they blended with urban legends and conspiracy theories. Theories about him varied. Some said he was an omen, appearing before something terrible happened. Others thought he was a predator, choosing victims at random. There were claims he would appear in multiple places at once, as though he wasn't tied to a single location. The intercom crackled to life suddenly, shattering the stillness of the store.
Clean up on aisle 4.
The voice was distorted, mechanical, like it was barely making it through the worn-out speakers overhead. The thing was, aisle 4 did not exist. I stayed where I was, standing motionless near the register. The training tape had been clear about this rule. Ignore any announcement about aisle 4. I forced myself to ignore it. Instead, I turned to the coffee maker behind the register. My hands were steady as I grabbed a mug and scooped coffee grounds into it. The intercom continued, the same words looping over and over. I focused on the sound of the coffee dripping into the pot, the soft hiss of steam, the only thing keeping me grounded. When the pot finished, I poured myself a cup and leaned against the counter, holding the warm mug in both hands. The announcement stopped suddenly, leaving the store in complete silence. I stayed where I was, sipping the coffee slowly. I didn't look toward the aisles. I didn't move. The quiet felt heavy, but I waited it out. I thought about why I'd taken this job in the first place. College was bleeding me dry, man. And with my parents already stretched thin, I needed every paycheck I could get. A summer job at a grocery store seemed harmless enough when I applied. I wondered how many other people had worked this shift before me. Did they feel the same crawling fear in their chest? What did they do, block it out? Or did it eat away at them, little by little? I looked down at the mug in my hands, realizing I'd been gripping it too tightly. The rules were clear, and following them was the only way to get through the night. Still, I was nervous. The sound of footsteps pulled me out of my thoughts. Slow and wet. They slapped against the tile floor, growing louder as they approached the counter. I looked up and froze. A man stood there. His skin hung loosely from his frame.
I think you should give it a go if you ever get bored and want to level on it. It's definitely different, but we try out slow weapons and high armor
the rule
shield.
was clear as the first time
a lot
I heard
of
it.
new content to play.
Serve the man with melting skin his cigarettes.
I don't know about that, dude. Did they normalize or fix toughness talent? Because it's useless in this version. I think Warrior has toughness, doesn't it? Yeah. So, armor value just from weapons. So you're not exactly getting armor from armor enchants or from agility being put on you. My god, kill this guy, please. I got a health pot. Okay. Yeah, like, the stat priority is like stamina for Shaman Tank in this version, and we kind of like look down on armor. I don't know if they fixed that in Turtle WoW. Is it fixed? Because I'm pretty sure, like, I know a good shield, like, shield with armor type of deal is like better, like, it's your best slot to like equip, because like it's almost half your armor is from a shield, right? But yeah, that's the only reason you have a shield equipped. But it's like, what was I gonna say? Stamina to survive, yeah. Because I don't, unless they're putting up what you calls it, defense on Shaman Tank gear, or making like Shaman Tank like male gear that has defense on it, like, because you don't have as much access to that, or they got like a Shaman Tank tier set of gear, like I don't know. Definitely stamina though on this version of the game. Like, I don't know if you guys got a different version of toughness that's different, I guess, or better, I guess. Because I know it's a waste of talent points to put points into toughness to Shaman Tank. I used to when I was a noob. I don't know, like 15% even still ain't worth it for me, honestly. Even if I was playing Turtle WoW, I would not put points into that talent. Like, that extra 5% just ain't it, unless like maybe, I don't know, like Shaman tanking like Nax. I don't think it's needed for like MC, BWL, and like AQ.
Do not speak. I reached behind me, hands trembling, as I searched blindly for the shelf of cigarette packs. My fingers brushed against one, and I grabbed it, not daring to take my eyes off him. I placed the pack on the counter, careful to move slowly.
30% extra to shield is what you're saying? Like, built into the toughness talent? Like, it does that much more? 15% plus 30% extra to shield armor? I mean, I guess then at that point it is a worthwhile talent, like, to make it actually useful. If it was just the 15% armor, I'd be like, no, that's still trash. For the, like, the shield, I guess, yeah.
With a sickening, gurgling sound, he raised a hand. His fingers were long and bent out of shape, and they left streaks of something dark on the counter as they slid over the cigarettes. The smell hit me as I turned to leave, thick and sour. I held my breath, waiting for him to disappear into the shadows beyond the store. The door didn't open. There was no sound of it sliding on its tracks. When I looked up, the man was gone. I stayed rooted in place, the lingering smell making it hard to breathe. The pack I had handed him was gone, but the faint smear on the counter was proof he'd been there. And there was something familiar about the man. His presence had sparked a memory, a connection to stories I'd read late at night, accounts of creatures that weren't human.
I'm assuming it's just tier gear that has, like, what, strength and agility and, like, stam on it or something? It's like, basically, for tier gear for shamans in this, is like, you take whatever has spell crit and spell damage, so that's where the spell enhancement comes into play for this version of Shaman Tank, to actually, like, have more threat to, like, out threat. I mean, you don't really need to be competing with your like fellow co-tanks. It's whatever. If they do more threat, it's fine. But like you just want that threat for out DPS or out threading the DPS basically. If I wanted to always be out threading the warriors, but yeah, I definitely want to start getting more spell power gear on my current shaman tank.
But that wanted to be. I'd read about them before too. One report stood out in my mind. A convenience store clerk in Nevada had talked about a man who came in every night around the same time. He looked normal at first, but as the days went on, the clerk noticed his skin did not look real. The man never bought
what's up,
anything.
Laura? How you doing?
He just stood by.
I'm just still at it, leveling my warrior ult. How about you? Is Widow's here with you as well? My fellow moderator?
By the counter, staring. And one night that clerk disappeared. At least that was how the story went. But as for what actually happened to the clerk, well, your guess is as good as mine. The shift was nearly over when I heard someone enter through the front doors. My muscles tensed out of habit, but the figure that stepped inside wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Maggie, my manager, walked in with a kind of calm confidence that didn't match the unsettling air of the store. She waved briefly and made her way toward me. Her presence felt jarring after hours of silence, but it was a relief to see someone normal again. Maggie dropped her bag behind the counter and leaned on the edge, brushing back her short, dark hair. After asking how my shift had gone, she listened as I described the events of the night. Her reaction was measured, almost sympathetic, as if she'd expected it. For a moment, she said nothing more, and then began speaking quietly, her tone serious. Maggie explained that the building hadn't always been a grocery store. Years before the grocery store stood on this ground, the building was a theater. Its final night was marked by an event that no one could explain and that few dared to speak about afterward. It was a midnight showing, one of the last efforts by Mr. Larkin to draw an audience to his struggling business. The feature was a film titled The Smiling Ones, a low-budget production that never appeared in any official listings. The showing attracted only a handful of people, local horror enthusiasts, and some of the theater's regular staff. As the reels turned, something went wrong. A fire broke out near the back of the auditorium, the flames spreading faster than should have been possible. Investigators later found no evidence of faulty wiring or flammable materials where the blaze began. The fire spread quickly, consuming the room in minutes. The exits became impassable. Witnesses outside said they heard muffled laughter mixed with screams, the two sounds blending together. Those inside had no chance of escape. The fire department arrived quickly, but their equipment failed. The flames burned cold, a phenomenon the firefighters couldn't explain.
2.5. Is that like AQ gear, I'm assuming? Yeah, 2.5. Like AQ 40 gear, I think. I've never like gotten that far on any of my shaman tanks. Like I make it to MC and like maybe step into BWL for like the first couple of bosses, and that's it. Cause you know, it's like a 1 versus everyone else on the server. Like I'm 1v9ing, as Tyler 1 would say. You got people just don't believe in the shaman tank, and then you gotta be like, oh, but I'm a streamer and I've been a shaman tanker for the last 5 years, and they're like, cool story, bro. You gotta find like the noobs, and then they're more easier to get you into their guild. I mean, it's like, at least for this version of the game. Like I can't join a speedrun guild or whatever, like a super hardcore guild. They're not gonna waste a spot on a shaman tank, but your average schmuck Joe guild definitely will take a shaman tank that knows what they're talking about, like which would be me, right? I mean, I know all my shit from Caperfin, honestly. Like, if it wasn't for me coming across a video where he had like a 1 hour interview with like I forget who actually. God damn, who was that? Malderon, I think. Yeah, I was like, that sounds interesting as hell. I'm gonna give Shaman Tank a try, and then yeah, like I've learned most of my trade from that dude. But like I'm like the guy that actually has footage, because like he only made guides. Like you don't exactly get to catch a live stream of him doing it. It's more hearsay that he says he's done all this shit like on private servers. Like some of his maths, I guess. But yeah, a lot of my knowledge is like literally from that one video. And then like I hop in his live streams and like he's able to tell me what gear upgrades I go after here and there. I don't know where I was going with that. Oh yeah. He was like a shaman tank on like private servers. I don't know if he was like known well there before he before Classic WoW came out.
Water sprayed toward the building never made contact. It evaporated midair, and the team could only watch as the theater collapsed in on itself, leaving behind nothing but scorched debris. By morning, the fire had burned itself out, leaving the building's outer walls mostly intact, and no bodies were ever recovered. The patrons and staff were simply gone, as if they'd been erased along with the rest of the theater. The tragedy was quickly hushed up. No memorials were held, no official inquiries followed. The property remained abandoned for years until it was quietly sold and repurposed into the grocery store. Those who had witnessed the fire or claimed to have seen the smiling ones moved away or disappeared soon after. Years after the fire, the remains of the old theater were sold to a company nobody'd ever heard of. There were no public records of the sale, and the name on the paperwork didn't match any real businesses. People thought the lot would stay empty like it had for years. But one day, the grocery store was just there. Nobody saw any construction crews or equipment, and nobody remembered seeing the building being worked on. It was like the store had appeared overnight, fully built, stocked, and ready for customers. Things got even stranger when people who had moved out of town came back.
He's like deleted a lot of like his old videos, and I was trying to look for them. They're probably archived in some like old ass like forum for like a private server, I would imagine. Or they're like archived, like he has them privated or something like that, where only if like you go way back to like find a forum post with him or like an old Reddit post, you'll be able to find some of his old content. Like I remember finding one of his videos through like a private server Reddit that like wanted to talk about Shaman Tank, and they linked a Caperfin video. I was like, whoa, that's a video that, like, if you look at his YouTube now, like just through YouTube, you can't find it. Like he deleted like a lot of his old shit, and it was like a lot of good info in there. I don't know why he did that. I wish I had recorded his videos so I could reference them myself later on.
They didn't remember the grocery store at all. It wasn't on old maps, and they said they never
they would
saw...
be videos from like 4 or 5 years ago type of deal, but like he deleted all of them or some shit like that. I don't know if like he cares about his revenue on YouTube or something. He's like, oh, there was some copyright music or something, so I had to take it down. It's like, no, you don't. Just keep it up there. You get yourself out there and more well noticed. Even like I do so many goddamn vocal covers, and those are all copyrighted. Like I ain't making any. I mean, I don't even make money off YouTube, but I'm not gonna be making any off of any of the hundreds of vocal covers I do. I just do them just because I want to, and I get views out of it. I don't know. Caper is like a penny
when
something.
They used to live in the area.
I don't want to
But for
say.
the locals,
no,
it had
never mind.
always been part of the town. Like it had always been
Penny
there.
pincher. That's the word I was looking for.
Nobody talked about the store opening.
Frugal.
People shopped there, but they didn't ask questions. It was treated as another place to buy food, but everyone seemed to know that something wasn't quite right. Most employees didn't last long. Some quit after only a few days, and others, well, they just stopped showing up. Their lockers and time cards were left behind, like they'd vanished. The workers who stayed never explained much about the job. They followed the rules, kept quiet, and didn't talk about what happened during their shifts. The store looked normal to anyone passing by, but it was clear that whatever happened in the old theater hadn't stayed buried. Whether the grocery store was meant to keep it hidden or to feed it, nobody knew, and nobody wanted to find out. Decades ago, long before the current set of rules was printed in...
I know I know he streams currently, like, but he does like priest tanking and like hunter tank shit on Season of Discovery. But I used to very much be a frequent regular in like his chats, and that's like I would learn shit, basically like what to do here and there for like very niche situations for Shaman tank before like he moved on over to like other niche stuff like priest tank. I remember one of his titles said rogue healer. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Is he just trying to clickbait us at this point? But yeah, I think I have like 2 videos like from like a year ago, maybe, I don't know, or whenever Sod came out. Like I have 2 videos of me interviewing Caperfin, and it's just like me very drunk and wasted, cutting him off to ask something else. That's funny, but I kept him up anyways.
Laminated. A handwritten sheet of paper was found in the break room. The edges were frayed and the ink had faded in spots, but it was still legible. The note was pinned to the wall with a rusty nail, as if it had been meant to stay there forever. The handwriting was uneven, rushed, like it'd been written under stress. The rules listed were nearly identical to those followed by employees today, but there were small cryptic annotations alongside some of them. They love attention. Don't give it to them. Coffee keeps them calm. Aisle 4 is not for us. Stay away. The name Joe was scrawled at the bottom of the sheet, as if it were both a signature and a warning. No one knows exactly who Joe was, but the story passed down among employees suggested he might have been the store's first worker, or maybe someone connected to the building's dark past. Some claimed that Joe was one of the theater patrons who had died in the fire. Others believed he was a drifter who'd been hired when the store first opened. Whoever he was, the rules he left behind became the only barrier between employees and the strange forces tied to the building. The store's lingering presence seemed to respect the rules, even if no one understood why. Over time, employees began to suspect that Joe never truly left. The ritual of making coffee at the end of every shift became more than a rule. It felt like a gesture of gratitude to someone unseen. Those who followed the rule said their shifts passed without incident. Those who didn't often vanished before anyone could ask what went wrong. The rule about Aisle 4 is the one employees follow the most carefully. Those who break it, even by accident, don't always come back. The ones who do are never the same. They don't explain much, and they act like they're somewhere else. Rumors say Aisle 4 lines up with the theater's old screening room, the place where the Smiling Ones played its final show. Even though the aisle isn't real, some workers say they've ended up there anyway. The shelves disappear, and the space turns into a dark hallway that stretches on forever. Black and white images flash on the walls like an old movie playing on a projector. The images are strange and unsettling. People with no faces, moving in stiff, awkward ways. Children with huge smiles that don't look natural, and dark shapes floating in the background. The movie never stops. It plays over and over, the images getting more warped and messed up every time. In the background, you can hear laughter and screams, but the sounds are broken and scratchy, like they've been played too many times. People who end up in Aisle 4 say it feels like something is watching them. The longer they stay, the stronger the feeling gets, like eyes are on them from every direction. Most say they feel an overwhelming need to look behind them. The few who give in say the shadows from the film come off the walls, reaching for them. Nobody explains how they get out, and most refuse to come back to the store after it happens. For them, the rule about Aisle 4 isn't just a warning, it's the only thing keeping them safe. Whatever is there doesn't follow the same rules as the rest of the store, and it doesn't forget about anyone who steps into its space. As I tried to process what I've learned about Aisle 4, Maggie began to speak again. She leaned against the counter, her expression unreadable as she looked toward the rows of aisles. She explained what some employees had come to believe over the years. The store wasn't just a place to work. It was something else entirely. Something that didn't follow the rules of the world outside. One theory was that the store was a trap, a place designed to catch wandering souls. Whatever caused the fire in the theater may have left behind more than flames. It might have created a pocket of reality where lost things gathered. People who stepped inside were drawn into its rules and became part of its system, unable to leave until it allowed them to. Whatever the store was, it didn't just trap people, it changed them. The thought gnawed at me as Maggie's words lingered. She'd said that some think the store's an experiment. Others believe it's a prison or a feeding ground. Her cryptic warning had felt abstract until I started noticing the subtle changes around me. My shifts stretched longer than they should, even though the clock didn't reflect it. And Joe, the invisible presence I left coffee for nightly, became harder to dismiss as just another quirky rule. That night, the intercom blared as soon as Maggie left me alone.
Clean up on aisle 4.
This time the lights flickered, and the air grew colder. I gripped the counter for balance, my mind racing. The voice continued.
Clean up on aisle 4. You know where to go.
Except there was no aisle 4. Everybody knew that. I glanced toward the middle of the store, and for the first time I saw it. The faint outline of an aisle that shouldn't exist. A shadowy gap between aisle 3 and aisle 5 shimmered unnaturally. The edges flickering like static on an old TV. I didn't move at first. The rules were clear, don't acknowledge aisle 4. But the air shifted. and I felt it pulling me. The tug wasn't physical, but it was strong, like gravity itself wanted me to step forward. And I knew something terrible was about to happen. I glanced at the break room door. Joe's coffee. I somehow knew it was my only hope. I bolted for the back, every step feeling like I was running through quicksand. Behind me, the intercom voice shifted to something worse. Laughter. Deep, broken laughter that echoed like static in my ears. When I reached the break room, the coffee pot was cold. I hadn't made the coffee yet. The laughter grew louder, followed by footsteps. Wet, dragging, and impossibly slow. The faceless man. I grabbed the coffee pot with trembling hands, fumbling to fill it. The rules demanded precision, but my heart was pounding. I hit the brew button and turned to face the break room table, waiting for the pot to finish dripping. But the dragging footsteps stopped just outside the break room door.
Wait for 35 minutes.
A shadow stretched beneath the crack. It didn't move.
Will you guys listen to it?
My back pressed against the counter, willing the coffee machine to finish.
Okay, let's go.
Joe, whoever you are, man, I need help, I said. The shadow shifted, and the break room door creaked open. The faceless man stood there, impossibly tall, his suit soaked with some dark fluid. The space around him warped, bending reality itself. I couldn't look at him. The rules said not to. My eyes dropped to the floor as I focused on the soft gurgle of the coffee pot. Don't look, I muttered to myself. And then I heard the chair scrape against the floor. Not the door, the chair. My eyes flicked toward the break room table, and I froze. The chair had shifted, like someone invisible was sitting down. I felt it then. A cold, still presence behind me. The machine beeped. The coffee was done. I poured it carefully into the chipped mug, my hands shaking so bad I almost spilled it. Setting the mug on the table, I forced my voice to be steady. "It's ready," I whispered. The faceless man didn't move. The presence behind me didn't disappear. I turned to leave the break room, my legs weak and trembling. As I crossed the threshold, the laughter on the intercom stopped. The dragging footsteps faded. I thought it was over. But when I stepped back into the main store, the shimmering gap between aisles 3 and 5 had grown. The space beyond it wasn't a blank wall anymore. It was an endless hallway, dark and twisting, with faint shapes flickering. My heart sank. Something was coming through. I backed away, and the gap widened, the floor cracking beneath it. I ran to the register, slamming my hand on the emergency alarm button. Nothing happened. The store ignored it, as if it was laughing at my attempt to fight back. Figures moved closer. They didn't run, but they didn't need to. Their presence pulled at me. I stumbled, nearly falling. And then I heard it. The faint creak of a chair behind me, back in the break room. I didn't have time to think. I bolted toward the sound, slamming the door behind me. The coffee mug was empty, but the chair was pushed neatly back under the table. Steam still barely rose from the cup, as if whoever, or whatever Joe was, had just finished drinking. I heard a voice then. It echoed in the room around me. "Good coffee." The air in the break room shifted. Something cold brushed past me, unseen, moving toward the door. The dragging footsteps resumed, but this time they weren't coming for me. Through the narrow break room window, I saw the shadows stop in their tracks. The faceless man turned, his featureless head tilting toward the empty air, as if acknowledging something greater. One by one, I said. The shadow shifted, and the break room door creaked open. The faceless man stood there, impossibly tall, his suit soaked with some dark fluid. The space around him warped, bending reality itself. I couldn't look at him. The rule said not to. My eyes dropped to the floor as I focused on the soft gurgle of the coffee pot.
Yeah, I should actually probably turn this shit in.
I muttered to myself. And then I heard the chair scrape against the floor.
Here, not just like the
not the door. The chair. My eyes flicked toward the break room table, and I froze. The chair had shifted, like someone invisible was sitting down. I felt it then. A cold, still presence behind me. The machine beeped. The coffee was done. I poured it carefully into the chipped mug, my hands shaking so bad I almost spilled it. Setting the mug on the table, I forced my voice to be steady. "It's ready," I whispered. The faceless man didn't move. The presence behind me didn't disappear. I turned to leave the break room, my legs weak and trembling. As I crossed the threshold, the laughter on the intercom stopped. The dragging footsteps faded. I thought it was over. But when I stepped back into the main store, the shimmering gap between aisles 3 and 5 had grown. The space beyond it wasn't a blank wall anymore. It was an endless hallway, dark and twisting, with faint shapes flickering. My heart sank. Something was coming through. I backed away, and the gap widened, the floor cracking beneath it. I ran to the register, slamming my hand on the emergency alarm button. Nothing happened. The store ignored it, as if it was laughing at my attempt to fight back. Figures moved closer. They didn't run, but they didn't need to. Their presence pulled at me. I stumbled, nearly falling. And then I heard it. The faint creak of a chair behind me, back in the break room. I didn't have time to think. I bolted toward the sound, slamming the door behind me. The coffee mug was empty, but the chair was pushed neatly back under the table. Steam still barely rose from the cup, as if whoever, or whatever Joe was, had just finished drinking. I heard a voice then. It echoed in the room around me. "Good coffee." The air in the break room shifted. Something cold brushed past me, unseen, moving toward the door. The dragging footsteps resumed, but this time they weren't coming for me. Through the narrow break room window, I saw the shadows stop in their tracks. The faceless man turned, his featureless head tilting toward the empty air, as if acknowledging something greater. One by one, the figures ran back into the endless hallway. The gap between the aisles flickered, then vanished, leaving only a blank wall, and the store fell silent. Maggie arrived as usual at the end of my shift. She glanced at the break room table, saw the empty mug, and gave a small nod of approval. "Huh, you survived. Joe must like you," she said. She told me that as long as I kept making that coffee the way I had been, and as long as I kept being respectful to Joe, he'd protect me. He'd keep me safe. Anyway, I've been here for a while now, and I can't say it's all that bad. Joe and I play games sometimes. Checkers, chess, tic-tac-toe. He never says anything, but I get the feeling he enjoys the company. I do too. Though we've never had an official conversation, I can't help but feel like we're friends. And I know this sounds crazy, but I think I might stay. Hey, thank you for listening. We have some really great stories coming up on this channel the next few weeks. And if you like true stories, head over to the second channel, Lighthouse, and check it out. Have a good night.
Interview
Contractors, are you covered?
For a living, okay?
Insurance policies start at only $19 per month. Get your certificate of insurance in no time. Over 250,000 Canadian small businesses served. Save up to 35% today.
I am a writer and painter devoted to the subject of myths, dreams, terror, superstition, and the strange. I am currently working on a series of papers that focus on the gruesome events that occurred in Redacted National Park, Alberta, Canada.
Yeah, that's where I was born, in Alberta, Canada. What a small world.
Vampire in the National Park. Interview transcript of Jacob Wingate. At the request of the family members of the deceased, the names have been changed. Out of respect for the dead, the rest has been told exactly as it occurred. October 25th, 2011. Reporting officer, Detective Adrian Wozniak. We would like to make an audio recording of the interview, if that's okay with you. Just to clarify, you're not under arrest. You're free to go anytime you wish. Just listen to us. You don't have to answer any questions and stuff like that. We just want you to relax and open up to us. We're not going to jump on you and give you a hard time or anything like that. We're here to let you talk to us. Or to talk to you a little about how you've been doing, how you're feeling. I have a feeling there are things on your mind you need to let out, and I'm going to give you that opportunity. It's pretty clear that something real heavy is bothering you. I imagine things have been real tough for you as of late. Yeah, we understand that. Your family is worried about you. Your parents, your brother, your sister. You self-committed into a mental health institute. We're told you became catatonic. After you recovered, you were released and kind of dropped off the face of the planet. But you're better now and ready to talk. That's good, Jacob. We want to help. We're not here to point fingers. If you got a chance to meet the relatives of the deceased family you discovered, you would know they were decent people like you and your family, and that they deserve closure. The report says that you found the Chang family in that cave, and that they had all been mauled by an animal. But the coroner says that the bite marks on the bodies belong to that of a human being. I want to tell you everything that I saw, experienced, that I learned. I want to fully cooperate with you, but I know you're not going to believe me. I don't expect you to. I don't see how you possibly can. Even I have a hard time believing my memory. Just start from the beginning. Okay? I was a volunteer with SARVAC. That's the Search and Rescue Volunteer Association Canada. Right. We had received the call in May. It was fire season. I'm sure you remember that. Huge amounts of land were burned, communities swallowed up by flames, plumes of smoke drifting across the country, even down into the US. I remember the fire bans that were set in place. Fire permits were canceled, no open flames of any kind. Hefty fines were handed out to violators. Tell us about the call that was made that day. It was early morning when a park ranger came across the campsite that was in shambles. He happened to be driving by in his Jeep when he noticed a group of tattered tents. The windows of the SUV were shattered. The ranger thought it looked like a possible grizzly attack. The parents, 2 daughters and son, were nowhere to be seen. There was no blood, no animal hair or prints. If a predatory animal attacked them, there should have been something. I know. It could have been any number of things. Bear, mountain lions, wolves. Tell us about when you arrived. It was still morning when we arrived at the national park. Even though the sun was rising, we couldn't see it because of all the smoke that the wind carried with it. The sky was still dark and gray. In the past, people have gone missing. Hikers, seasoned outdoor people, old, young. Sometimes it was a case of someone straying off a path or making a wrong turn, but for the most part they would be found alive and shaken. But something seemed different about that day. There were multiple teams of people dispatched through the park, on foot, with scent hounds, horseback, jeep, helicopter. Hiking trails were searched, main roads, back roads. We had people going through the brush. The report says you discovered a cave about 10 kilometers south from the campsite. Yes, it was an undocumented cave. Nobody had known about its existence until recently. My team had been in charge of going through the brush on foot. The dog handlers were arguing among each other. It was because the dogs were acting strange, like something had spooked them. They were whimpering and whining with their tails stuck between their legs. Some of them were even hiding behind their handlers. It was very bizarre. The dogs seemed sure about the scent trail, but as soon as we got to a certain area, they recoiled in fear. What can you say about the cave? The cave. How did you find it? At the time, I had entirely failed to notice where I was going exactly. It's hard to describe what I felt. Like I was in some kind of trance. I almost felt like I was being called by someone. I don't mean I actually heard a voice, but I felt compelled to head in that direction. And on the ground directly in front of me, I found a pink Nike shoe, a little girl's shoe. At that moment, it was as if I returned to consciousness. About 20 yards from where I found the shoe was the cave entrance obscured by large spruce trees. After you discovered the shoe, you found the cave and you decided to check it out. The cave entrance was a hole in the ground, big enough for a person to crawl into. I stood at the entrance of the cave, staring down into it. The floor sloped at an angle. I took out my flashlight and made my way into the very mouth of the cave, shining the light into the darkness, trying to spot anything. I had to crab walk my way down the sloping floor. Listen, detective, there are things that are, how would be the best way to put it? Things that are out there. Strange things, you know. I'm not sure you're going to believe me. You'll call me crazy. I assure you, I'm not crazy or making up any of this. We don't think that. We want to help you, and you'll help us. Just tell us what you saw. Okay? The first thing I saw in the cave were petroglyphs carved into the very rock by ancient indigenous people. There are many of these located throughout the foothills, the Rocky Mountains, many of them thousands of years old. These particular ones depicted hunters chasing the mighty buffalo off of cliffs. I remember reaching out and tracing them with a finger, all the while thinking to myself, I might be the first person in ages to lay eyes on them. What did you find next? Several feet away, I found something on the cavern floor. It was what appeared to be a very old leather satchel. I felt my heart jump a little as I approached it. It was cracked and coated in countless layers of dust. I carefully opened the bag and found a broken compass, a rusty water canteen, a leather-bound book titled Le Demon, and a flintlock pistol with the year 1715 engraved into the side. I remember staring down at the contents of the bag, with the flashlight becoming warm in my hands. I sat there, trying to make sense of things. That's when I was startled by a noise. What was it that you heard? It sounded like something being broken, a snapping sound. What did you do next? I shined the light farther down the cave tunnel from where the sound came from. I decided to move towards it, but it required me to go farther down the sloping cave floor, and when I got to the bottom, I saw a pair of feet. One foot a pink Nike shoe on it, the other was bare. I hurried down as fast I could and found a girl of no more than 7. She was dead. Her neck had been broken. But there were other injuries listed. Yes. On both sides of her neck were deep puncture marks, her arms and legs as well. All the color in her skin was gone. It was as if all of her blood had been drained. And the look on her face, that expression of complete horror. I could hear the sound of my beating heart in the silent cave. I began to feel faint. I began to cry right there in those depths. The cold indifference of the universe had hit me like a train. This child suffered an agonizing death in that inky darkness. With my trembling hands, I began reaching for my radio, but I was distracted by another sudden snapping sound. The rest of the Chang family was down there. They were piled on top of each other, like a heap. They suffered the same fate as the little girl, broken necks and punctures on the legs and arms, blood removed from their veins. The report says that this was an animal attack, possibly a mountain lion. I didn't say that. I said that it was something. Tell us about it. You wouldn't believe me. Try me. It was a thing that shouldn't be walking. Something that was once dead, but given life once more. There are cultures across the world who have a different name for it. The thing that I encountered was a vampire. A vampire. I'm not talking about a man in a cape or some pale heartthrob. I'm talking about a creature, a parasite, a leech. While it shares similarities to things in nature, it is a thing that should not exist. What I saw was crouched on top of the family members, directly above the father. It had its face buried in the man's neck. I distinctly remember hearing a sucking sound. The man was still alive. I could hear weak choking sounds coming from his throat. I can still hear it now. What did it look like? At first glance, it looked like a small human being, much like a child. I don't even know the best way to describe it. Do you watch the National Geographic Channel, Discovery, Nova? If you have, you're probably familiar with Otzi the Iceman, that 5,000-year-old ice mummy that was discovered frozen in the Alps. That is the only thing I can compare it to. It was draining the life from that poor man. Its eyes were closed, and it was moving its head from side to side. It withdrew its bloody maw from the man's neck and cruelly broke it. It turned its head towards me and opened its eyes. They were like black marbles, the pupils a bright red. I froze in place. My mind simply could not accept what was right in front of me. My body began to feel numb. I was having difficulties breathing, and my thoughts were racing through my brain. Primal fear had taken over. It was that very fear all of us inherited from our ancestors, the very ancestors that would have been scratching the dirt, very mindful of the day hours left, because the night was dangerous. That was when beasts would come out, stealthy, like phantoms. You would never know they were there until it was too late. Now and then someone would sleep just a little bit too far from the fire and be pulled away into the long grass. Their agonizing screams would fade into the night. I think that maybe human society is like a little bubble that we like to surround ourselves in. We surround ourselves with light, noise, and other people to keep out the cold, dark, and the unknown that exists on the fringes that forms the wider universe. We shun the notion of an otherness being out there beyond the human world, waiting to come in. Maybe the reality we live in is a dark and capricious universe that allows these things to exist. Perhaps one day you're just going on about your everyday life, and the universe just points at you and says, "Oh, there you are, a curious human being. I've been looking for you." What happened next? The next thing that the creature did was to stand up, baring its sharp teeth like a feral animal. It cocked its head and smiled at me. It started to speak. It talked to you. At first, it was an incomprehensible whispering gibberish, but soon it became clear. What did it say? "I am the past. You are the future." What does that mean? I don't know. The thing took one step towards me. In a desperate panic, I drew my emergency flare gun and fired directly at the thing. The whole chamber was lit up with a blazing red light from that sizzling flare. A moment later, I realized that the creature had actually caught the flare in one of its hands and was holding it. I bolted out of there. I scrambled back up the cavern and tripped out of the surface. A beam of sunlight broke through a clearing in the smoky sky. Next, I made contact with the rest of my team and told them about the family down in that cave. Armed officers made their way into the cavern. They found the deceased family, but there was no sign of the creature. That thing is still out there. I don't think you can hunt it down and kill it. Is there anything else you can say? Yes. I spent some time looking into the history of the park. Back in 1985, a team of geologists discovered a hidden burial chamber at the base of one of the mountains. Inside that vault was what appeared to be some kind of box, a stone and wood coffin. Radiocarbon dating places it in the 29th century BC. Nobody knows who the coffin was meant for or what happened to the remains. Ever since that encounter, I can't help but glance over my shoulder, always expecting that thing to appear behind me. There are nights where I wake up screaming from a recurring nightmare. Tell us about the nightmare. I find myself walking on a long stretch of shore next to a lake, sand-edged by surrounding forest. I know this lake. I used to frequent this place with my family when I was younger. There were campgrounds and hiking trails surrounding it. But this time, I was by myself on the great expanse of sand. It was autumn, and the sun was low on the horizon, just peeking over the edge of the lake. Everything was basked in an orange glow of the setting sun. There was a bitter wind that was whipping sand around, and I had to place my hands over my eyes to keep sand and other debris from getting in them. At first, I thought that I was alone on this lakeside beach, but I glanced behind me and found that I was in fact not alone. In the distance, there was a person who was, from what I could see, making a great effort to catch up to me. I stopped to let the person catch up, but something wasn't right. Despite the person apparently running towards me, he or she made no progress. The distance between us was not closing. I guess apprehension took over me because I decided to start moving, and that's when I heard something. It was like an electronic mewling sound, like a bass note from a synthesizer. It was coming from behind me, from that person. I looked behind me, and I really wish I hadn't. There was something different about that person now. It was the motion. It was like the person was having a violent full-body spasm. The limbs flailed about wildly. The person bent at the spine in ways impossible, without breaking it. The head twitched around in much of the same manner. And in an instant, the person was directly in front of me, and I fell backwards. I remember ash-color skin, black eyes, with red dots for pupils. Thank you for your time, Jacob. We'll talk to your family members for a little after this. And if you ever feel like you need to talk to someone, or anything like that, there's nothing wrong with that. Just let your family know, and call us. All right? Okay. We're ending the interview at 16:44 hours. The Quantum Vampire. The first series of papers will delve into the mythology that has persisted through the eons. Here be dragons. You are asked to imagine massive snow-capped mountain ranges that sweep the breathtaking landscape in every which way you happen to look. Visualize a high-altitude, wind-swept steep interspersed with turquoise lakes. This is the roof of the world, the Tibetan Plateau. Now, imagine for a moment that it is a breezy and overcast spring afternoon. There is a child wrapped in double-layered robes who is stomping through melting snow. That rambunctious kid is me. The year was 1988, and this is where my lifelong obsession would begin. An obsession with things that should not exist. Things that stand defiant in our understanding of the world. Things that invoke mind-blasting terror on those who would gaze upon it with naive eyes. My foot caught in a small opening in the ground, my forward momentum causing me to land on my hands and knees. I corrected myself, wiped off the snow and dirt off my clothing, and peered into the hole. Something grabbed my attention. Stuck in the permafrost was an oddly shaped rock. Fishing out my pocket knife, I removed it from the frozen soil. The object was not a rock, but rather a bronze amulet. The amulet depicted the head and face of a creature that resembled a man, but there was something distinctly inhuman about it. It was ghoulish and malevolent. I got the impression that this object was very old. A tremendous gust of wind nearly knocked me over backwards onto the ground. I quickly pocketed the amulet and made my way back to the monastery. My journey was in haste as the wind continued to accost me with its cold and bitterness. But it was the slowly increasing sense of dread that seemingly came out of nowhere. I felt as though I was being watched by someone. I stopped in my tracks and glanced at my surroundings. Not a soul was in sight. Soon pictures began to form in my brain, images of ancient ruins from some unknown point in time. In a recess, I glimpsed something that caused my heart to nearly leap from my chest. A draped form standing in the shadows. I could make out a face that was partially concealed by a hood that hung down at the brow. What I could see was skin that was pale, like freshly fallen snow, with thin cracked lips that curled back to reveal sharp teeth. And just as soon as the images blinked into my imagination, they vanished, like any other fleeting thought. It wasn't until later that night I would bear witness to a grisly and nightmarish sight. I recall tossing and turning in my sleep. I kept hearing strange noises on the wind that never let up. I was jealous and frustrated that the others were sleeping so peacefully. I was feeling very thirsty, so I decided to go get some water. Just as I began to sit up, a tall and lanky shape emerged from the shadows. It was an emaciated thing in tattered robes whose face was concealed by a hood. I spotted 2 glimmering pinpoints of red lights in its sunken black eyes. I was frozen in my bed, hoping that the thing didn't spot me. I detected a strange, low ringing noise in my ears, like tinnitus, and I swear to you, I could hear whispering. It was like a coffin chorus for the damned. A voice broke through. "I know you're awake." It was fully aware that it had an audience of one. I was frozen in place, petrified like a scared animal. It began feeding on the children. One by one, it clamped its jaws onto their necks, carnivorous teeth plunging through tissue and drawing up blood. The grotesque sound of its feeding, the sudden opening of the victim's eyes, confused and terrified at what was happening. And after it was done, it proceeded to swiftly break each of their necks. Their heads were rotated completely around with sickening cracks. Tears were rolling down my cheeks, and the sudden realization that I was the last one hit me like a storm. I wanted to scream. I wanted to race out of the monastery. I wanted to escape. It raised a bony finger to its lips. The looming shape approached and knelt down right next to me, moving its head towards me. I became conscious.
How long have I been alive here? 6 hours. That's fucking rookie numbers, but yeah. I'm tired. It's like 2 in the morning. I've just been autopilot fucking questing and listening to creepypastas. We're almost 48, so that's respectable. I dinged one. Well, I was 46 at the beginning, 47, almost 48. Knocked out most of all the quests here in Tanner's, like even like Zul'Farrak quests. Like all we have is these quests down here and the turtle escort, and then I think that's like all the Tanner's quests for this desert zone. So I think I'll just log out in the end here, get some rest experience. Maybe we'll get 49 if I'm really gaming tomorrow. Maybe we'll get level 50 and we'll get recklessness on the warrior. But yeah, Kang the Decapitator. Shit fucking pumps. Alright, you guys have a good morning, night, day, whatever. I'm going to bed. Sheesh.